The exams were over, and everybody returned to their hometown for their school breaks. However, Feng Yu remained in Beijing. The Tianping pork issue was getting out of hand. Zhang Ming's strategy was effective at first, but when the local authorities ignored this issue, those imitation pork sellers started to expand their operations. Zhang Ming had used Tianping brand to invest in pig farms all over China, but it was not as successful as he expected. Firstly, the local governments were not willing to accept it. You are not paying a single cent, and why should you get the shares? You still want us to buy your animal feeds? What's wrong with us feeding our pigs with animal feeds from the local factories? Even if your animal feed makes the pigs grow faster, but it was also costly. We can feed our pigs with the animal feeds from the local factories, or even feed them with grains and swill. The pigs will still grow up. This would also let our local factories make more money. Why should I let you earn? In the end, Zhang Ming's strategy failed in many places. It was successful in some areas, but that did not solve the issue of imitation Tianping pork. Zhang Ming did not expect the local governments to be so protective of their local enterprises. The governments openly allowed these illegal activities to carry on. Zhang Ming had told the local governments that this was against the law, but the local government still let those unlawful sellers do whatever they want. Some governments even supported them with subsidies. Zhang Ming saw that these governments do not want him to invest using his brand. He offered to invest using cash. Anyway, Taihua Food Processing Factory still had lots of funds even after buying over some factories. He can also take bank loans. But the terms set by the local government were harsh. There were even some local governments that rejected him flatly. They do not want investments. They want to sell their own Tianping pork and make profits. Huh. You say our Tianping pork were imitations? What proof do you have? Only your pig farms can be called Tianping? Our pig farms can also use this name. You had registered this brand? What's a brand? Tianping Marshal is Zhu Beiji. Are you trying to tell me that Zhu Beiji belongs to you? Zhang Ming realized that these people were utterly disgusting. There was no way to reason with them. The local government refused to act. The local police and Trade and Industry Bureau were under the local government. They would not help outsiders. Feng Yu felt that Zhang Ming's strategy was not wrong, but maybe he was overseas for too long and could not adapt to the local culture. Places in a terrible environment and bad customs would produce uncivilized people. These places were poor, and the people had backward thinking. There were many unreasonable people. These people would rush forward when they see the money. Even if you call the police, it was no use. The policemen were the same, and they were relatives. What can you do to them? To deal with these people, you must get the officials. You tell me that the local governments were protecting these people? Then we shall think of a while to stop these local officials from protecting them and dare not to defend them. Oh, Manager Feng, why are you here today at CCTV? Didn't we renew the advertising slots contracts? Cheng Baojun looked at Feng Yu. Because of the New Year's Day special program, CCTV's advertisement slots bidding was brought forward. The prices of the slots were much higher than the previous year. However, Feng Yu still renewed his contracts without any hesitations. He also asked Li Haha to get 2 more advertising slots. This was in preparation for their new products, yogurt, and tea beverages. CCTV had also announced that from next year onwards, the advertising fees will not be fixed. It would be auctioned. The highest bidder would get the slots. This was because of Feng Yu's extravagant way of buying advertising slots, and Taihua Trading's increasing sales. If Feng Yu had not done these, the auctioning of advertising slots would happen later in 1994. Feng Yu felt it was a pity that CCTV had rejected his under-table offer of fixing the auctions. Never mind. We can still get whatever slots we want, and then we will make you suffer. Section Chief Cheng. Oh, I should address you as Division Chief now. I'm a Deputy Division Chief. Deputy. When Cheng Junbao said this, he was smiling. He could not conceal the happiness within him. He had increased the advertising revenue for the TV station when he was the advertising department chief and was promoted. Although he was still in charge of advertising, his rank was higher. He got a raise and also better benefits. I am not here to talk about the advertisement slots. I am here to talk about the program. In Feng Yu's previous life, this program would be axed soon. But now, there was Feng Yu. Not only the backdrop of the program was changed, and he had also offered suggestions to improve this program. This program was revived, and the TV audiences enjoyed it. Of course, Feng Yu did it for his product placements in the program. What's wrong with this program? We have also shown your products in the show according to your requirements. We had changed it to your newest product superfan. Is there any problems? Cheng Junbao asked. I want to invite to do a special episode. Of course, I will pay you for it. The program had incorporated the concepts and style of the future programs, and this program showed the daily lives of ordinary civilians and dug deep into the issues faced by them. It was well received by the TV audiences. This program had also helped Feng Yu to do soft advertising and even interviewed Li Shiyu. A special episode? Manager Feng, I might not be able to help you. This is not under my jurisdiction, Cheng Baojun replied. Feng Yu glanced at Cheng Baojun. Division Chief Cheng, this is not right. I remembered that when I wanted the naming rights of the program, you said that it cannot be done. You even told me that the leaders had held a meeting and rejected my suggestion. Last year, your station aired a new program. It was sponsored by Zhengda Enterprise, and they get to name this program. Why? Just because it was a foreign enterprise and their boss was a foreigner, you all agree? Just because I am a Chinese and owns a private company, I am being discriminated? Feng Yu had forgotten about when he spoke to CCTV previously. If not, he would try all means to persuade CCTV to let him sponsor this program. This program would be the most watched program on CCTV for the next few years. But since others can do this, why can't I? You can sponsor and get the naming rights to this variety program. Then I can also do the same. Which was aired previously was a good program. If the name were changed to, it would be better. But CCTV still did not agree to Feng Yu's demand. Feng Yu was making use of this point against CCTV. CCTV had used Feng Yu's suggestions to improve their programs and still did not allow him to have the naming rights. Because of this issue, Feng Yu had looked for deputy station chief several times. Now, all I want is to do a special episode for me. Why is this impossible? Am I not paying you? We have not even discussed the price, and you are rejecting me? Cheng Baojun replied with a sad face. Manager Feng, I will help you ask the leaders. Please don't make things difficult for me if they reject your request. I am not the one who decided on the program. Why do you keep pestering me on this? What? That Feng Yu is here again? He wants us to film an episode for him? Does he think that CCTV is his home? Deputy Station Jia was unhappy. Feng Yu had pestered Cheng Junbao several times and had also harassed him. If it were not for the success of the New Year's Day special program, he would have fallen out with Feng Yu. How can CCTV's deputy station chief be harassed by a young brat? Chief Jia, do you want me to chase him out? But didn't you said that you still need his help to raise the advertising fees during next year's advertising slots auction? This was the main reason why Deputy Chief Jia tolerated Feng Yu for so long. With Feng Yu around, they were not afraid of CCTV's advertising slots not auctioned out. Feng Yu had told him that he would buy out all the unsold advertising slots. Chief Jia raised his hand to stop Cheng Baojun. Call Feng Yu in. I will speak to him. Oh, Chief Jia, you are also here? I think Division Chief Cheng had told you what I wanted. How much does CCTV want? What do you mean by how much do we want? We did not even agree to it. Chief Jia roared. Huh? Did not agree? This year our station will be introducing a few new programs, right? Do you have sufficient funds? Although this year's advertising fees were higher than last year, CCTV's staff's benefits, salaries, and cost had increased a lot. I heard that almost all of your advertising fees were used for this year's Spring Festival Gala Night. Feng Yu smiled slyly. It was apparent that he knew CCTV had insufficient funds, and he had the money. He was giving them money now, and they don't want? Although CCTV can make money from advertising slots fast, they were spending their money even more quickly. Chief Jia, why not you listen to what I have in mind for this episode first? You can then decide if it was suitable or not. If it is not suitable, I will just leave. But if it is suitable, then we shall talk about the price. In Deputy Station Chief Jia's mind, he was thinking no matter what Feng Yu said, he would just tell him that it is not suitable and make him leave. Deputy Station Chief Jia nodded. Fine. Tell me now. Feng Yu sat down and took out a stack of documents from his bag. Chief Jia, this is last year's list of counterfeits and imitations products taken from the Trade and Industry Bureau. Among this list, I think that food product was the most dangerous. After all, consumers would eat these foods. If it was other products and the quality was not good, consumers can just throw them away and not use them. However, imitation food products might kill. Chief Jia was shocked and took the documents from Feng Yu. He read the reports carefully. After a while, Feng Yu continued, "We are going to film an episode on food safety. For food products, rice, flour, oil, salt, meat, eggs, and vegetables are the most basic. We will pick one of them and focus on it. To attract more TV audiences, no, we shall pick the meat, as meat is the most expensive." Chief Jia nodded. Consumers would be concerned about the more expensive items. If there were imitation rice, it was fine. At most, sand and gravels were mixed into the rice. Consumers can just wash it away. It was also impossible to have imitation eggs. At most, the eggs were turned bad. Once the eggs were cracked open, consumers will know immediately. Vegetables should not be any problems. Consumers can just wash the vegetables a few times more before cooking. Consumers could tell if the cooking oil was of lower quality by smelling it. Salt was a controlled item by the government. There should not be any fakes. How can there be imitation pork? Are you talking about those sick pigs? There should not be many sick pigs around. Could it be that there was a pandemic and there were lots of dead pigs in the market? If it was only a few dozen sick pigs, it was not worth making an episode on this story. Feng Yu nodded. Yes. There is much poor quality pork being sold as high quality pork in the market now. These people want to earn the difference by cheating the consumers. Our nation is now the focus of the world. Every day, overseas media are reporting about our country. What do you think the overseas media would write if they knew that our country is selling imitation pork to our people? Will it be so serious? How can pork be sold as higher quality pork? Deputy Station Chief Jia felt that Feng Yu was exaggerating. Very simple. Waterlogged meat. The pig farmers would shove a pipe into the pig's mouth and force feed the pig with water until the pig dies. This way, the pig will have 10% more meat. How did the pig gain 10% more meat? It is the water. When the consumers bought the pork back and cook, the meat would shrink. Also, water can be injected into the pigs. This way, the pig will gain a 15% increase in weight. The syringes used by the farmers might be those used for vaccination. Do you still dare to eat that meat? In Feng Yu's previous life, had one episode on this topic and it was a success. Now, Feng Yu was only bringing it forward. There was indeed waterlogged pork in the market now. Feng Yu continued, "What is the purpose of this program? Aren't we serving the people? Don't you think that this issue concerns our people? But if you discover this issue, you can report to the police." Chief Jia thought for a while and replied, "I had reported it to the police, but the local police were in cahoots with the pork farmers and sellers. No one cares. Some of them even have the support of the local government. They do not eat those pork themselves, but they still sell them to the people. Don't you think they are evil and should be punished?" Deputy Chief Jia was shocked. The police did not take action and do not care about it. There are still local governments supporting them. You think I dare to lie about such serious matters? If CCTV produces an episode on this topic, don't you think all the people in China will be grateful to you and praises will be coming in from all over China? Feng Yu continued his persuasion. Something is not right. How are you going to benefit from this? You want to pay us to film an episode on this topic for free? Deputy Station Chief looked at Feng Yu suspiciously. He knew that Feng Yu was not someone that was so noble. Feng Yu smiled coyly. Those pork were sold as Tianpeng pork. This Tianpeng brand is my father's company. These people are destroying our brand's reputation. How can we sell our pork in the future? Deputy Station Chief Jia thought in his heart. I was right. This pork incident must be related to this brat. This brat was not so noble after all. Fine. You are telling me to uncover those local governments that were covering up for those imitation pork sellers. Of course, those people were too much. They are harming our country's image, and they are a disgrace to the party. Deputy Station Chief Jia rolled his eyes. I think it will take at least 1 week to film this episode. We still need to send a few teams to different regions for filming. This is too rush, and a lot of resources is required. I think it will cost at least 100,000 RMB to 200,000 renminbi. Feng Yu immediately took out a few videotapes from his bag. I have already hired people to do the filming. These footages are filmed by reputable reporters. The reporters had signed on this paper, and there are serial numbers on the videotapes. The reporters have only one request. When the videos are being aired on the program, the host must read out their names. So, can I lower the price? How about 10,000 renminbi? What reputable reporters? You paid them to film these footages and told them that they had the chance to appear on CCTV. They would surely listen to you. They will even edit the videos for you. There were enough materials for a 2-hour program. Deputy Station Chief Jia. Even the whole program was filmed. This brat had prepared everything. I think there is no need for your 10,000 renminbi. But we do not have enough funds for 2 new programs on CCTV3. Do you think you can sponsor us some, and we will give you the advertising slots at the end of the program? I want the slots before the program. Also, I want to do product placements in the programs. Feng Yu voiced out his terms. Although not many people watch CCTV3, it was also advertisements. Feng Yu could also showcase his latest products in the program. Deal. I will let Cheng Baojun discuss with you how much is required. The negotiations went smoothly. 30,000 renminbi and 10 humidifiers for sponsoring these 2 programs for 1 year. Before the program starts, Feng Yu's humidifier commercial will be aired. Although this sponsorship will not generate any returns and might even suffer a loss, most importantly, Feng Yu's relationship with CCTV got closer. What Feng Yu wants was that whenever CCTV needs money or have unsold advertising slots, they would think of Feng Yu. Also, this episode was very important to Feng Yu. Using 30,000 renminbi to solve this issue was still considered to be a good deal. Feng Yu had notified Zhang Ming to negotiate with those pig farms. They thought that they could also sell Tianpeng pork. In a few days' time, those farms will come begging to work with him. The terms will be very different from what Feng Yu is offering now. Although Zhang Ming does not know why Feng Yu said this, it was evident that Feng Yu had found a solution to this problem. Zhang Ming guessed that Feng Yu must have gone to the higher officials for help. 3 days later, CCTV aired the latest episode and caused an uproar. What? The Tianpeng pork they bought were fake? It was from the local farms? Damn, I had paid more for this pork and it's fake. Using the local pork as imitation can still be tolerated. But those sellers even injected water into the pig? No wonder water was dripping out of the meat on the way back. Oh my god. Those evil sellers had sold those sick pigs as Tianpeng pork. People will fall ill if they eat those pork. County Governor, something had happened at our county's pig farm. What's wrong with the farm? An outbreak of swine fever. The county governor slowly took a sip from his teacup. It was after office hours, and his subordinate still called him. Can't he wait until tomorrow morning? It is more serious than this. We are on CCTV's program. Some reporters had filmed us selling diseased pigs, and it was aired on CCTV. Now, the whole nation knows about this. What? How can you allow this to happen? I shall settle this tomorrow morning. The county governor hung up the phone, and the phone rang again. What is wrong with your county? How can your farm sell diseased pigs and still use Tianpeng brand? Now even the central government is looking into this issue. You are a disgrace to our province. You better settle this issue immediately. Those that were involved must be punished accordingly. Tomorrow our city will have a raid on all counterfeit goods. We will start with those selling pork. The county governor closed his eyes. His brother-in-law's pig farm was finished. When the investigation team from the city government arrives, he would also be implicated. He will also be finished. This type of scene happened in many places. Those people who had watched the program were shocked. This was only a small matter. How come it had attracted the attention of the higher-ups? Names were even reported out during the program. There was no way for these people to escape. The only solution now was to remove those imitation sellers immediately. It became a nightmare for those illegal sellers of imitation Tianpeng pork overnight. The central government was aware of this issue and was looking into this matter. The names of these sellers and farms were pointed out during the program. The local officials of those regions where the farms and sellers were located were going crazy. Their higher-ups had called to reprimand them. This was a disgrace, and their dirty laundry was shown to the whole nation. The Eradicate Imitation Tianpeng Pork movement had started all over China. Many pig farms which had to make use of Tianpeng brand to turn losses into profits. Now, the government started to clamp down on them. There was no way for them to escape. These farm owners suddenly remembered that Taihua Food Processing Factory had warned them about the illegal usage of Tianpeng brand. But these people had ignored the warnings. The local government had not taken any actions against them. What can a private company do to them? Now, the local authorities can no longer turn a blind eye on their activities. The punishment was severe too. Hefty fines, forced closures, confiscation of their vehicles, and illegal monetary gains. These pig farm owners and sellers were all in trouble. All of them regretted not heeding the warnings. Those officials that were in cahoots with these farmers and sellers were investigated by the higher authorities. Some of them were thrown into jail. All these people had made a lot of money recently. They thought that they would earn more than double than last year. But none of them expected CCTV to expose them. They heard that the top officials from the central government wanted to crack down on such activities. They were only the first ones to sacrifice. Once the government began to look into this issue, all the Tianpeng pork imitations disappeared within 3 days. At the same time, Taihua food processing factories representatives appeared again and started to negotiate with those farm owners. Now, Taihua food processing factory was no longer negotiating about buying a stake into their farms. They also wanted to buy over the entire farm. These farm owners had suffered heavy losses, and they can't even afford to pay the hefty fines. The local government had told them that if they were unable to pay the penalties, their farms would be confiscated. If their farms were confiscated, they would be left with nothing. However, if they sell their farms to Taihua Food Processing Factory, they might still have some money left after paying the fines. They might even have a chance to bounce back. But when the negotiations started, these farm owners broke down. They had spoken to Taihua Food Processing Factory's representatives previously and had almost finalized the prices for their shares. But before the deal was settled, those representatives suddenly left. Now, those representatives returned. It was evident that they wanted to make use of this opportunity to take advantage of them. All their previous offers were changes. They were not interested in investing anymore. They wanted to buy over their farms, and the amount they offered was too low. The amount offered to buy out their farms could only buy 70% shares before the crackdown. There were no profits for those owners now. The representatives were firm in their stand. Times were different now. If you do not agree, fine. We shall sue you. You think after paying the government fines, all your troubles will be over? We will sue you, and you will still need to pay us damages. This matter had blown up now. After paying your fines, you might even be jailed. We will not sue you, but you must agree to our buyout price of your farms. You have to clear all those pigs in your farms, and we will send a batch of pigs over. We will use our scientific methods of rearing pigs and animal feeds. These pigs will then be qualified to be sold as Tianpeng pigs. We are buying your farms because of your locations. The pigsty in your farm will be teared down and rebuilt into modernized pig farms. These people did not agree to such low prices. They have nothing left after paying the fines. So, these people came up with all sort of tricks. Some of them used bribery, hiring thugs, and some even went into hiding. Zhang Ming told those representatives to ignore these owners. Whoever that can buy out those farms will get rewards. The highest prize money was more than 10,000 renminbi. Those that received bribes from the owners will not only be sacked, they will be handed over to the police. Actually, it was impossible for Taihua Food Processing Factory to buy out all these farms. Not only they do not have enough funds, but they also do not have enough resources to manage so many farms. Furthermore, there was no need to take over those small farms. Most of these farms were still invested using Tianpeng brand, but there were a few large farms which Zhang Ming wanted to buy out. These farms were city-level scale and were suitable to be converted into Tianpeng pig farms. To convert a pig farm was not an easy task. It was because of the layouts and environmental conditions. So, Zhang Ming had to engage Professor Su to help out. Those farms that Professor Su thinks that it was suitable to be converted into modernized farms were Zhang Ming's target. Those farms that were not suitable will be invested using Tianpeng brand. Zhang Ming was still in Chengdu, negotiating with the most prominent pig farm's owner. This farm was his top target, and he must get it. It was because Sichuan province had the highest population of live pigs. This province was one of the top pork producers in China. China's most famous ham and sausage company were using the pork from Sichuan. If Zhang Ming could take over this farm, then Tianpeng brand would be established in this region. Manager Zhang, these are not the terms offered by you a few days ago. How can you change it? Those are the terms a few days ago. That was in the past. You had used our brand illegal, and now the government is investigating into this. Your losses should be huge, right? If you refuse to sell your farm to use, you will not be able to pay your fines and can't repay your bank loans. Not only your farm will be confiscated, you will also still be thrown into jail. Zhang Ming firmly said. Manager Zhang, but you cannot lower your offer by so much. You are taking advantage of our plight. Zhang Ming smiled. I have given you this chance. Have you ever wondered how we got the higher-ups to look into this matter and punish the farms all over China? Feng Yu listened to Zhang Ming's update and nodded. Zhang Ming had done an excellent job with his business strategy and negotiations. Not only he had successfully invested in more than a dozen pig farms, but he had also acquired 4 large-scale farms. These 4 farms were now under reconstructions. Zhang Ming had said that Tianpeng brand was now China's biggest pork brand, but they still have not captured the whole of China's market. They had only obtained the major cities' market. When those food processing factories they acquired started operations, Taihua Animal Feeds will be China's top animal feed. Overall, Feng Yu is satisfied with Zhang Ming's performance in the handling of this incident. If Zhang Ming can let Tianpeng pork to sold all over China within 3 years, Feng Yu would renew his contract and give him the company's shares as promised. The Tianpeng pork incident had finally come to an end. It was time for Feng Yu to fly to Russia. He needs to discuss with Kirilenko about their mining enterprises development. Translator notes, this Tianpeng pig farm incident had shown the reasons why Feng Yu needs to suck up to the government. Local government officials can be in cahoots with businesses. These officials can do whatever they want in their region. Unless the higher-ups from the central government take actions, these officials can turn a blind eye over illegal activities. They had too much authority in their area. Although Feng Yu was frequently taken advantage by the Bing City government, he did not move his operations out of Bing City. It was because the local governments tends to protect their own people first. If Feng Yu were to shift his businesses to another province or city, the government there might be worse than Bing City's. Stepping out of the aircraft, Feng Yu saw Kirilenko waving to him on the tarmac. As usual, Feng Yu received the warm welcome bear hug from Kirilenko. Damn, can't this idiot control his strength? Feng, you are finally here. Come, we shall follow your Chinese traditions of welcoming guests. We must have a welcome meal and drinks together the moment you arrive. Feng Yu's face changed. Brother Qi, we can have the meal and drinks later. Let's have a chat first. Damn, what welcome meal? You were just trying to get me drunk. If he were to drink with Kirilenko, he would black out before the appetizers were served. Kirilenko had a disappointed look. Fine. You take a rest first. I will tell you about our mining company. We had acquired of 5 types of natural resources, a total of 12 mines. At the time of purchase, the prices of the mines were low. Now, the value had increased a lot. I had followed your instructions to lower the mining of minerals. We had just mined enough minerals to cover our cost. But when can we start mining at full operations? We should not leave our mines idling and not making profits. Kirilenko was slightly frustrated. He had invested all his wealth into this mining company. However, Feng Yu told him that this was not the right time to sell those minerals. The prices were too low. Feng Yu only asked him to mine enough to cover his cost. Now, Kirilenko's primary source of revenue was from importing daily necessities from China. There were not many profits. With the Soviet Union disintegration, Kirilenko could only sell his goods in Russia. For someone with over $1 billion worth of assets, his liquid asset was only $1 to $2 million. The oil prices will not rise now. It will only increase in 1994. Before that, we should just extract enough minerals to cover our cost. We can use some of our funds to improve our equipment. This is the same for iron and other metals. There will be not many changes with their prices. However, the prices will increase as the demand increases. That will be the time when we start to get more profits. This should happen in the late 90s. Kirilenko looked at Feng Yu. We can only see the profits at the turn of the century? You had asked me to invest everything I got into this company now. Feng Yu opened his hands with his palms facing up. I did not expect you to buy so many mines. Furthermore, I had invested more money than you. Don't be anxious. I guaranteed that at the turn of the century, your assets will be increased by folds. At the end of this century, energy and minerals prices will increase rapidly. This mining company's value will increase by several times. Feng Yu also had other uses for these minerals in the future. These mines and oil fields would be bought by the Americans if Kirilenko did not buy them. It would be Russia's loss if that happened. Didn't you use the money from those loans to invest in this company? When it was time for you to repay your loans, rubles will be depreciated by several thousand times. It was as if you had picked up these mines and oil fields from the streets. When they spoke about their investments, Kirilenko had nothing to say. Feng Yu had invested more than him, but owns lesser shares than him. Brother Qi, Did your father got his promotion after the dissolution of the Soviet Union? Fonyu wants to change the topic to something that would cheer Kirilenko up. Last year, the Soviet Union was finally dissolved. The United Nations had also recognized this. This was not the post-Soviet era. Ha ha ha. My father is now an army's lieutenant general, Kirilenko said excitedly. With his father's age, there should be no problems for him to be promoted to colonel general in the future. He would have a lot of authority in the future. His father was only a major general in charge of logistics. He thought that it was the highest rank he could be promoted. Kirilenko's elder brother, who was in the Navy, was also promoted to lieutenant colonel. He should be getting another promotion 2 years later. All these were because Kirilenko had supported Yeltsin from the start. Kirilenko had gained Yeltsin's trust after reminding him about those oppositions that had started the coup. Those people had placed Mikhail Gorbachev under house arrest and even tried to assassinate Yeltsin. Because of Kirilenko's father warnings, Yeltsin had taken precautions and got the opportunity to rise to power. Most all of the Soviet Union's overseas assets were taken over by Russia. Belarus and Ukraine could only get some assets within the mainland. Russia alone had acquired the more assets than the rest of the Allied countries combined. It was just a matter of time for Russia to reach its peak. Those equipment and machinery sold by Kirilenko to Fonyu were mainly from the other Allied countries. He had not touched Russian factories, even when those factories' directors were selling their machinery. This had also let Russia recover quickly. Yeltsin and his team knew what Kirilenko was doing. But when they realized that Kirilenko did not sell Russia's factories' facilities to Fonyu, they did not pursue this matter. It was also good for Yeltsin, as what Kirilenko will weaken the other Allied countries. This would allow Russia to remain as the leader of Eastern Europe. Kirilenko had sold a lot of machinery and equipment from Belarus and Ukraine. Kirilenko had also quit from the army. He was now a real businessman. His elder brother would inherit their father's position in the military. Kirilenko can be a happy millionaire. After his father's promotion, Kirilenko had become the leader in Russia's second-generation circles. Congrats. I still need your help on the matter I mentioned to you previously. Although I am not in a rush, this should be settled as soon as possible. I have been asking around. Getting it in my country would be impossible, but it should be possible to purchase it from one of those former Allied countries. Kirilenko does not understand why Fonyu wanted that thing. Can he even use it? Could it be that Fonyu was purchasing it for China? But China was also producing this thing. There was no reason to buy the Soviet Union products. It will also be obsolete in a few more years. Never mind. I can still wait. Fonyu was relieved when Kirilenko agreed. He trusted Kirilenko. He had never broken his promises. Fon, can you increase the supplies for next month's trade? After the Soviet Union was dissolved, Russia's commodities prices were still recovering. Russia had opened up the commodities industry, and Kirilenko wanted to make use of this opportunity to make more profits. No problem. As long as your military train carriage can fit, I can fill it up. I can even send you the goods first, and you pay me later. The both of them had joint partnerships worth more than $1 billion. They were not worried about the other party not being able to pay a few million USD. Fon, you are really my brother. That's settled then. Help me fill up the whole carriage. I will pay you when I receive the goods. It is getting late now. Let's go for a drink. Kirilenko looked at his watch and said, Damn, shouldn't it be? It's getting late now. Let's go for dinner. Fonyu was dragged out of his room by Kirilenko. In Fonyu's mind, he was thinking of excuses to not drink. Come, Fon. Here's to our mining enterprise. Cheers. Damn, there was no way to escape. Fonyu drowned his glass in one big gulp helplessly. Why these Russians like to drink vodka? Why can't they just drink red wine? Red wine tastes so much better. Fonyu wanted to take a bite of his beef stew, but Kirilenko had already refilled his glass. FCK, can't you slow down? Also, who the hell uses such big glasses for vodka? Can't you switch to smaller glasses? Come, Fon. Here's to our daily commodities trade. I really want to thank you for this. Cheers. Kirilenko bottoms up again. Fonyu look at his glass of vodka. Brother Key, I can't hold my liquor well. Can we drink slower? This way we can chat longer. We can chat anytime we want. We seldom have the chance to meet up and have drinks together. Anyway, you will be in Russia for a few days. We can chat tomorrow. Hurry up and drink. I thought Chinese, especially those from the Northeast, were straightforward. Damn, where did you hear these from? Who the hell told you that? Feng Yu finished his second glass of vodka with difficulty and immediately covered his glass with his palm. He will not let Kirilenko refill his glass again. Feng, why are you covering your glass with your hand? When I asked you to drink last year, you told me that in China, the legal age for drinking is 18. Now you are 18 years old, and why are you not drinking? Feng Yu, I had drunk too much last year. I am someone with more than 1 billion assets. How can I be seen being carried back to the hotel room every night after drinking with you? This was too much. If you want to drink, I can drink beer with you. As someone from Bing City, I am not afraid of drinking beer. We can complete who can hold our bladder better when drinking beer. Brother Qi, I had seldom come to Russia. I would like to try your local beer. Why not let me switch to beer? Come, we shall see who gets drunk first when we drink beer. We can drink beer tomorrow. Tonight, we shall drink this first. This is Russia. No, this is the world's best vodka. It is only because of you. I took out this bottle. Feng Yu wanted to tell Kirilenko to treat him as someone ordinary and not treat him so well. Brother Qi, I cannot drink much. Tomorrow we still have to discuss our company. Furthermore, I had only taken a few bites of these dishes. I'm hungry. TSK, you are such a wet blanket. Fine. This will be the last glass. Damn, one glass is about 150 milliliters. 3 glasses were equivalent to almost half a liter, and this was still high alcohol content vodka. Feng Yu could feel that everything he had eaten today will be coming out through his mouth. Wait, why did I think of grabbing that bottle of vodka before Kirilenko could refill his glass? Feng Yu suddenly remembered that when his brother-in-law drank with Kirilenko previously, he did not drink a single glass. There were many ways to make people drink. He could make Kirilenko drunk first. Brother Qi, let me pour for you. Since you mentioned it, tonight we shall drink to our fills. I cannot drink much, but you can. You should drink more. Feng Yu grabbed the bottle and filled Kirilenko's glass. He poured a bit into his glass and immediately drinks it. Kirilenko had not even noticed Feng Yu was playing tricks with him. He still thought that Feng Yu had finished the whole glass. He also emptied his glass. Feng Yu continued to fill Kirilenko's glass. After a while, Feng Yu was feeling tipsy. Kirilenko also had cloudy eyes. Feng, drinking with you today is the best. Later tonight, we can continue to chat. Damn, which idiot would want to sleep in the same room as you? Your snoring could shatter the windows. How do you expect me to sleep? I still have not mastered the snoring, farting, and teeth-grinding skills to compete with you. Brother Qi, you should go back tonight. It is inconvenient for us to sleep in the same room. Kirilenko suddenly smiles. Yes, that's right. It is inconvenient. I will get my men to send you back to your hotel. Tomorrow I will come and pick you up. I will bring you to our mining company to take a look. Feng Yu ate some food, and Kirilenko's men sent him back to his hotel. Once in the room, Feng Yu felt that he was handed over to another person. He opened his eyes slightly and saw Lina there. Am I back in China? How come Lina is here? Feng Yu's clothes were removed by this person, and he felt that person cleaned him up with a warm towel. Lina is the best. She knows how to take care of me. Feng Yu stretched out his arm and pulled Lina into his arms. He turned over and got on top of her. Nana, don't go. Let me kiss you. Huh. How come her chest is smaller? I must be drunk. Huh. At midnight, Feng Yu woke up and by the bed, there was a glass of water. He picked it up and drank it. It was honey water. Where am I? This is not my apartment. Oh, I am in Moscow. This should be a hotel room. Feng Yu shook his head and went to the toilet. After peeing, he climbs back into the bed. Feng Yu turned to his side and felt a warm body snuggled into his arms. He hugged that person and wanted to carry on sleeping. Suddenly he jumped up. This is Moscow and not his apartment. How come there is a woman on his bed? Feng Yu jumped out of bed and switched on the lights. Mr. Feng, are you thirsty? Do you want me to pour you some warm water? The girl was awakened by the lights. She blushed as she looked at Feng Yu, but she still got up to pour water for Feng Yu. Feng Yu looked at that girl and then looked down at himself. Damn, where are all my clothes? Where is my underwear? Elena, why are you here? Feng Yu was confused. Mr. Feng, last night you were drunk, and I am here to take care of you. Feng Yu pointed to himself and then points to the naked Elena. This is the way you take care of me? It had become clear to Feng Yu. It was not a dream last night. It was not Lina. It was Elena. He could still see some blood stains on his private parts. Elena lowered her head and shyly replied, Mr. Feng, you are the one that refuses to let me leave. Feng Yu was called her Nana last night. Elena knew that Feng Yu was drunk and had mistaken her for someone else. The previous time they met, Feng Yu had rejected her despite her trying to offer herself to him. Feng Yu was not the type that would pretend to be drunk and take advantage of her. But she knew that what she had today was all because of Feng Yu. She was able to reunite with her mother when she was transferred to the Moscow dance troupe from Kiev. She was also given special treatments at Moscow. These were all because of this Chinese man. If nothing were to happen between her and this Chinese man, then her good luck will come to an end. The fates of all the dancers from dance troupe were the same. They would be married to those uncouth military officers at the end of their dancing careers. Elena would rather choose this man before her. At least he was younger and better looking. This way, she would receive the protection of this man, and both she and her mother would have better lives. That's right. Some of her friends in the troupe were like this too. She heard that their lives were much better than before. Now everything had happened, and Elena was nervous. How would Mr. Feng react? Feng Yu looked at Elena. He was at a loss of words. It was all because of liquor. What happened? He had a feeling. It was like he had been taken advantage of. They both stared at each other. But there was a problem. Both were naked. Feng Yu really wanted to ask Elena to leave, but he felt that this would be too irresponsible. He could not really remember what happened last night. He closed his eyes and tried to recall. You should know that the reason I rejected you previously was not because I am not interested in you. It was because you are too young. Elena pushed her barely developed chest out. I am already 15 years old. In my hometown, girls at my age are already mothers of a few kids. You are only 14. How can you lie about your age? Even if you are 15, you are still underage. I can also get married at 14 years old. Elena insisted. Feng Yu looked at the stubborn Elena and sighed. Tell me, what do you want? Feng Yu would never believe Elena liked him and offered herself to him. She must have wanted something or need some help from him. Elena knew about his capabilities when he transferred her to Moscow dance troupe. Elena lowered her head and said, I do not want anything from you. I am grateful to you and wanted to repay you for bringing me back to Moscow from Kiev. If it weren't for you, I would not be able to see my mother so often. If it wasn't for you, I might not have the chance to return back to Moscow. The Soviet Union was disintegrated into many smaller countries. If she had not returned to Moscow before the disintegration, she might have to spend the rest of her life in Kiev. Many in another 2 years, she would become someone's plaything. If she was lucky, she might be married to an officer or politician. But these could not be compared to her returning back to her hometown. Russia was her motherland. This was her home. Elena really does not want anything. Actually, she wanted a lot. For instance, she wanted to be the lead dancer for the Moscow dance troupe. She wanted to perform at the Kremlin and Red Square. She wants her mother to live with her in Moscow. But she knew Feng Yu was different from what her friends told her. Feng Yu had not touched her previously, yet he had transferred her to Moscow. At the same time, he had rejected her firmly. It was apparent that Feng Yu does not want to have anything to do with her. However, now they had slept together. If she made any requests, Feng Yu would surely agree. But this will also be the last time she will see Feng Yu. If she did not make any requests, Feng Yu would also help her and even remember her. This way, she would get more benefits. Elena did not want anything, and Feng Yu was in an awkward position. If she had some requests, like some form of help, jobs or money, Feng Yu would surely agree. But now, Feng Yu did not know what to do with her. Feng Yu did not believe that Elena was doing this because she wanted to repay her gratitude towards him. He suddenly remembered Kirilenko's mysterious smile last night when they were drinking. This must be arranged by Kirilenko. That idiot thought that he likes Elena and specially arranged for her to appear in his room. Damn, it was only a casual remark when I had just asked you to take care of her previously. Elena was a smart girl. Now they had slept together. Feng Yu would not ignore her. Although Feng Yu had thought to just accept what Elena had said, she had done this to repay him. But that is not him. He will not do something like this. Mr. Feng, it is cold, and you are not wearing anything. Come back under the covers. Do you have a headache after drinking so much? Come over. I will give you a head massage. If you are thirsty, I will pour you a glass of water. Elena quickly poured Feng Yu a glass of warm water. Feng Yu took the glass from her and sat on the bed. Elena starts to massage his temples. While she was pressing him, she purposely rubbed her body against him, letting him feel her soft body. Feng Yu must admit that he enjoyed this sensation. Wait, did he use any protection last night? What would he do if Elena got pregnant? Feng Yu would never agree to let his child live away from him. But he could not explain to his family and Li Na if he were to bring his child back to China. Feng Yu placed the glass on the side table and grabbed Elena's hand. Did we use any protection last night? Don't worry, Mr. Feng. I had taken pills yesterday. I will not be pregnant. I still want to dance for a few more years. Elena pushed Feng Yu slowly down on the bed. Her friends at the dance troupe had advised her to never use pregnancy as an excuse to tie a man down. If the man really loves her, he will ask her to bear a child for him. When that happens, she would not have to worry about anything for the rest of her life. Feng Yu looked at Elena clumsily massaging him. He was looking at her young exposed body and felt his willpower seeping away bit by bit. He was able to withstand Elena's temptation previously was because he was still a virgin in this life. But after what happened between him and Li Na, Feng Yu's willpower was not as strong as before. Since New Year's Day, Li Na had been preparing for her exams. After her exams, she left for home immediately. Feng Yu did not have the chance to touch her. Now, there was a beautiful young girl in front of her. Her body was toned from years of dancing, and her long slender legs were just inches away from Feng Yu. Her long hair and small waist were tempting him. When Feng Yu's hands touched Elena's legs, he could feel Elena pausing for a moment. She acted as if nothing had happened and continued her massage on Feng Yu's legs. She continued her massage even when she saw something was pointing at her in between Feng Yu's leg. Since this had already happened, then what's the difference between one time or two times? Feng Yu would be dishonest if he were to say that he was not attracted to Elena. He had never seen such a beautiful girl in both his lives. Even those AV stars were not as pretty as Elena. But other than having small breasts, Elena was perfect. All of Feng Yu's willpower was gone when Elena accidentally touched Feng Yu's little brother. Feng Yu flipped over and pressed Elena down on the bed. Elena was looking at Feng Yu in his eyes. She was burning with desire. Worse than a beast? Feng Yu had become an animal. This was a path of no return. Feng Yu woke up in the morning. Elena was still sleeping soundly in his arms. The both of them woke up at about midnight and carried on until almost dawn. If it wasn't Elena could not take it anymore, Feng Yu would have gone another round. Elena was in pain. After all, it was her first time, and she was still young. Feng Yu got up, and Elena woke up too. Mr. Feng, are you going to take a shower? I can wash your back for you. I can shower myself. Go back to sleep. Later when you wake up, call for room service. Elena laid back on the bed and turned away from Feng Yu. She had a cunning smile on her face. Now, Mr. Feng will not forget her. Feng, did you have a good rest last night? Kirilenko asked with a lewd smile on his face. He even took a step into Feng Yu's room to take a look. Feng Yu immediately pushed Kirilenko out. He did not know whether to thank Kirilenko or scold him. Never mind. Forget it. Let nature take its course. Feng, her mother is still in Petersburg. You want me to transfer her mother back to Moscow? She will be very grateful if you do that. Feng Yu hesitated for a while and nodded. Okay, thank you. I need to tell you something. Don't be too good to her, or she will have endless demands. You must let her understand that she cannot make demands as and when she likes. She must know that she will be taken care of when you are in a good mood. This is my experience. Don't worry. I will ask her dance troupe to take good care of her. I promise you that other than you, no one else can touch her. Feng Yu looked at Kirilenko. Damn, how many girls had he bedded to get this type of experience? After breakfast, Feng Yu and Kirilenko arrived at 5 stories building. Outside of the building, there was Russian signage. Polar Bear Minerals Enterprise. This was the headquarters of Feng Yu and Kirilenko's mining company. When they were naming this company, Feng Yu could not change Kirilenko's mind. Kirilenko had called this company as Polar Bear, as polar bears signify strength. But didn't Kirilenko know that polar bears can only survive in the North Pole? Our company still needs to expand all over the world. There was a burly Russian man standing at the entrance. When he saw the car stopped, he quickly walks over to open the door. This man, Mozgov, was the general manager of Polar Bear Minerals Enterprise. He was a retired mine owner. Director Feng, welcome. Feng Yu's title in this company was a director. The title was only for show. Feng Yu did not do anything in this company and had left everything to Kirilenko. But Kirilenko trusted Feng Yu a lot. He listened and followed Feng Yu's suggestions on the company's operations. Even when Kirilenko does not have any liquid assets now, He also heeds Feng Yu's instructions to not start full operations at their mines and oil fields. They had only extract enough to cover their cost. Tell Director Feng about the company's plan for this year. Kirilenko sat down on the sofa and slowly sipped on a cup of red tea. It was comfortable to have a cup of tea in cold weather. Yes, Director Feng, based on your requirements, we will lower down the production of crude oil and coal. We will also lower the production of iron, nickel, and palladium. Most of our mines will be temporarily shut down. We will pay our workers 50% of their salaries for this period of time since we will not be making any profits. This is to lower our cost. We can also reduce the insurance coverage and safety expenses of the workers. There will be less work for them, and there was no need to give the workers so much insurance coverage. Feng Yu was listening to the manager, but as he listened, he was shocked. What was this Mozgov thinking? He does not care about the safety of the workers? Who was the one that wanted to reduce the workers' salaries? How can he cut the insurance coverage and safety expenses of the workers? Feng Yu wished to reduce the operation cost, but this was not the way to do it. He would be an evil mining company boss if he were to do these. They could sell whatever they mined from the mines. Although the prices were not high now, there were still profits. Feng Yu only wanted to control the amount they mine. In another 2 years, he would sell those minerals to China. Factories like the motor factory uses a lot of iron. Although the machinery company does not produce steel, the machinery company can work with a steel factory. No matter what, mines were profitable. The money used to purchase these mines were lesser than the actual value. Also, Feng Yu and Kirilenko had used the rubles loaned from the Soviet Union banks to buy these mines. These mines were almost free. There can never be any losses with these mines. A profitable company was going to reduce its workers' salaries and even lower their insurance coverage? This was too much. Feng Yu looked at Kirilenko. Brother Qi, did you agree to this? Kirilenko looked at Feng Yu. Of course. We can save a lot if we do this. It was after I had set up this company, then I realized that the cost of mining is very high. Mozgov's suggestions are good. You do not agree. Kirilenko was confused with Feng Yu's reaction. Didn't you want us to save money and lower the production? Mozgov had thought of ways to help us save cost. Why do you seem unhappy? This was the best solution. Could it be that you have better ideas? Feng Yu sighed. This was the thinking of the privileged. This was one of the reasons why the Soviet Union disintegrated. Brother Qi, if our company mines 30% of our full capacity, we would be able to make some profits and cover our operational cost. The profits will be sufficient to replace the old equipment. I had told you to cut cost, but this is not the way to do it. What happens if our workers die in an accident in our mines? We cannot let any of our workers die or injured from accidents in our mines. I am sure you do not want the family members of our workers staging a protest outside our doorsteps. Do you think that compensations will be lesser than the insurance premiums? Feng, what do you mean? Brother Qi, we are doing businesses, and our image is critical to us. We must have a positive image for both ourselves and our companies. What do you think of my company? It's good. Your company trusts me and treats me very well. That was also the reason why I followed your suggestions for managing this mining company. Even when you wanted to buy those restricted items, I also tried my best to help you. I cannot sell these items to others, but I am willing to sell to you. That's right. You trusted my company and me. Even when I am not around, my staffs will still trade with your company. Even when there were some mistakes with the number of goods once in a while, you will not mind. It is because you know that my staffs and I will not cheat you. This is the trust you have in us. This is the trust built up by my company. It is also the foundation of my company. Now, you are letting our company cutting our workers' salaries, reducing their coverage, ignoring their safety, and you don't even care about their lives. Feng Yu paused for a while and continued. When we decide to increase our production, how are you going to get workers? If some accident happens in our mines, all our workers might just walk out. Compared to making money, lives are more valuable. This is common sense. The workers can always look for another job that pays them better than the 50% salaries here. That's why the workers' salaries cannot be cut. Their insurance coverage and safety equipment cannot be reduced. We should even publicize that even when our mines are not making profits, we did not reduce the workers' salaries and still pay them in full. We must let all the miners know that our company has a conscience. This way, it will be easier to hire experienced workers when we want to increase our mines' production. Kirilenko and Mozgov looked at each other. It seems that Feng Yu was right. Were they wrong before? Maybe they should try out Feng Yu's way. After settling the work at the mining company, Feng Yu was dragged to a restaurant by Kirilenko. It was time for lunch. You mentioned that you wanted beer yesterday evening? Today we shall drink beer. Duong. A huge barrel of beer was placed on the table. Feng Yu's eyes nearly popped out. Do Russians drink beer by barrels? This was a whole barrel of beer. There were at least 10 liters. It was equivalent to 20 bottles. Damn, Kirilenko was also good at drinking beer? Director Feng, I heard from Director that you like to drink beer. Director does not like to drink low-alcohol content liquor. So, I will be accompanying you to drink beer. Let's have a barrel each first. If it is not enough, we can order more. Mozgov said and raised his mug to Feng Yu. Order more. This was 10 liters of beer. A barrel each? Even if this was plain water, he could not finish. Feng Yu realized that there was no way to compete with these Russians when it comes to drinking. Brother Ki, fine. Let's drink beer. Feng Yu had wanted to ask Kirilenko to help out, but he saw Kirilenko holding a glass of vodka. If Feng Yu were to choose the liquor to get drunk, he would still select beer over vodka. At least he would feel better if it was beer. Mozgov and Feng Yu chugged down a mug of beer. Once their 1-liter mug was filled. This was Russians' drinking culture? To stop them from forcing him to drink was to talk to them, make the other party busy, and have no time to raise his mug. Brother Ki, how are the superfans selling? Feng Yu looked at Kirilenko. He was determined not to look at Mozgov. Not bad. I did not expect an electric fan to blow out warm air. The best part about these fans was that they were not noisy and space-saving. Kirilenko replied. He was deeply impressed with Feng Yu. Feng Yu could always come up with interesting products that were popular with consumers. Kirilenko knew that he does not have such talents. But he has a good friend named Feng Yu. Kirilenko still has control over some former Soviet Union sales channels, and Feng Yu's most significant investment was partnering him. That's why Kirilenko only envied Feng Yu and was not jealous of him. What about the farming machinery? Our machinery company had developed some new plowing equipment. Do Russia need it? Feng Yu wanted to promote his machinery company's products. If he can sell his agriculture machines to Russia, that means that his technologies were getting better and can even export to a developed industrial country. Of course, it was also Bing City was located near the borders, and it was cheap to transport his machines to Russia. There will be lots of profits. If Feng Yu were to export to other countries, the profits would not be this high. Exporting his products to other countries had been Feng Yu's goal, but Russia was not interested. Then it would be pointless to think of other countries. Kirilenko frowned and said in an apologetic tone, Feng, we do not need these agriculture machines. Our own agriculture machinery might not be the best, but it was still on par with yours. Furthermore, Germany has been importing these types of machines into Russia. I do not think that China's technology is better than Germany's. Maybe now, your technologies have overtaken Russia, but the prices you gave me have no advantage over the rest of the competitors. I can help you sell your machines, but there will not be any profits for me. Do you need me to help you sell those machines for you? If you need, I can help you, even when there are no profits. Feng Yu was puzzled. He thought that the rates he had given to Kirilenko was the market rate, and there was not much difference with China's rates. How can there be no profits at this price? Brother Ki, are you joking with me? Russia is so big, and the rates I offered to you will not let you get profits. Feng, although Russia is big, lots of farms were abandoned. Even many of our own agriculture machinery factories had stopped operating. Russians do not like farming. Kirilenko replied helplessly. Feng Yu suddenly remembered that as during the decline of the Soviet Union's the agriculture industry was also affected. This was also the reason why the Soviets had a shortage of food. When the Soviet Union was still a superpower, they had focused too much on their heavy industrial industries. This had created an imbalance and had affected other industries. The agriculture decline will continue until the end of the century. It was only after the year 2000 Russia's agriculture starts to recover. The food production in Russia now was less than 30% of the Soviet Union when it was at their peak. Russia was formerly one of the world's top food exporter. However, it had become one of the world's top importer of food. Even when Feng Yu left his previous life, Russia still had not reached its peak during the 80s. Of course, several factors limited the growth of Russia's agriculture industry. Russians prefer to work in factories than the farms. The Russian government also did not provide enough support for the agriculture industry. Although Russia has a vast land area, the land was divided into small parcels. Those land parcels were too small, and there was no need for farming machinery if it was converted into a farm. There was no need for their people to buy a tractor, as there were not much farming work. The tractor will be left idle most of the time. Russia at this time was still similar to the time under the Soviet Union. Most of the land still belongs to the government. Only some parcels were owned by individuals. The government still do not allow individuals to purchase the land parcels and combine into a big farm. Feng Yu remembered in his previous life, many people from Longjiang province went to develop land within the Russians' border for farming. The Russians do not grow crops, but they rent their land to the Chinese. Renting out their land was not illegal. Some had cultivated land illegally, but they just gave the local authorities some money, and they were allowed to grow crops there. Russia's corruption was worse than China. One could tell from the way Kirilenko got his hands on those restricted items and sold to Feng Yu. Feng Yu had heard about the used tank being modified into tractors in his previous life. He heard that it was done by those Chinese that had gone and set up farms in Russia. That means Russia does not lack farming equipment. They require farmers. They had lots of good fields but were abandoned. China, on the other hand, had too many farmers and had a shortage of farms. Even in places with a low population, like Longjiang, there were vast areas, but there was still not enough land for the farmers. If Feng Yu could help Russia get farmers, then it would also solve Longjing province's oversupply of farmers issue. This could also help to increase the farmers' income and help China's economy. At the same time, this can improve the relationship between China and Russia. This was killing many birds with one stone. Feng Yu leaned forward towards Kirilenko. Brother Qi, what do you think if I can supply farmers to Russia to grow crops and then sell the crops to Russia? Kirilenko stared at Feng Yu. What are you saying? You can supply farmers? Those that know how to grow crops. Feng Yu. Which farmer does not know how to grow crops? Of course. But will your government allow people to rent your land? That means rent the fields from the government and combine it together as a bigger field. This could solve your government's issue of shortage of farmers, and your government could purchase cheaper crops. Your country will no longer need to depend on the importation of food. What do you think? How many farmers can you get? Kirilenko asked excitedly. At least over 1,000 farmers. Each of them can handle at least 50 hectares of land. That is 50,000 hectares. This is the minimum. Feng, you have lunch with Mozgov first. I need to make an important phone call. After Kirilenko walked out, Mozgov still wanted to drink with Feng Yu. Feng Yu only had one more mug of beer and used the excuse of having to discuss important matters to stop drinking. This was a good excuse. Mozgov could tell that the farmer issue, mentioned by Feng Yu, was critical to Kirilenko. Kirilenko and Feng Yu were the owners of companies. He is only working for them. He was also helpless when Feng Yu refuses to drink more. So, he just ate the dishes with Feng Yu. Feng Yu was enjoying Russian cuisine. He loves Russian food. When Kirilenko returns, Feng Yu was almost full and had started ordering desserts and fruits. Feng, I had made a few phone calls just now to the government officials at the borders. I had discussed with them about the things you told me, and they agree. As long as those farmers abided by the Russian laws, there should not be a problem, Kirilenko said excitedly. Feng Yu was helping him to solve the shortage of farmers issue. Then Russia's agriculture industry will improve. After a few years' time, Russians will realize that farming was profitable and they will start to farm. Then they would no longer need to rely on the Chinese. Kirilenko was smart. This way, he could also help some politicians solve this issue, and in return, his business can operate better. He will have more support from the top. Feng Yu was also happy to help him. He could help Longjiang solve the unemployed farmers issue and could still make some profits. He could also help Zhang Ruiqiang and Uncle Wen gain some political credits. Of course, Feng Yu would not only gain favors and friendships. He could also get profits from labor supply company and help the machinery company enter the Russian market. Brother Qi, I will set up a manpower supplying company when I am back. I will contact you after it is set up. The fields I wanted must be good fields. The land must be flat and cannot be swampy or have hills. Feng Yu made his requirements very clear. Longjiang province's farmers were used to farm on flatlands and grow corns, soybeans, and wheat. Hills were not suitable for big farming machinery. You can rest assured. I promise that all the fields are good fields. There will still be some uncultivated land too. Your farmers can cultivate those lands if they want. The taxes will be very low, Kirilenko said. Then how long can we rent the land? If it is only for 3 years, the farmers will not be attracted. After all, the farmers had to work away from their homes. I think Russians also do not like to work away from their homes. Kirilenko asked, what about 4 years? 4 years should be sufficient for those farmers to earn some money. Our country is now trying to develop the agriculture industry. We cannot rent the land to you for too long. 4 years? Feng Yu sneered. The first year will be used to cultivate the land. The farmers will still be trying to adapt to their lives there, and they would not have any profits. The second year onwards, the farmers could see some profits. But if they were to buy tractors and other farming equipment, build houses, 4 years will not be sufficient. If the farmers could not make any money, and Feng Yu still collects their money, then Feng Yu would not be considered helping China's economy. He would be just earning from his fellow countrymen and making his fellow countrymen work for free. The duration should be at least 5 years. Feng Yu remembered that Russia's agriculture industry starts to recover after Putin rose to power. Russia's agriculture reform was initiated by Putin when he was the deputy president. Putin was in charge of Russia's economic developments when Yeltsin was in power. That would be 6 years later, and there was enough time for the Chinese farmers to make money. Brother Qi, I think that our contract should last until the year 2000. The longer the duration, the more focused the farmers will be. They would put in more effort, and their output will be higher. This way, your government will get more crops. We can also set a percentage of the farmers' crops as taxes and rent. This would be a win-win situation for both the farmers and the government. This way, any changes in the prices of the crops will not affect the farmers. If we count this year, there will be 9 more years. It is too long. Those politicians will not agree. I can help you persuade the politicians to extend the duration to 5 years. This is the best I can do. Kirilenko said. Brother Qi, I am guessing that after a few years, those officials will take back the land? Although this is good for Russia, I dare to say that your Russian farmers will not be able to make any money. It is not easy to be a good farmer. My family also have a farm. I know more about farming than you. For example, if I ask Mozgov and you to be farmers, are you confident that you can make money? Kirilenko and Mozgov looked at each other and knew the answer. Kirilenko was thinking in his heart. That means after 9 years, the fields were returned to Russia. Their farmers will still be clueless about farming. They still must rely on the Chinese farmers after this duration. Brother Qi, it is not up to us to discuss this. I can help you hire farmers from Longjiang province. Why not let the Longjiang government officials discuss with the Russian officials? We can introduce both parties, and they will still owe us favors. Those government officials might be able to get better conditions from the other parties if they sit down and discuss. Furthermore, both Feng Yu and Kirilenko does not want their friendship to sour because of this. Kirilenko thought for a while and nodded. He only wanted favors from the politician. He was also not interested in this land rental business. How much can this business earn? Kirilenko had not calculated the profits from this business. There were a lot of profits. If 10,000 hectares of land were to be rented, the yearly profits would be at least a few million. If it were 100,000 hectares, it would be a few hundred million. But the initial investment will be a lot. Feng Yu could also collect the rental from the farmers up front and use the money to invest. If the farmers do not have money, they can get a loan from the back. Feng Yu can even be their guarantor. Feng, you have helped me again. Cheers. Feng Yu raised his half-filled beer mug and knocked on Kirilenko's full glass of vodka. Without saying a word, Feng Yu chugged down his beer. Kirilenko looked at Feng Yu and saw Feng Yu staring at his glass of vodka. Kirilenko had no choice but to finish his drink. He was not as shameless as Feng Yu. Feng Yu returned to Bing City the next day. The night before he returns, Elena was still in his room. She did not even step out of Feng Yu's room. When she knew that Feng Yu was going to transfer her mother from Petersburg to Moscow, she was full of gratitude. She kept thanking Feng Yu, and she was smart enough to not make any requests. Feng Yu thought for a while and left a sum of money for her before he returns. The plane touched down at Bing City's airport. Feng Yu carried his luggage to the car park. Manager Feng here. I had driven your car here. A driver from Wind and Rain Logistics waved to Feng Yu. Li Shiqiang had asked his staff to drive the Rolls-Royce over for Feng Yu. This car had been sitting in the garage and was seldom used. Li Shiqiang felt that it was too flashy. Feng Yu did not think so. Not to mention the machinery company. Just Taihua Trading alone was successful enough. What's wrong with being flashy? The driver drove Feng Yu to the city and passed Feng Yu the keys. Then, he took the public bus back to the company. Feng Yu did not return home and drove straight to the city government. At the entrance of the city government building, Feng Yu was stopped by the guards. "Who is this? I had never seen this car before. How can he just enter the city government just like that?" Feng Yu whined down the window. "Brother Chu, it's me." "Oh, it's Manager Feng. You have changed car? This car looks better than your old boxy car. Please enter." There are no parking spaces outside. Even without any permits, Feng Yu could drive into the city government just by showing his face. Of course, it could be that he had given the guards many gifts before. Knock, knock. "Manager Feng, how come you are here?" Secretary Zhao greeted Feng Yu and ran out of the room to see if Feng Yu had brought any gifts with him. There were no boxes outside the office, and it seems that Feng Yu had indeed come empty-handed. Secretary Zhao turned and looked at Feng Yu suspiciously. How come Feng Yu came here empty-handed? This was not his style. "Feng Yu, what's with that look? You are not used to me coming here without any gifts?" "Brother Zhao, I have been away for a few months. I have just returned and want to pay our leaders a visit." "Brother Zhao, you are looking great today." "Huh, this document you are reading. Brother Zhao, are you going to be transferred to the grounds?" For a leader's secretary, being transferred to the grounds was a good thing. Especially when the leader was still in charge of the area, it would be easy for him to earn credits and promote. Secretary Zhao smiled. "I shall go in and inform the leader that you are here. Come in. He is not busy." "Hello, leader. You are looking great." "Stop your nonsense. Why are you here for?" Zhang Ruiqiang was sitting on the sofa and not behind his desk waiting for Feng Yu to come in. This was the treatment for someone close to him. "I am here because I have some good news for you." "Brother Zhao, can I have a glass of water?" "If you are thirsty, pour yourself." "Xiao Zhao, go back to work. You still need to prepare the planning proposal for me." Feng Yu did not mind and walked outside. He goes through the cabinets and drawers to search for the best tea leaves without the secretary noticing. He then started to brew his tea with a hot water flask. When Secretary Zhao saw him, Feng Yu had already poured the hot water. He stared at Feng Yu. There were so many tea leaves here. Can you even tell the difference between the good ones and the bad ones? Why must you choose the most expensive tea? Feng Yu entered Zhang Ruiqiang's office again. Zhang Ruiqiang could smell the aroma of the tea, and he shouted at Feng Yu. "You stole my top-grade tea leaves again?" I took the wrong one again. I will take note of it next time." Feng Yu replied with a surprised look. Zhang Ruiqiang started at Feng Yu. "You said this every time, and yet you are still doing it again and again. I think I should let the secretary prepare the tea for him next time. You said that you have some good news for me. What's the good news? Which school are you going to donate to this time?" Zhang Ruiqiang had a love-hate relationship with Feng Yu. Feng Yu had donated new school buildings, stadiums, and libraries to Bing City schools. Zhang Ruiqiang welcomed these donations. But every time Feng Yu just do what he wants and ignore the city's master plan. That school in the district had not many students, and yet Feng Yu built a new spacious building for that school. There was even a new spacious library. There was no need for that small school in the district to have such facilities. That third high school too. Feng Yu had donated a new stadium to that school. How many students are there in third high school? Do they even need that new stadium? The city had already planned for a new stadium to be built for a school in the outskirts of the city. The stadium in that location can also serve the districts nearby. But Feng Yu refused. Everybody could tell that Feng Yu's donations were for those that were close to him, and not to see if that area needs it or not. You do not agree with me? Fine, then I will not donate. Having donations was better than none. It could help the city government save some money. The money saved can be used on other schools. Last year, Feng Yu had made a bet with Zhang Ruiqiang. They bet on 10 new school buildings, and the government gets to choose where they want the new building to be built. In the end, Zhang Ruiqiang lost. Last year, everybody thought that China would win the Olympics bid. But Feng Yu thinks otherwise. He even told Zhang Ruiqiang not to plan for any celebrations and to let the local TV station to stop planning for the Olympics programs. Feng Yu was sure that China would not win the bid. Zhang Ruiqiang was furious. What are you talking about? China was competing with Australia, and how can we lose to them? Are you even Chinese? Why are you such a wet blanket? Although China is still a developing nation, but there should not be a problem if they were to host the Olympics Games. Furthermore, even the International Olympic Committee had said that China has a high chance of winning the bid. Feng Yu shrugged his shoulders and asked Zhang Ruiqiang to bet with him. Let's have a bet. If China wins, I will donate 10 new school buildings to Bing City's secondary and primary schools. You get to choose the locations. If China loses the bid, then Zhang Ruiqiang have to bring a group of reporters from the TV station to his father's Tai Hua food processing factory for a visit. With Zhang Ruiqiang's backing, those local authorities would not dare to create problems with his father. Zhang Ruiqiang agreed to this bet. He thought that this was a sure-win bet and had even started to plan where he should build the new school buildings. But Zhang Ruiqiang was still wary of what Feng Yu said. He did not agree to the celebrations proposal given to him by his men. This made the chief of communications unhappy. He felt Zhang Ruiqiang was creating problems for his department. But when the Olympics bidding result was announced, Zhang Ruiqiang was shocked. China had lost to Australia by 1 vote. When the Olympics committee announced the number of votes for China, he had thought China would surely win. It was until the votes for Australia was announced, he realized that China had lost. This was an unexpected result. No one in China had expected this. Even CCTV was sure that China would win. Everybody was disappointed. However, Feng Yu had a proud look on his face. He grabbed Zhang Ruiqiang's office phone and called his father to prepare for the deputy mayor Zhang's visit. Zhang Ruiqiang could not understand why Feng Yu was so confident that Australia would win. Could it be that Feng Yu could forecast future events? At that moment, Feng Yu was smiling proudly. I am someone from the future and not some fortune teller. China had lost this bid was because of economic, political reasons. Those European countries and the US does not want China to reverse its image of a poor, backward, uneducated country. Mayor Zhang, I am not here to donate school buildings. I am here to solve Bing City's farmers' issues. Help our Bing City settle the farmers' issue. Zhang Ruiqiang was perplexed. Feng Yu was so noble? Mayor Zhang, how much do you know about the situation of Bing City's agriculture industry? Feng Yu smilingly asked. Although I am not in charge of agriculture, I still know about the situation. Our Bing City has over 1 million farmers, and they have good incomes. Many of them are getting more than those working in the factories. Our agriculture industry has been performing well. Zhang Ruiqiang was now an executive deputy mayor and had made it a point to understand the situation of the area he was in charge of. The farmers' income was higher than the national average. That means that the agriculture industry here was performing well. Feng Yu shook his head. No. There might be over 1 million people in Bing City registered as farmers, but that does not mean they are real farmers. Farmers, in simpler terms, are people that make a living from farming. But among these people, there were only a few 100,000 that really knows how to farm. You said that their incomes are high, but have you ever seen those farmers that do not have any incomes? Zhang Ruiqiang frowned. What do you mean by this? Feng Yu sounded like he was reprimanding Zhang Ruiqiang. Bing City was an industrial city. Over 80% of Bing City's revenue was from industrial. How much did agriculture contribute? Furthermore, how many fields are there in Bing City? It can never be compared to other provinces. Since industrial can support everyone here, they should focus on industrial developments. Why should they waste their energies on something else? Many other places were better in agriculture than Bing City. But for industrialization, Bing City was one of the top cities in China. Our Bing City have a lot of farmers that have the know-how and experiences. But there were not enough fields for them. These farmers could not set up large-scale farms. In the districts, those that had high income from farming were mostly animal farmers or had cultivated land themselves. Those that depended on the fields allocated to them by the villages were just barely surviving. Cultivate land? That means they are not paying taxes? You are telling me that this was also happening in your district. Zhang Ruiqiang was focusing on the wrong point. Mayor Zhang, this is not the main issue. The main issue is that I have found an opportunity for our farmers to farm. It is a vast area too. What? You want to ask the government to grant them approval to cultivate land legally? Impossible. This will destroy the environment. I am about to take action against these people, and the higher-ups are very concerned with this issue. Soon, new policies will be announced to curb these actions. Zhang Ruiqiang was not pleased with Feng Yu's suggestions. The higher-ups had mentioned about those illegally cultivated lands. These farmers were not paying taxes and harming the environment. They must be stopped. To develop the agriculture industry, a considerable area was required. These cannot be done in a short time. Zhang Ruiqiang cannot go against the higher-ups. Of course, I am not talking about legalizing land cultivations. I am suggesting confiscating those illegally cultivated land and suggesting confiscating those illegally cultivated land and return them to the forest. Feng Yu said. Zhang Ruiqiang raised an eyebrow. Returning those land to the forest? Feng Yu also knew about the new policies, but his new policy had not been implemented. What was Feng Yu plotting? He had thought of stopping those farmers, but not by force. Those farmers will definitely not listen to him. The higher-ups were still discussing this issue and had not finalized the policy. The farmers would need some compensations if the authorities were to confiscate the lands. There were no specific regulations that state the farmers were breaking the law by cultivating the land. How would the farmers survive if the government were to take back those lands and not giving them compensations? Those farmers will create problems for the government. Now, Feng Yu was asking him to act against those farmers? Is he crazy? How are you going to return the land back to the forest? How are you going to compensate those farmers? The city does not have money. Zhang Ruiqiang looked at Feng Yu. What? Are you trying to tell me that you will be paying for the compensations? The compensation will not be a small amount. If we can let them know that there is a large area where they can grow crops and still make lots of money, do you think they will be willing to return the land? Feng Yu asked. A bigger area for them to grow crops? How is this possible? You cannot even find such places in the whole of Longjiang province. There would be lesser fields if those farmers were to return the land. Zhang Ruiqiang looked at Feng Yu puzzlingly. What was this brat thinking? He had found a way to get a large area of land to farm? The south? Isn't the southern provinces have more people than land? Mayor Zhang, shall we have a bet? No, I am a civil servant. How can I bet with you? Zhang Ruiqiang immediately replied. He had lost the last bet with Feng Yu. It seems that he had never won any bets against Feng Yu. Every time, he was taken advantage by Feng Yu. There was no way he could win a bet with Feng Yu that will benefit the city. Feng Yu rubbed his nose. We had already made many bets before. Fine, then I will tell you straight. I have just returned from Russia. There are a lot of abandoned fields there, and there is even more uncultivated land waiting to be cultivated. But Russia has a shortage of farmers. Russia? Lots of fields and a shortage of farmers. Zhang Ruiqiang's eyes nearly popped out. Could this really be happening? But he knew that Feng Yu knows more about Russia than him. Feng Yu was suggesting letting Bing City's farmers work in Russia. Can this be possible? That's right. I have also asked my friend to ask the government officials there if we can rent their land. However, the Russia government wanted us to rent a large area. It would be impossible for ordinary farmers to rent from them. That's why I intend to register a company and rent land from the Russian government. The land I rented will be sublet to our Bing City's farmers. This way, the farmers will have land to farm, and if they need farming machines or equipment, I can provide. They can pay me back in installments. What do you think? Isn't this good news? Feng Yu was extremely pleased with himself. If everything progresses as he planned, then Zhang Ruiqiang would get another political achievement, and he would owe Feng Yu great favor. Zhang Ruiqiang looked at Feng Yu from top to toes without saying a word with a suspicion look. What's wrong? You don't believe me? Since when I lied to you? Feng Yu angrily said. How many times have you tricked me? Maybe in your dictionary, those were not considered lying. Zhang Ruiqiang sneered. Feng Yu was sweating. His character was being questioned. At least I did not lie when it comes to such important matters. Zhang Ruiqiang thought for a while and nodded. This was true. But why was Feng Yu so kind to give him such an achievement? For the good of those farmers? How can Feng Yu benefit from doing this? Feng Yu was a brilliant businessman, and he would not do things without benefits. What will you gain from doing this? Are you going to rent the land from Russia at low cost, and then charge our farmer high rentals? Am I this type of person? Feng Yu felt insulted. I admit that I will be making profits from this deal. I can't be investing so much and not getting any returns. If you do not believe me, I can pass you the contact details of the Russian officials. You can talk to them yourselves. I will not get involved with the negotiations. You are talking as if I am desperate for these little profits. I am a good citizen from Bing City. Giving out the Russian government official's contact number just like this? Was Feng Yu really doing this for Bing City? Fine. Give me the other party's contact details. After this deal is completed, the city will give you a Good Citizen Award. Zhang Ruiqiang said. Huh. I got you this time. Are you speechless now? Zhang Ruiqiang was surprised when Feng Yu accepted what he said, and he looks like he wanted a Good Citizen Award badly. Something must be wrong. What's the use of having a Good Citizen Award? Feng Yu readily gave Zhang Ruiqiang the contact details of the Russian officials. He also explained to Zhang Ruiqiang about the situation in Russia and told him his terms. The duration of the lease must be at least 7 years, and the farmers from his district must have the priority. Zhang Ruiqiang agreed. This was not the first time Feng Yu wanted to take care of his own people. Although this was a bit too much, Zhang Ruiqiang could still accept it. Zhang Ruiqiang immediately reported this matter to the party secretary. This was an urgent matter. The party secretary was elated. No wonder the provincial number 1 had high hopes on this person. He was indeed capable. When Zhang Ruiqiang predicted the Soviet Union will disintegrate at the end of last year, everybody was laughing at him. Even the provincial number 1 did not agree with his predictions. Zhang Ruiqiang also wrote an article and published on the papers. The whole nation knew about this. He was considered a disgrace to the party. Just because Mikhail Gorbachev was visiting China, and you claim that the Soviet Union will be disintegrating? Ignorant. But even as the provincial number 1 was unhappy with Zhang Ruiqiang, he did not keep a distance away from him. It was because he felt that Zhang Ruiqiang was capable and responsible. Zhang Ruiqiang had his own beliefs and was viewed as the provincial number 1 successor. Even though he had made a mistake, but the provincial number 1 still forgive him. But when the whole province and the entire nation were waiting to laugh at Zhang Ruiqiang, news of the coup in the Soviet Union was announced. Although the coup was not successful, the Soviet Union was in a dire state. Mikhail Gorbachev was forced to step down, and the Allied countries started to declare independence one after another. At that time, everybody looked at the Soviet Union's problems from a new perspective. They realized that the dissolution of the Soviet Union was inevitable. Those that firmly believes the Soviet Union will not be dissolved took out Zhang Ruiqiang's article and starts to criticize it again. Even the Allied countries declared independence. It was not easy for the Soviet Union to disintegrate so soon. Those Allied countries will still need to divide the Soviet Union's assets among them. This should take at least 1 year. You claim that the Soviet Union will disintegrate at the end of 1991? Impossible. But on December 25, 1991, the United Nations announced that the Soviet Union had been disintegrated. Zhang Ruiqiang's prediction was accurate. Those people that had to criticize Zhang Ruiqiang's article had nothing to say. They were embarrassed. Some of these people even turn around and start to praise Zhang Ruiqiang's foresight. The higher-ups also praised the leaders of Longjiang province and Bing city's governments. There were rumors that the higher-ups want to re-establish diplomatic relationships with these allied countries and needed people who could analyze international affairs. Some officials will be transferred away from Longjiang province and Bing city. Most people think that Zhang Ruiqiang might be transferred out. If it were other people, they would not try to get involved in any troublesome projects before the transfer. If Zhang Ruiqiang were to spearhead this project of leasing land for Bing city's farmers, then this would be a pilot project. Zhang Ruiqiang would be tied down by this project and could not be transferred to the central government. Every official wanted to be transferred to the central government. This was the place where one would be nearest to the top officials. There were many chances for promotions. Bing City's party secretary looked at Zhang Ruiqiang and asked, "Ruiqiang, are you sure you want to head this project?" Zhang Ruiqiang nodded. "Yes, I am sure. I am close to Feng Yu, and Feng Yu was the one who suggested this. He had also spoken to the Russian officials. If someone else were to lead this project, we might be at the losing end. After all, most of us are not familiar with Russia." "Fine. Go ahead. I will report this matter to the higher-ups." The party secretary patted Zhang Ruiqiang's back. He felt lucky to have such a capable subordinate. Zhang Ruiqiang, representing Bing City's government, started to contact the local Russia government. The Russia side was already informed of this matter. When Bing City faxed the official documents over, the Russian officials immediately sent a team over to Bing City for negotiations. This had been discussed in Russia. All the officials felt that this was a good thing. Bing City's party secretary reported this matter to the provincial number 1 and 2. Both of them felt that this was a path no one had walked before. The provincial number 2 looked at number 1. Zhang Ruiqiang was your man. He had been given an opportunity to be transferred to the central government. If he were to take on this project, he would lose his chance. Provincial number 1 was pleased. This was what he liked about Zhang Ruiqiang. Everything Zhang Ruiqiang did was for the people and not for promotions. If this project were a success, the provincial number 1 would try his best to promote him. 3 days later, Feng Yu was talking to Li Na on the phone. "Nana, Come over to Bing City for a few days. Just tell your family that you are visiting your high school teachers. We should not forget our former teachers, even when we are studying in Beijing. These were all excuses cooked up by Feng Yu. I am not convenient these few days. Li Na purposely said. What are you thinking? I really want to visit our former teachers. Feng Yu seriously replied. It's only a few days. Li Na's period should be over in a day or two. Stop it. I will ask my parents. Dongjun will also be going to Bing City. I can travel with him. When Dongjun's purpose of coming to Bing City was the same as Feng Yu asking Li Na to Bing City. It's fine if one had not tasted the forbidden fruit. But if one takes a bite, he would be addicted. They both chatted for a while and hang up. The phone rang immediately. Feng Yu, what are you doing? How come your home number is always engaged, and you did not return my calls after paging you so many times? Zhang Ruiqiang shouted into the receiver. Huh? Mayor Zhang? What's wrong? I am at home. Did I offend you? Feng Yu purposely asked. Feng Yu knew that the Russian negotiation team had arrived in Bing City from Kirilenko. Needless to ask, the negotiations must not be going on well. Come to my office now. I'm just about to take a shower. I had just finished exercising and is not covered in sweat. Zhang Ruiqiang, you were on the phone, that's why your number was engaged. Don't tell me that you were exercising while on the phone. We have some problems negotiating with the Russian officials. We would like to invite you to help us. Zhang Ruiqiang changed his tone. After all, Feng Yu is not his subordinate. Oh, if that's the case, I should help out Bing City. I will not take a shower then. I will rush over now. After hanging up, Feng Yu smiled. Even if I had given you the other party's contact details, what can you do? The negotiation team from Russia is here to meet you. So what? In the end, you will still need me. Feng Yu immediately dressed up. He looked at himself in the mirror. He was dressed up maturely to prevent those Russian officials taking him lightly. Not bad. Handsome until no more friends. When Feng Yu rushed to the city government, Zhang Ruiqiang was getting impatient. Zhang Ruiqiang had thought that the negotiations will proceed as he planned. Feng Yu had told him that Russia has the land, but they are short of farmers. This would be a win-win situation for both parties. But those Russians were too much. They insisted on only 5 years lease, and the rental fees were outrageously high. They claimed that the prices include the usage of their land and taxes. China does not have such high rentals. If the farmers paid the rental costs, they would have nothing left. They would be working for free. But Bing City government's negotiation team were no match for the Russians. The Russians were insistent on their terms and do not relent. Zhang Ruiqiang had no choice but to ask Feng Yu for help. Feng Yu was a businessman, and he should be better at negotiations than them. You are finally here. Why are you so late? Feng Yu thought for a while and could not come up with any excuses. In this era, there was no such thing as traffic jams. No excuses? So be it. I am here to help you. I am already here. What's wrong? The negotiations did not proceed as planned? Didn't I tell you about the situation in Russia? Feng Yu sat down on the sofa and crossed his legs. You can't do without me. Zhang Ruiqiang looked at Feng Yu, who was shaking his leg. He got more irritated. Can you stop shaking your leg first? You told me that Russia has a shortage of farmers, but they claim otherwise. Their conditions are harsh. Not only they want high rentals, they still insist us to buy their farming equipment, seeds, fertilizers, pesticides, etc. Our farmers will not earn anything. Which farmer will be willing to work in another country just to barely survive? You still want those farmers to return their land? Impossible. Must buy their farming equipment? Damn, they want to grab the meat from my bowl? This cannot be tolerated. Mayor Zhang, don't be anxious. The negotiations will continue in the afternoon. I will be the translator. Maybe your translators are not good enough. What do you mean by our translators are not good enough? The translator is a professor from a university. He had studied in Russia for some years. But it would be good if you were present. You can see for yourself. No matter what, our farmers must be able to make money. The farmers must be willing to go to Russia and return their illegally cultivated fields to the city. No problem. Who are the ones that will be taking part in this negotiation? Call them here. I want to hear their thoughts before I can make any decisions. Feng Yu waved his hand and gave out instructions. Zhang Ruiqiang's face turns black. You make decisions? You think you have the authority to make any decisions? Never mind. I should get everybody here and discuss our next course of actions. Those officials had just returned to their offices, and before they could sit down, They were summoned back to the city government. When they entered the office, they saw Feng Yu wiping his oily mouth. He was called to the city government by Zhang Ruiqiang before he could have any breakfast. Zhang Ruiqiang asked for some meat buns to be delivered to Feng Yu. Zhang Ruiqiang was too stingy. Feng Yu had only asked for a few fried eggs, and Zhang Ruiqiang takes away the soy milk. Feng Yu could just drink congee. Zhang Ruiqiang said with a killing aura, "Feng Yu, now you are full. Tell us about your thoughts." What Zhang Ruiqiang meant was, if you are still not going to tell us what you are going to do, I will make you vomit out the food you had just eaten. Feng Yu rolled his eyes. Stingy. I had only eaten a few meat buns. You don't even let me order what I want to eat for lunch. I am a billionaire. You think I do not have the money to pay? The meat buns from the city government's canteen taste better than elsewhere. I had checked out the situation in Russia personally. From last year, their crops production had been on a decline. Their farming equipment production, fertilizer production, pesticide production had been declining too. They even do not have enough seeds left. More and more fields are being abandoned, as there is no one taking care of the fields. Russia, especially the Far Eastern regions, have a lot of uncultivated lands. Their main agriculture produce is beetroots, sunflower seeds, potatoes, linseeds, wheat, and oat. Among these produces, our farmers specialize in growing wheat, oat, potatoes, and beetroot. Actually, their fields are suitable to grow soybeans, corn, vegetables, etc. too. From what I know, very few Russian farmers are growing corn and soybeans in that region. Corn is a high-yielding crop. It can solve the food shortage issue in Russia. During the Soviet Union era, 10 years ago, the Soviet Union, including Russia, was one of the world's top producer of crops. But now, they need to depend on importation. One could see the decline of their agriculture industry from this. This situation will surely carry on for a period of time. Their agriculture-related industries' businesses are dull. This is another indication that their agriculture industry is on a decline. They are more anxious than us. So, we must have a "we are not in a hurry" attitude. Mayor Zhang should not attend the negotiation in the afternoon. I will attend the negotiations with Agriculture Chief Li. Oh, prepare dinner to host these guests too. Zhang Ruiqiang and the rest were listening tentatively to Feng Yu and felt that what he said made sense at the start. But what was he talking about at the end? The head of the negotiation team should not attend the talks in the afternoon. You will attend? What can you do there? You do not even have a position in the city government. Also, you want us to prepare dinner for those irritating Russians? Everybody thought that Zhang Ruiqiang would not agree to Feng Yu and even scold him. But Zhang Ruiqiang nodded. He agreed. They had heard that Zhang Ruiqiang was close to Feng Yu. But to let a young brat to negotiate with those Russia's officials? Many people in the office do not know about Feng Yu's actual net worth. They thought that the machinery company, Taihua Trading, etc. were all owned by Feng Xingtai. Feng Yu was only a cunning second generation. Maybe Feng Yu had some capabilities which Mayor Zhang admires. But Mayor Zhang should not let this kid do whatever he wants. When the rest of the negotiation team wanted to persuade Zhang Ruiqiang, he waved his hand. That's settled. Feng Yu, I do not care what you are going to do, but you must settle this problem. Feng Yu smiled and asked, then can I earn some spare change from this deal? Yes. The city don't make any profits from this deal, but you cannot earn more than the farmers. The rest were shocked. Mayor Zhang was allowing Feng Yu to profit from this deal? He was making a deal with this private company's boss in front of them? Fine. Then I will set up a new company later. The city should have a stake in this company. This way, the city will have some profits, and the city can use these profits as subsidies for those farmers. Oh, I had forgotten to tell all of you that our farmers can surely make money from farming overseas. Even if they are unable to go to Russia, it's fine. I have contacted Australia's Agriculture Department. Feng Yu had contacted Australia's Agriculture Department. Even Zhang Ruiqiang was shocked. That's great. Insurance. This way, it would be easier for them to negotiate with the Russians. Although Australia was a bit further from China, there was not much difference from Russia. The farmers were still working overseas. They will still be returning home once a year. The farmers would accept this too. This was their trump card in their negotiations. But as everybody was talking excitedly about this matter, one member of the negotiation team was calm. At noon, Feng Yu ate his lunch at the city government's cafeteria. Although he was having lunch with Zhang Ruiqiang and the rest of the officials, there were only 4 dishes and 1 soup. Only one dish was a meat dish. According to Zhang Ruiqiang, it was just because Feng Yu was having lunch with them. They have additional dishes. Usually, they only have 2 dishes and 1 soup. Feng Yu was speechless. You have only added 2 vegetable dishes for me? Wow, that's generous. I must take this opportunity to make more money for myself. The city cannot keep getting all the benefits. Those farmers will also not be grateful to me. After lunch, the Russian officials walked into the meeting room. Every one of them was walking with their heads held high. They had a confident look. Feng Yu was curious. No matter how useless Zhang Ruiqiang and his team were, there was no way for them to fail at this negotiation. The demands set by the Russian officials were too harsh. How did these Russian officials come up with these conditions? Why did those people that just came and kept looking at me? I am sitting in the translator's seat. They should not be paying attention to a young translator. They look like they were wary of me. Why are they so defensive against a translator? Unless these people knew that Feng Yu will be the one that will be leading the negotiations. But how would they know? Feng Yu was not arrogant enough to think that everyone knows who he was, even in Bing City, let alone overseas. Feng Yu had only mentioned this matter to Kirilenko, and there was no reason Kirilenko would let them know about him. Where did these people get the news? Feng Yu lowered his head and tried not to let people notice him. Maybe he was overthinking. Perhaps these Russians were only curious about an unfamiliar face. After all, Feng Yu was still too young. Mr. Ivanov, we had discussed your terms and thinks that the terms were too harsh. We cannot accept it. If your side is willing to lower your demands, then we can carry on with our discussions. The agriculture chief Li said. Feng Yu sat at the back and translated everything Chief Li said into Russian. The Russian negotiation team consists of representatives of 3 regions. Ivanov was the representative of the biggest area and was also the leader of the team. The other 2 representatives were his deputies. All the decisions were made by the 3 of them. The rest of the team were there to serve them. Then what does Bing City wants? Which terms do you want to talk about? Chief Li was surprised. Impossible. In the mornings, they refused to back down. They refused to negotiate. How come they had a change of attitude and were willing to negotiate now? What happened during the hours from the morning's talks? Did this Feng Yu translate what I said correctly? Tell them that we will not purchase their farming equipment, pesticides, fertilizers, etc. Our farmers are free to compare prices in the market and purchase the items from wherever they want. They can even send these products to Russia from Bing City. Chief Li set an unspecific condition to test the other party's attitude. This time, he asked the professor from Longjiang University to translate. The professor was surprised and looked at Chief Li. That young translator had been doing well. Fine. Since I had accepted this task, then I should translate. Feng Yu does not mind. He was lazy to translate too. Damn. This Chief Li had really treated him as a translator. Zhang Ruiqiang had said that he will be the one heading this negotiation. Which part of this Chief Li does not understand? You think you can handle the talks? Go ahead. If you are really that capable, why did the talks fail this morning? Since you think you are capable, carry on. I shall see how well you fare. The talks carried on, and Chief Li used all his tricks and skills. It was like he had returned to his youth. A debating champion. He had made the Russian team step back and had successfully let the Russians agree to allow the farmers to have the freedom of purchasing. Chief Li and the rest of his team were excited. Only Feng Yu was sighing in his heart. This bunch of useless idiots. This was making them give in. Other than Russia cannot set the prices. What else have they give up? Giving you the freedom to purchase? If you consider the cost, it would be cheaper for the farmers to buy in Russia. The transportation charges from Bing City to Russia were additional costs to the farmers. Furthermore, the seeds from Bing City might not be suitable to be planted in Russia. Don't forget that the Russian are setting the annual minimum production of the fields. Just look at beetroots. Their beetroots have red leaves, and yours have green leaves. These are different species. You had been talking for hours, and yet nothing was finalized. All of you still can feel proud? If Feng Yu were the other party, Bing City's farmers would be finished. For instance, the Russian officials can get their people to manipulate the market prices and price those items slightly higher in the regions where Bing City's farmers had leased lands. And then, the government can give subsidies to their local farmers in these regions. This way, their local farmers could still get cheaper pesticides, fertilizers, etc. But the cost of Bing City's farmers will be higher. What's the most essential problem in this negotiation? It is the rental fees and land area. You have been talking for almost half a day on these useless conditions. Why are you not talking about the important stuff first? The other party let you win on these unimportant terms now. Then when you are discussing the critical conditions and they demanded that you give in to them, will you give in? Sure enough, Chief Li realized that the Russian officials had given in on many areas. But when they start talking about the rental rates in areas, they were firm and refused to back down. The Russian officials now starts to say, we had given in to your demands just now. Shouldn't Bing City's government step back a little? Russia and China have good diplomatic relationships. You should not let us be at a disadvantage. This would affect our country's ties. Feng Yu was sneering in his heart. Chief Li thinks that he was capable. Earlier he was talking so confidently. Why was he faltering now? What's the use of getting Russia to agree to his earlier terms? How much can you say from that? The rental rates were the most crucial part of this negotiation, and it would affect the income of the farmers. Something was not right. Why was that translator holding his teacup up whenever Chief Li stops talking? Even though you are drinking your tea after Chief Li finishes speaking, but you should not be doing it every time. If one were to drink the tea like that translator, the teacup should be empty. Why was he still pretending to drink his tea? Something is wrong with this translator. Feng Yu thinks back to the time when the Russian officials walked into the room. A frightening thought comes to his mind. Feng Yu signaled Chief Li and whispered something to his ears. Chief Li looked at Feng Yu puzzledly. What was this kid thinking? He wanted to end the negotiations for today? Everything had been going on smoothly until now. If they stop the talks now, then tomorrow the Russians will be more arrogant. Chief Li, trust me. Tomorrow I will give you a satisfied answer. You should also believe in Mayor Zhang's judgment. Chief Li can brush off the first part of the sentence, but he cannot ignore the last part. Why did Mayor Zhang trust this Feng Yu so much and thinks that he can help them with the negotiations? Could it be that this Feng Yu knows something they were unaware of? If that's the case, then the talks should end for the day. After all, they had made some progress. He can also go back and report to Mayor Zhang. Mr. Ivanov, I think our negotiations should end for the day. I can tell that all of you are tired. Tonight, we have prepared some performances at the Cultural Palace for you and your team. You should grab an early dinner. Ivanov looked at his deputies and nodded. They should not press the Bing City government too hard. If the news were real, then they would have to give in to the Bing City government's demands. It's good that they end the talks for the day. This way, they will have the time to verify the news. After the negotiations ended, Feng Yu and Chief Li went back to Zhang Ruiqiang's office. Chief Li proudly reports to Zhang Ruiqiang about the progress he had made with the negotiations. These were all his credit. Zhang Ruiqiang finished listening to his report and saw Feng Yu frowning. Could it be that Feng Yu thought that it would be difficult to settle this negotiation? Feng Yu, why didn't you tell them that you had spoken to Australia's Agriculture Department? Feng Yu opened up his palms. Mayor Zhang, do you really think that I am that capable and had really contacted Australia? Zhang Ruiqiang's face changed. What? You have not contacted Australia? Then why did you tell us that? This is only a form of negotiation tactics. This is to provide wrong information to our rivals. At first, I thought that I need more time to be prepared. But now, there is no need. It seems that the Russian officials was aware of this. Impossible. I did not say anything about this during the talks. The rest also did not mention about this. How can they know? Chief Li retorted. This Feng Yu even dare to lie to them and Mayor Zhang. Chief Zhang now has a very bad impression of Feng Yu. Then Chief Li, can you explain the Russian officials' change of attitude in the afternoon? This afternoon, the talks went smoother than the morning, right? Why do you think they gave in to our requests? Feng Yu asked. Chief Li was at a loss of words. He thought back, and it seems that Feng Yu was right. But how did the Russians know about this without them saying anything? Unless there was a traitor in the negotiation team. Chief Li looked at Mayor Zhang, and their faces changed. You know who it is? Zhang Ruiqiang asked in a serious tone. Feng Yu nodded. The translator from the Foreign Affairs. How can you prove? Chief Li does not believe Feng Yu. He was the one who had hired that translator. That translator had studied in the Soviet Union before. If that translator was the traitor, that means he had picked the wrong person. He might even be suspected to be in cahoots with the traitor. He was innocent and had not done anything to betray the nation. He was still young and have a bright future. This matter would destroy his career. Feng Yu smiled and asked, Chief Li, can you remember that every time after you raise your demands, that translator will hold up his teacup and the Russians will reject? When that translator just shift his teacup, the Russians will give in to you. Chief Li recalled that the translator had been meddling with his teacup during the talks, but he was not sure if what Feng Yu had said was true. But this was very simple. They can just bring that translator in for questionings. Call him in. I will ask him personally. Feng Yu was shocked. Huh? You want to call him in and ask him straight? Who would be so stupid to admit it? Chief Li glanced at Feng Yu. You do not need to worry about anything. I will know if he is a traitor within 5 minutes of questioning. Feng Yu turned to Zhang Ruiqiang. Damn, you agree to this too? That translator arrived, and he saw the two leaders in the office. He warmly greeted them. He does not look like he was betraying them. Chief Li smiled and asked, Translator Xue, you have been working with the foreign affairs for some years? How's your health? What expectations of your future do you have? I am healthy. I will listen to the arrangements of the leaders and will perform my duties well. Translator Xue sat upright. Are the leaders going to promote me? Do you have any issues at home? Do you need my help? No. My family is doing fine. I will be getting married at the end of this year. The leader has assigned a 2-bedrooms apartment to me. Chief Li nodded. He continued to ask that translator like he was having a casual chat with him. Since your leaders and unit have treated you well, why did you betray us? Translator Xue was stunned. Ah. Mayor Zhang. Chief Li, I did not betray you. No? You did not keep meddling with your teacup during the negotiations? Were you very thirsty? I am giving you a chance by asking you here. I still have not notified the discipline inspection. If you own up, we can carry on talking. But if you are still insistent, then you should know about the consequences. Chief Li suddenly became very serious and tapped his finger on the coffee table. Translator Xue immediately stands at attention. Mayor Zhang, Chief Li, I admit. I am sorry for betraying you. Feng Yu's jaws dropped. Can this be real? Damn, people in this era were so timid. Didn't the people now know that one should never plead guilty, even when caught red-handed? Feng Yu had forgotten that the government officials had more political power than the future. One of the Russian officials in the negotiation team was a former classmate of Translator Xue. They met again when the Russian negotiation team arrived in Bing City. That Russian official knew that Translator Xue was about to get married. Although the government will provide housing for him, he was still short of money. He came from a poor family, and his family was in debt. His parents had borrowed money for his university education. His salary was not a lot, and most of it was used to repay his debts. Getting married was not cheap. He still needs to renovate his apartment, wedding banquet, and get household appliances. He does not have enough money. His former classmate told him that if he reveals some insider information from the Bing City's team, he will give the translator Xue a sum of money. He would be about to hold a grand wedding. At first, translator Xue did not agree. But yesterday night, he had an argument with his fiancée. His fiancée wanted to buy a television, refrigerator, and a washing machine. She also demanded a grand wedding. She would call off the wedding if translator Xue could not provide her with these demands. This was the reason why translator Xue decided to take the risk. He told those Russian officials that the Bing City really wanted this deal. The Russians heard this and knew that since Bing City really wanted this deal, and this would be a pilot site for the central government, then the Russians can impose harsher demands from Bing City. This way, the Russian officials can get greater credits when this deal goes through. Feng Yu was right. Translator Xue had been using his teacup to give the other party hints. He was also the one that told the other party about Feng Yu contacting the Australia government. Translator Xue was paid well for this news. Traitor, you will be punished severely. You will surrender yourself to the discipline inspection later. Maybe you can get a lighter sentence. Chief Li was furious. He hated traitors the most. His grandfather died because of traitors. Feng Yu suddenly interrupted. Sigh. Chief Li, we should give him a chance if he is willing to repent. Translator Xue immediately nodded. That's right. Mayor Zhang, Chief Xue, please give me a chance. I will not betray the nation again. I will not be a traitor again. Feng Yu shook his head. No. You must continue to be a traitor. Everyone looked at Feng Yu in surprise. Continue to be a traitor? What are you saying? Feng Yu turned towards Mayor Zhang and Chief Li to explain. He wanted Translator Xue to be a double-agent spy. Didn't this Translator Xue regretted his actions and wanted a chance to change? Why not make use of him in this negotiation? Zhang Ruiqiang and Chief Li looked at each other. That's right. Since the Russian officials had bribed Translator Xue, why should they still be gentlemen and play by the rules? This deal was for Bing City. At the most, they will get a bad reputation. But most importantly, it was the Bing City's farmers that would benefit. Zhang Ruiqiang and Chief Li decided to follow Feng Yu's plans. Feng Yu was happy. This was like war. How can one win a war without using some tactics? But why was Zhang Ruiqiang looking at him in disgust? Zhang Ruiqiang seemed like he had been cheated by Feng Yu. Did I trick him in the past? Maybe. But I had increased the city government's tax revenue and the civilians' income. Feng Yu spoke to Translator Shui for a while, and Translator Shui looked at Mayor Zhang. Mayor Zhang nodded. You can just do what he said. After this negotiation is over, you will surrender the money you had taken from them, and I will let the matter rest. Translator Shui was relieved. He only did not have enough money for his wedding. He and his fiancée were working. They could postpone their wedding. But if he had lost his job, then everything will be gone. His fiancée would even leave him. Furthermore, Feng Yu had told him that if the talks went on as planned, he would teach him a way to let his fiancée marry him. That night, Ivanov and his team were at the Cultural Palace, watching performances. Even though they do not understand Chinese, they still enjoyed themselves. They felt that the Bing City government was more inclined towards Russia. If not, why would Bing City government prepare such performances for them? They would return back to Russia after the negotiation was over. They would return with a considerable achievement. Australia and Bing City was too far apart. The climate was also different. They felt that Australia was not a threat to them. After the performance, Translator Shui and Bing City government officials sent Ivanov and his team back to their hotel. Translator Shui waited for the Chinese officials to leave, and he secretly returned back to Ivanov's room. In Ivanov's room, there was another Russian official. He was Translator Shui's classmate. Shui, do you have any good news for us? Ivanov smiled and asked. He was very confident that he would win in this negotiation. Translator Shui had a troubled look on his face. Ivanov signaled to his assistant, and his assistant said, Shui, don't worry. If your information is useful, we will pay you well. We had corporate twice, and you should see our sincerity. The money we gave you should be enough for your renovation and wedding. Translator gritted his teeth and said, This time I want 100,000 US dollars. What? 100,000 US dollars? This is daylight robbery. Ivanov stood up. 100,000 US dollars was more than Translator Shui's lifetime salary. Impossible. Translator Shui's classmate tried to talk to him. Shui, we are unable to give you so much money now. Why not you tell me about the information you got first? If your information were crucial, I would persuade him to give you 2,000 US dollars. Based on the current exchange rates, 2,000 US dollars was about 10,000 renminbi. This was about Translator Shui's 5-year salary. This was a great offer. Although the Russian officials were able to offer more than 2,000 US dollars, the average income of Chinese was meager. Their offer was based on China's average income at that time. Translator Shui shook his head. No. My information is definitely worth 100,000 US dollars. You will regret if you do not listen to me. Translator Shui was insistent, and Ivanov hesitated. If the negotiation failed, then they would not get any credits at all. They might even be punished by their political rivals. Furthermore, this sum of money was not from his own pocket. They can claim it as expenses from their government. If they could clinch this deal, their higher-ups will close one eye and let them off. After all, they were doing this for the good of their motherland. But this Translator Shui was too greedy. He wanted 100,000 US dollars. If he agreed to his demands now, then will he ask for 200,000 US dollars tomorrow for another information? 5,000 US dollars. This is the final offer. Ivanov tested him. Translator Shui stood up. Mr. Ivanov, I will leave then. I think you will regret another 2 days' time. Wait, 10,000 US dollars. Translator Shui did not stop and continue walking towards the door. Fine. I agree. Translator Shui returned to his seat. You had made a wise decision, but I will only give you 10,000 US dollars first. After hearing your information, I will decide if I shall pay you the rest. Ivanov added a condition. Full payment of 100,000 US dollars. I will tell you once I receive the money. You are not afraid that I will tell your leaders about you receiving money from us? Ivanov threatened him. Translator Shui replied. Then carry on. At most, I will lose my job. You, however, will disgrace Russia for bribing me. You will also be fired, and even the rest of your team members will be punished. I am only one person, and I will drag everyone in your team down with me. Ivanov looked at his assistant and said, "Go and get the rubles." I said that I want USD. Only USD. Once I receive the money, I will leave China. So, this was his last deal. No wonder he wanted such a big sum of money. But if this information was not worth this price, then Ivanov will not let translator Shui leave the room. 10 minutes later, Ivanov's assistant returned and placed a bag on the desk. There were 10 bundles of USD. Translator Shui's breathing became rapid when he saw the bag of money. Translator Shui reached out for the money, but Ivanov stopped him. "Tell me what information you have." "Fine. Are you not curious why Mayor Zhang did not appear for this afternoon's talks?" "I thought he had some urgent matters to attend to." "That's right. He was attending to some matters. But did you know where he went to?" "He went to Shenzhen to meet with the Australians' Agricultural Ministries team." "What? The Australians' agricultural team is here too?" Ivanov was shocked. That means China had a backup plan. So tonight's welcome celebrations were not to foster relationships with, but it was to stall time. But so what? We knew about this in the afternoon. This information is not worth 100,000 US dollars. Ivanov furiously said. "What if I told you that Bing City's actual target is Australia?" The talks with Australia had started since last year. They are only using you to pressurize them. The conditions offered by the Australians were much better than yours. If you are going to let this opportunity slip away, then just treat this trip as a short holiday for you and your team. Ivanov was shocked. "We are only the second choice?" "Repeat what you just said." "We are the second choice." "What, you don't believe me? Then tell me a reason why Bing City's mayor is not involved in such important talks. Why did Bing City send a deputy mayor to negotiate with you? And also, why did he leave in the midst of the negotiation?" Ivanov was at a loss of words. If he could not clinch this deal, he would not have the credit and would even be punished. Oh, since translator Shui was willing to tell him this, then that means he had a solution to solve this issue. "Shui, do you have any way to let us win? You surely have a plan in mind, right? What did Australia offer to Bing City? Tell me. We can also match them." Translator Shui replied with an arrogant smirk. "Of course. If not, I would also not ask you for so much money. Now, do you think my information is worth 100,000 USD? Yes. Tell us your plans." "The solution is that your side will lower your conditions, and I shall ask my brother to mess up Australia and Bing City's talks in Shenzhen." "Huh? Your brother can mess up the talks over there?" "Of course. My elder brother is also a translator, and he is in charge of the translation team for the talks between Australia and Bing City. He needs to verify all the translated documents in that meeting. If he changed some data in the documents, then you will have a high chance of winning. But your side must still accept Bing City's demands." Translator Shui had followed Feng Yu's instructions. At first, he was afraid. Even his voice was trembling and was worried that Ivanov would find out. But Ivanov and his follower did not notice this. They thought that translator Shui was too excited to see the money. They will also be excited if they see 100,000 US dollars in front of them. "How should we lower our conditions? Tomorrow you should look at me. We will follow our previous signals. If the conditions are those that Bing City would not give in, I will touch my cup with both hands. If the conditions are those that Bing City would give in, then I would hold the cup up to drink water. You will decide for yourself if you are willing to accept Bing City's conditions." Translator Shui points to the money. "It is getting late. I should be leaving. If I stay here for too long, people will notice me." Ivanov held on to the bag of money and took out about half and passed it to translator Shui. "What is the meaning of this? You want to go back on your words? Without me, you will not know Bing City's baseline." Translator Shui roared. "No, I am not going back on my words. But this matter is not over yet. You cannot take all the money. You will receive half first, and after everything the deal, you will receive the remaining." Merely to say, if there were no deal, then translator Shui will only receive 50,000 US dollars. Translator Shui stared at Ivanov for a while and backed down. "Fine, but I must receive the money before you sign the contract. If not, I will mess up the contract. Trust me, it is easy for me to mess up the contracts." Translator Shui left, and Ivanov called his deputies to his room for a discussion. The three of them will be sharing the credit, and the bribes offered was also divided among them. But their demands would still have to be discussed. Russia's expectation was simple. There must be people farming in the fields, and part of their harvest got to be handed over to them. The three of them did not know what Bing City's bottom line was, And what conditions did Australia accept it? The three of them decided to look at translator Shue's signals and decide on the spot. After leaving Ivanov's room, translator Shue did not return home. Instead, he went to the city government. He secretively carried a bag into Zhang Ruiqiang's office. Only a few people who were still working saw him. Mayor Zhang, I had followed Mr. Feng's instructions and told Ivanov everything. This 50,000 US dollars is from him. I had surrendered everything. After this talk is completed, he will give me another 50,000 US dollars. I swear I will not keep a single cent. Zhang Ruiqiang stared with opened eyes. 50,000 US dollars? What instruction did Feng Yu give to translator Shue? How come the Russians were willing to give him 50,000 US dollars bribes? Feng Yu nodded. This is normal. No problem. Tomorrow when they ask you, you just tell them that Bing city government decided to temporarily suspend the negotiations. You will bring those Russians to visit our Bing city's attractions. Translator Shue was surprised. We are not continuing with the talks tomorrow. That was our previous plan. Now it had been changed. We are now talking to the Australians. This side can wait. What's wrong with this? Feng Yu laughed. Zhang Ruiqiang also understood why Feng Yu made such a decision. This was to make the other party anxious. The more anxious the other party was, the probability of them making mistakes would be higher. This way, it would be easier for them to lower their demands. Just follow according to Feng Yu's instructions. Go back first. Be natural tomorrow. Feng Yu turned to Zhang Ruiqiang. Mayor Zhang, I thought you were going to the provincial government for some work. You should leave now. Zhang Ruiqiang nodded and patted Feng Yu on his shoulders. Do not let our city be taken advantage of. What? You saw with your own eyes that the Foreign Affairs Secretary entered Zhang Ruiqiang's office with a bag, and he left empty-handed? Feng Yu was also inside the office. Good. Deputy Mayor Su hung the phone and sneered. Zhang Ruiqiang, I thought you were a righteous person. So, you are a person who accepts bribes. HRMP, how can this type of person be promoted? He should not be the executive mayor. Maybe I can take over his position. Maybe I can work for a couple of years before my retirement. If I go to the provincial government, he might even be demoted. This was a piece of good news. If it were 1 or 2 months later, Deputy Mayor Su would not have this opportunity. Manager Yu of the International Hotel had received instructions from the city government to give the best treatment to the Russian officials. Those Russian officials cannot be leaving the hotel by themselves. There must be someone from Bing City's government accompanying them. This was to prevent any accidents from happening. There was also another instruction. No strangers should be disturbing the Russian officials. The phone lines in the Russian officials' room should be cut. This was to prevent them from receiving nuisance calls, which would disturb their rest. Manager Yu was thinking in his heart that no one dares make nuisance calls to international hotels' rooms. But since he had received this instruction from the city government, then he got to follow. He cut the room's telephone lines and told the Russian officials that they were doing inspections on the telephone lines in the area. It would take 1 or 2 days. If the officials needs to make calls, they can use the phones in the lobby. Feng Yu saw his plan was proceeding smoothly. Although there were many loopholes, and maybe something might not be going as planned, but he knew that Russia was more anxious than Bing City. There was no way his simple plan would fail. What? The negotiations will be suspended for today? Bing City had sent people to bring us around the city. Ivanov was puzzled. Why were the talks put on hold? Who the hell wants to tour your city? Bing City was just a city covered in snow and ice. There was not much difference with Russia. Russia had better sceneries. Could it be that Bing City government was trying to stall time and negotiate with Australia first? If Australia had gotten a deal with Bing City first, then Russia would be out of this game. No. We must talk to Bing City immediately. Since Bing City government was trying to make excuses, then I should take the initiative. Oh, Mr. Ivanov, you want to continue with the negotiations? There is still time. The land can only be plowed in April and planting can only start in May. There is no difference if we can reach a deal now or tomorrow. Furthermore, our negotiation team leader is not in Bing City. There is no decision maker. Chief Li spoke slowly, taking his time. Other than Mayor Zhang, there are no other leaders around? This deal will affect the relationship between both our nations. We view this deal highly, and China should also show some sincerity. Ivanov insisted. But we had planned the itinerary for your tour and had paid the money. If you and your team is not going, I cannot answer to my higher-ups. How about we continue with the negotiations tomorrow? Today we will continue as planned. I will bring you around Bing City. Chief Li pretended to give in unwillingly. Ivanov also dared not to press him too hard. Fine. Tomorrow then. Australia that side should not be able to reach a deal in one day. Translator Shui will definitely help him for that $50,000. The next day, Ivanov and his team went to the city government and was notified that Chief Li had fallen ill. He had caught a cold yesterday when he brought Ivanov and his men around Bing City. He could not continue with the talks today. Even there were other members of Bing City's negotiation team around. They could not make the decisions. Ivanov needs to wait until Chief Li to recover. Ivanov was sure that Bing City government was stalling time. He tried asking about Mayor Zhang, but was told that he had gone to another province for work. Who the hell believes such lies? He must be in Shenzhen negotiating with the Australians. All the deputy mayors are busy? Ivanov does not believe that all the leaders are busy. They knew the way China's cities operate. A city has at least 7 to 8 deputies around. How is it possible that all of them are busy at the same time? No. Bing City government must continue with the negotiations as soon as possible. If not, he would go and find Longjiang province's leaders. This matter concerned 2 countries. The leaders there will surely take priority in this. Although Russia was no longer part of the strong Soviet Union, Russia was still considered one of the superpowers in the world. They had one of the strongest military strengths. China cannot just ignore them. Bing City mayor received the complaints from the Russian negotiation team. The Russian team had complained that Bing City's negotiation team was not sincere in this deal. This would affect the relationship between both countries. Zhang Ruiqiang had already informed the mayor about his plan and what was going on. Although the mayor felt that Zhang Ruiqiang's plan was too cunning, this would benefit Bing City. As long as the Russians do not know about this, everything will be fine. Once the contract was signed, it would be too late for them to regret. The mayor agreed to continue the negotiations with Russia's representatives personally, and Ivanov was relieved. The Australian side was only talking to the deputy mayors, and Ivanov and his team were talking to the mayor. Even if the Australians had better offers, the mayor would still have the power to override. But after the negotiations started, Ivanov discovered that the mayor was harder to handle compared to Zhang Ruiqiang. The mayor made a lot of demands and were harsher than what had been previously discussed. This proved that the Bing City government was not sincere in talking to them. Because of this, Ivanov asked translator Shui to ask his brother to create problems for the Australian team. After all, translator Shui had taken his money. The next day, the city government contacted Ivanov and said that they wanted to continue with the negotiations. But Ivanov was disappointed. Although the conditions were not as harsh as the previous day, Russia would be making losses if they agreed. If Ivanov had signed this contract, he would not get any credit when he returned to Russia. He might even lose his job. Later the day, Bing City relented and lowered their conditions further. This proved that translator Shui's brother had started creating problems for the negotiation team in Shenzhen. Ivanov thought that this was his chance. It all boils down to how they were able to make use of this opportunity to clinch the deal. Although Bing City had a high population, there were not a lot of farmers that were willing to work overseas. Bing City government cannot sign a contract with both Russia and Australia. Other cities in China can cooperate with Australia. Bing City was located just next to Russia and was the ideal partner for Russia. In the afternoon, the negotiations proceeded on smoothly. They had come eye to eye on the minor details, but the main issues were still not finalized. Both parties refused to back down. The land area, leasing cost, duration of the lease, and mode of payment were the main issues where both parties could not find the middle ground. Bing City wanted the land area to be decided by the farmers, and the farmers will be allowed to cultivate the wastelands. Bing City also demanded low rental, and the lease duration should at least be 10 years. This duration can be extended, but the minimum will be 10 years. Bing City also demanded to pay Russia at the end of every year from the farmer's harvest. The farmers do not need to pay anything before their harvest. The farmers will be paying the rentals themselves, and Bing City would not be responsible if the farmers failed to make any payments. If there were any natural disasters, then the rents would be halved. Russia's side had different ideas. They wanted Bing City to take up at least 10,000 hectares, and those land cultivated from the wilderness would be charged the same as the fields. After the lease duration, the farmers got to return that land to its previous state. The farmers got to plant back the grasses and trees. The rentals must be based on the past few years' valuations averages. The Russians used the years where the land cost the most in the Soviet Union. The duration was 5 years. That was the maximum they could accept, and after 5 years, they would negotiate again. The rentals must be handed over before the farming starts. The following year, the farmers will be allowed to use part of their harvest to pay the rent. There was a vast difference between both sides' conditions. The negotiations came to a deadlock again. At this time, translator Xue came to Ivanov again and wanted $20,000 from him. He would help Ivanov to find out what conditions Australia's team wanted. Translator Xue had taken $10,000 from him on the first day. He took another $20,000 in the next few rounds of negotiations. This time, he wanted money again. Since Ivanov had already given translator Xue $80,000, yet the negotiations were still in a stalemate. If he refuses to provide translator Xue this $20,000 now, all his efforts and money spent would be wasted. If he clinched the deal in his favor, then this $100,000 would be well paid. Fine. If you can help us find out what the Australians were offering, then I will give you this $20,000. You are going to the city government again? Li Na pouted. Feng Yu had asked Li Na to come to Bing City, but Feng Yu had been very busy these few days. He had no time to accompany Li Na. The only thing that made Li Na slightly happier was that when Dong Jun was staying at a hotel, there was no one to disturb them. Feng Yu hugged Li Na. Why not you follow me to the city government? I should be finishing up my work within the next 2 days. I think not. I got nothing to do there. You should come back earlier today. I will prepare dinner. Li Na was behaving like his wife, and she helped tidied Feng Yu's shirt. Feng Yu kissed her forehead, gave a playful smack on her butt, and left with an evil laugh. Things had been going along Feng Yu's plan. Ivanov had already walked into his trap. There was no way for Ivanov to escape. Feng Yu understands more about the situation in Russia than Ivanov knew about China. Even the mayor and deputy mayor played a part in this trap. It would be hard for Ivanov to not bite the bait. The Australian team's offer was 7 years' duration. They can let Bing City lease more than 50,000 hectares of good fields. The exact figures will be up to Bing City to decide. They are still offering low-interest loans. The farmers are also allowed to cultivate the lands there without supervisions. The farmers only need to pay 50% of the rental up front and the rest at the end of the year. Ivanov heard the Australians' offer from translator Xue and frowned. The conditions offered by Australia was too good. If he were Bing City's officials, he would also choose Australia. He could also provide such conditions except for the rental. Russia needs this sum of money badly. It was to solve the financial woes of their government. Ivanov called his 2 deputies into his room for a discussion. They decided on better conditions for Bing City. If they matched Australia's offer, Bing City would surely pick them as they were closer to Bing City and their country had a better relationship with China. Currently, many Chinese dislike Australia due to the Olympics bid. Mr. Mayor, I had called back and spoke to my higher-ups. We felt that we can offer a longer lease duration. How about 7 years? This is the longest duration we can offer. The mayor lowered his head and saw Feng Yu signaled 8 with his fingers. 8 years. If the duration is 8 years, I think we can still accept it. Ivanov looked at translator Xue. Translator Xue was touching his teacup with both hands. Ivanov then turned to his deputies. After that, he nodded. Fine. We can both agree on 8 years. But since we had given in on this condition, shouldn't Bing City give some concession on the other conditions? The rental must be paid up front for the first year and at the end of every subsequent year. The farmers can use their harvest to pay off their rentals. The rental rates will be based on the average 3 years land valuation. The rental rates should also be like properties. It should be increased by 10% every year. The mayor frowned. It is impossible for us to agree on a 10% increase every year. We will only accept 3% increase in the rates based on the first year rental. Can we pay 50% of the rentals up front in the first year and the remaining after the harvest in autumn? It would be difficult for our farmers to cough up so much at once. If our farmers have so much money, they would not be willing to work overseas. We can agree on the 3% increase, but we must collect the rental up front for the first year. If your farmers do not have enough money, Bing City government can help them. If you do not accept on this condition, then there is no reason for us to carry on with this negotiation. Ivanov secretly glanced at translator Xue and saw him drinking his tea. Ivanov was relieved. That means Bing City can give in on his condition. We do not have so much money. That's your problem. There is no such thing as using our land without paying. Unless you agree to a 30% increase in the rental. The mayor looked at Feng Yu. It seems that he would have to take up Feng Yu's proposal. We can use another method. We will register an agriculture company and use this company to lease the lands from Russia. The land will be sublet to the farmers. This way, it will relieve the financial pressure on us. Fine. But this company cannot be a fully privatized company. Of course, we do not have enough funds, and we will need investors. But Bing City government will surely be one of the shareholders. If that's the case, then there is no problem. Ivanov was excited. If Bing City were to really set up a company, then there should be no problems getting the first rental. Furthermore, he does not need to collect the rents separately from the farmers. We had already given in a lot on this condition. I wish that you will give in on the condition of land cultivations. The land we cultivated from the wild should not be registered as our fields. We should not be paying any taxes. I believe that Russia is the same as us. Those uncultivated land will affect the harvest due to the weeds. If our farmers still need to pay taxes, then they would be losing money. No. Mr. Mayor, those uncultivated lands are also Russia's land. How can the farmers not pay taxes if they are planting crops on our soil? Of course, we will give some concessions on this. How about 50% of the taxes? The first year there should be no taxes, and the second year, 25% taxes. After that, 50% taxes. There will not be any harvest in the first year on uncultivated land. The farmers would not be able to cover their cost from the cultivation. Ivanov spoke to his deputies and saw that they had no objections. At the same time, they were looking at Translator Shui. Translator Shui was fiddling with his teacup. Fine. We will also agree on this. For the last condition, your side must at least lease 100,000 hectares of fields. I can promise you that we will take up 50,000 hectares. If we have the capabilities, we will take up more land. One farmer can only look after 100 hectares at most. They would not be able to handle anything more than that. It is also not easy to get 500 farmers. We will also recruit farmers from the surrounding regions. We have no reason why we do not want to lease more land from you. Maybe at that time, 100,000 hectares might not even be enough. Ivanov and his team felt that the mayor made sense too. Then everything should be settled. They should seal this deal as soon as possible. They must sign this contract before the Australians. But at this time, the mayor had a new condition: loans. I hope that our farmers are able to get interested in free loans from Russia. It would be too difficult for a farmer to raise enough capital to lease 50 to 100 hectares. Even if Bing City government were to assist these farmers, we should not be helping with all the cost. They still need to buy agriculture machinery, seeds, fertilizers, pesticides, etc. They also need living expenses. All these need monies. It is not possible for us to offer zero-interest loans. But we can help you all to get low-interest loans. The interest will be the same as the Russian farmers. It must be the same interest rates after your government's subsidies. The mayor emphasized. There should be no problems with this too. So does this mean that we have reached a deal? Basically, it can be considered so. We will finalize the details in the afternoon, and then we can sign the contract. We look forward to working with you. The mayor laughed and stretched out his hand. Looking forward to our cooperation too. Ivanov shook the mayor's hand. To expedite the signing of the contract, Ivanov gave translator Shui an additional $20,000. Half of the $20,000 was for his brother to stall the Australia side. That afternoon, both parties finalized on the minor details. The negotiation was also as smooth as the morning. It was so smooth that it felt unreal. During the talks in the past, the Russian party was arrogant and refused to back down. But today, the Russians gave in and lowered their conditions by more than 50%. No one knows what had happened. Many people thought that it was because the mayor had attended the talks with the Russians personally. During the signing of the contract, Zhang Ruiqiang appeared. He represented Bing City and signed the agreement with Ivanov. But Zhang Ruiqiang does not seem to be pleased. Ivanov was laughing inside his heart. Australia had almost snatched away this deal from him. Luckily, he had a spy. He had spent over $100,000 and finally got this deal, which was worth more than $1 million per year. Russia's land will also be fully utilized. The most important thing was the related industries, like pesticides, fertilizers, etc., will give them additional income. Russia would make over 10 million US dollars of profits. Although 10 million US dollars was not considered a lot to Russia, there will not be any abandoned fields in the 3 regions near Bing City. This was a huge political achievement for Ivanov. These regions had also finalized some other cooperation with Bing City. This cooperation was not worth a lot, but it would improve the relationship between China and Russia. After Ivanov and his team left, the city government had a small celebration. Those that took part in this negotiation were praised and rewarded. But Feng Yu did not attend. He was not interested in the rewards. He took part in this negotiation was because he does not want to see his future profits be jeopardized by the Russian team. Furthermore, the celebrations were for all the government officials. He was not interested in celebrating with them. Those song and dance performances were too boring for him. After all, a pretty girl was waiting for him at home. After dinner, when Feng Yu was hugging Li Na and was about to do something naughty, he heard the sound of someone unlocking the door. Both Feng Yu and Li Na quickly sat upright on the sofa. Feng Danying was shocked when she saw Li Na in the apartment. She looked at the both of them suspiciously before turning and left. She mumbled loudly, "No wonder you do not come over to my place for dinner and gone missing for so many days despite coming to Bing City for so many days. So, someone has been cooking for you." Li Na blushed and punched Feng Yu. "Didn't you say that sister does not have the keys? We are studying in Beijing, and my parents do not stay here. Someone must take care of this apartment. I also did not expect her to come over at this time. But you see, my sister also likes you. Come, don't think so much. I will carry you to the room." "Mayor, I intend to go to Beijing and report to the higher-ups. This agreement is signed with this agriculture company, and that means that not only Bing City, but even the farmers from Longjiang province can also apply." "Okay, I had reported to the provincial mayor. He will send someone with you to Beijing. This deal does not only affect our Bing City. This concerned the whole Longjiang province." Bing City mayor was also the provincial mayor assistant. This agreement was also a political achievement for him. He had a high chance to be promoted. Knock, knock, knock. "Mayor, the party secretary wants to see you and Deputy Mayor Zhang in his office immediately," the mayor's secretary said. The mayor and Zhang Ruiqiang looked at each other. They were unsure why the party secretary wanted to see them. They had reported to the party secretary in the morning. Why did he want to see them again? The both of them arrived at the party secretary's office and saw 2 other people in the office. One was Deputy Mayor Su, and the other was the Secretary of the Commission for Discipline Inspection. What were they doing here? "Come, have a seat. Old Su, you can speak now." The party secretary was also puzzled. Old Su had come into his office and said that he had something important to say. He requested for these few people to be present before he announces. The party secretary does not know what Old Su wanted to say. But Deputy Mayor Su had been with the Bing City government for a long time, and the party secretary will still listen to him. Deputy Mayor Su looked at Zhang Ruiqiang and sneered coldly. "You are the one that is not clean. Don't blame me." "Deputy Mayor Zhang, I want to ask you why were your talks with the Russians so difficult at first, but after the mayor took over the talks, both parties can reach a deal so fast?" Zhang Ruiqiang looked at the mayor and turned to Deputy Mayor Su. "Maybe it was because the mayor is more capable than me." "Oh, even if this is true, but as an executive deputy mayor, your capabilities should not be too far away from the mayor. Is there something going on behind everyone's back?" Deputy Mayor Su said. He cannot say Zhang Ruiqiang was as capable as the mayor. This would anger the mayor. Zhang Ruiqiang frowned. "Deputy Mayor Su, what you were trying to say? You don't understand? Fine, since you refuse to admit, then I will say it out and let everyone here know. I ask you, did the translator Xue from the Foreign Affairs Department came to your office a few days ago with a big bag?" "That's right. Did he leave his bag with you when he leaves your office? Is the bag containing money?" Deputy Mayor Su smiled coldly. "Yes, that bag contains cash." "What's wrong?" Zhang Ruiqiang replied. Deputy Mayor Xue had an excited expression on his face and said in a severe tone, "What's wrong? You are accepting bribes. Our country's law clearly states that this is illegal. You are breaking the law. You are not fit to be Bing City's executive deputy mayor." Deputy Mayor Su was waiting for the party's secretary and the mayor to bang the table in anger and the discipline inspection secretary to suspend Zhang Ruiqiang's duties. But after waiting for almost 30 seconds, the office was still quiet. "What's happening?" Why was the party's secretary and the mayor not angry? This was corruption, and Zhang Ruiqiang had admitted. If all of you does not want to punish your colleague, you all can report to the higher-ups. Based on experience and me reporting Zhang Ruiqiang's corruption, I should be promoted. Wait, why are these people looking at me like I am an idiot? Old Sue, we are aware of this, and the money is already deposited into the city's account. That money was the payment from the Russians for their lodging in Bing City. Zhang Ruiqiang would never pocket that money. He deposited that money into the city's account as payments. The party's secretary and the mayor were aware of it. Impossible. How can this be payment for their lodging? After saying this, Deputy Mayor Su regretted. He was talking back to the city's number one. But since he had brought this up, if he cannot bring Zhang Ruiqiang down, he would be finished. Also, there is another issue. Why was Feng Yu allowed to invest in that agriculture company which had signed the agreement with the Russians? Zhang Ruiqiang and Feng Yu are close to each other. Don't tell me that both of them did not have any secret transactions. Ha ha ha. I shall see how you, Zhang Ruiqiang, explain. The mayor shook his head. Old Sue, how can you, as an experienced official, believe in hearsay and accused others before finding out the truth? We had already reported about this agriculture company to the higher-ups and was approved. Everyone in the provincial committee agreed. The city could not take out so much money to set up this company, and we needed Manager Feng's help. Also, this farming in Russia idea was also set up by Manager Feng. He was the one who contacted the Russia government first. Based on what your claims, that means all of us are suspected to have secret dealings with Manager Feng. Deputy Mayor Su was at a loss of words. Why were the party's secretary and the mayor siding with Feng Yu? What was so good about Feng Yu? The party's secretary looked at Deputy Mayor Su. You are just thinking of backstabbing your colleagues and promotions when you should be focusing on your work. I think you are not suitable to be in your current position. Old Su, I am disappointed with you. Deputy Mayor Su heard this, and his legs grew weak. This was the top leader of the city government. His career with the government had come to an end. The next day, Lina went back to the district alone. She refused to let Feng Yu send her back. Feng Yu was grumpy. His sister had disrupted his sex life. Oh, you are here at my place for meals? I thought someone is cooking for you. Feng Dannying glanced at Feng Yu before going to the kitchen to get his set-up utensils. Sis, can you keep this from Mom and Dad? You rascal. How old are you and you dare to bring a girl home? What if she got pregnant? Are you able to continue with your studies? Then I will not attend school. I meant I will disrupt for a year and continue my studies after that. Feng Yu saw his sister's face changed and quickly corrected his statement. You better be careful and treat her well. If I know that you betray her, I will ask Dad to break your legs. Feng Yu shuddered. No one must know about what had happened in Moscow. Sis, where's brother-in-law? Why is he not back for lunch? Feng Yu was puzzled. His brother-in-law had already delegated all his work to his subordinates, and why was he still so busy? Your brother-in-law had invited the leaders for lunch. He needs to talk to them about the approval for setting up the hospital. The higher-ups still have not approved the hospital? Feng Yu was surprised. His brother-in-law had told him that he had raised enough money to set up the hospital last year, before the National Day. It had been 3 months. How come it was still not approved? Feng Dannying frowned. It is too hard to set up a hospital. We need to get approvals from many departments. We still need to visit them one after another in the correct sequence. Your brother-in-law had been busy getting the approvals the past few months. He even gave up the opportunity to expand his logistics business. Feng Yu frowned. Why didn't the both of you tell me about this? I can help. Later I will ask brother-in-law which department he is stuck at now. Feng Yu had done the city government a great help. If he speaks to Zhang Ruiqiang, there should be no problems getting the approvals for the hospital. After lunch, Feng Yu carried his little nephew and played with him, while his sister washes the dishes in the kitchen. Call uncle, and I will buy you sweets and chocolates. Feng Yu's little nephew was now over 1 year old. His nephew looked at Feng Yu with his big eyes and giggled. Every once in a while, his nephew would drool, and Feng Yu's face was covered with his nephew's saliva. Feng Yu held his nephew over the top of his head and let his nephew sit on his shoulders. He carried him around the house. Little nephew, why are you peeing on your uncle's neck? Feng Yu saw his nephew giggling earlier, and he felt happy. But now, he thought that his nephew was laughing at him. Feng Yu returned his nephew to his sister and returned home to clean up. When he stepped out of the shower, he heard someone knocking on the door. Feng Yu looked through the door viewer and saw his brother-in-law. Brother-in-law, you are back. Huh, how much have you drunk? What a while. Sis had prepared some soup for you to freshen up. I will bring it over to you. Just stay here. Feng Yu helped his brother-in-law over to the sofa and then went over to his sister's unit for a bowl of soup. Sigh. What everything is so difficult. Brother-in-law, is it about the approval for the hospital? You should have told me about this. I am quite close with Mayor Zhang, and he can help you. He was formerly in charge of education and health. Li Shiqiang was depressed. He seemed he had been forced to drink. Damn, some people dare to mess with my brother-in-law in Bing City. I will find out who this person is and will teach him a lesson. Li Shiqiang waved his hand. No, there is a problem with the policies. If we want to set up a hospital, we must hire doctors. The dean must also have the qualifications and experience. Not only that, we still need approval from different departments and cannot miss even one department. I had approached some doctors. I had offered them higher salaries than other hospitals, but they just refused to come over to help me. They are all working in the government hospitals. Ours is a private hospital. These doctors do not have an iron rice bowl if they join us. To date, I had only recruited 2 junior doctors. I had wanted to ask the health department to close one eye and grant the approval. However, they refused. Li Shiqiang poured all his grievances to Feng Yu, and Feng Yu understood that it was not people making things difficult for Li Shiqiang. There was indeed a problem with the procedures. Feng Yu could understand the need for such strict procedures. The government cannot allow anyone to set up hospitals as they like. After all, people's lives were at stake. Failing to recruit doctors was indeed an issue. In this era, people preferred to get an iron rice bowl job with welfare benefits. At a hospital, the doctors' salaries were all from the government. The hospital will never close down, and hospitals had the best benefits among all the government units. If the doctors joined a private company, they might get higher salaries. But they will forego their benefits like single apartments, assigned houses when they get married, pensions, etc. Those 2 junior doctors who had agreed to join Li Shiqiang's hospital had their own houses and need money. They wanted to earn more within the next 2 years. Their families also had connections. Even if things do not work out here, their families could also make use of their relationships to get other jobs for them. TSK. Feng Yu gritted his teeth. He also felt that this was not easy to solve. The retirement pension was easy to settle. With wind and rain logistics around, his brother-in-law can just promise the doctors about their pensions. Those doctors should believe his brother-in-law, and this can be included in the employment contract. But it was not easy to assign house for the doctors. Those government units do not need to pay when they utilized land from the government. If Feng Yu were to purchase land and build housing on the land, it would be too expensive. If there were no houses or singles apartment to be assigned to the doctors, he should not be able to attract other doctors to join his hospital even with high salaries. Without qualified doctors, there was no way Li Shiqiang could set up a hospital. It was not like the future era where qualified doctors only need to have the practicing license and had 5 years' experience working in a Tier 2 hospital. Just this doctor recruitment issue was a headache for Feng Yu. He could only offer high salaries to the doctors in the government hospitals. But those senior qualified doctors were all leaders in the hospitals. Will they join a private hospital? Even if they were offered a higher position, they would feel like they were at the losing end. Those leaders in the government hospitals can also be assigned with houses and cars from the government. But no matter what, Feng Yu still wanted to try and recruit them. Brother-in-law, calm down first. Let's discuss this. How much are you going to invest in this hospital, and how much do you intend to make in a year? Li Shiqiang waved his hand. I am investing 10 million renminbi. This should be enough. I had never thought of making any money from this hospital. I only wish for this hospital to not make any losses. Feng Yu rubbed his chin. If his brother-in-law only has this requirement, then it should be easy. Wait, I seem to forget something. There is a shortcut to get the approval for this hospital. Li Shiqiang was falling asleep, and Feng Yu helped him to the guest room's bed before making a few phone calls. After hanging up the phone, Feng Yu smiled. The problem had been solved. In the evenings, Li Shiqiang woke up. He shook his head thinking where he was. When he stepped out of the room and saw Feng Yu, he knew that he was in Feng Yu's apartment. How come I am sleeping here? I thought I had returned home. Feng Yu, he must be drunk and had knocked on the wrong door. Luckily, he did not go to the other neighbor's house. Brother-in-law, do you still remember what you told me in the afternoon? This afternoon? Is it about the setting up of the hospital? Yes. You said that you are investing 10 million renminbi in setting up this hospital. Also, you do not mind not making profits as long as you do not make any losses. Is this really what you think, or are you drunk? Feng Yu seriously asked. Actually, Feng Yu thought that 3 to 5 million would be enough to set up a hospital. 10 million renminbi in that era was more than enough to set up a luxurious hospital. It was also enough to purchase that medical equipment which the government hospital does not have. What nonsense are you talking about? I really meant what I said. Last year, the rest and I had made lots of money. I had made dozens of millions. What's wrong with spending 10 million renminbi to set up a hospital for your sister? If your sister is happy, I am happy. It does not matter if I can make money from the hospital. But it is too difficult to get the approval to set up a hospital. I can rest assured if you think this way. But who said that running a hospital will lose money? Oh, the hospital can still make money. Li Shiqiang asked. Do you think it is still the olden days where all clinics were set up for charity purposes? If the doctors were capable and the hospital was able to sell some medications, the hospital will not make losses. Medication was a profitable industry. Other than the medicine, the hospital can position itself as a high-class private hospital with some advanced medical diagnostic equipment and set up a few high-class private wards especially for top officials. Just the business from the officials would be more than enough to keep the hospital from making losses. Those officials were never stingy with their money. After all, they can claim their expenses from the government. These people were willing to splurge on their hospitalization bills. In Feng Yu's previous life, there was a village head that traveled a long distance to Beijing to see doctors. He had spent over 100,000 renminbi for his high blood pressure, although this was found out after he retires and he was charged in courts. However, before this incident, no one had brought this up. Rather than letting others earn this sum of money, might as well we earn it for ourselves. This was the norm in this era, and Feng Yu had no ways to change it. There were many enterprises in Bing City, and the area was big. There was also the nearby provincial city. If this hospital became famous, then there will be a lot of government officials coming for treatments. Of course, this hospital must have advanced diagnostic equipment, which another hospital in Bing City lacks. Also, the wards must be comfortable with carrying nurses and doctors. That's right. To those people, doctors were the least important. Sigh, it is too difficult to set up this hospital. It was too hard to find someone qualified to register this hospital. This person must be highly ranked and had never misdiagnosed before. Those senior doctors that were willing to join our hospital had bad records. They can't register this hospital. Feng Yu proudly said. Brother-in-law, did you forget that our family owns a hospital? Huh? Since when did our family own a hospital? Our dad bought the hospital in the district. Li Shiqiang's eyes nearly popped out. Since when did father-in-law buy a hospital? Why was I not aware of this? What hospital in the district? Did you forget about the machinery company? Machinery company? Are you talking about the employees' hospital? Li Shiqiang suddenly remembered about this. That's right. Why didn't I think of this earlier? The machinery company was formerly a state-owned enterprise. In this era, those state-owned enterprises with factories were like a small community. These factories have their own security departments, housing, and hospital. The machinery company had been converted into a shareholding company, but the employees' hospital was still around. There were still a few senior doctors in that hospital. In the past, these doctors will not listen to Feng Yu. But now, they were no longer employed by the Ministry of Health. They were assigned to the machinery company's hospital. Although these doctors were still holding on to their rank in the government, and Feng Yu cannot just ask them to go, but he can ask the health ministry to redeploy these doctors to other hospitals. These doctors were not willing to leave the employees' hospital. The benefits they received in the machinery company hospital were the highest in Bing City. Not only their salaries were high, but there were also still bonuses. During festivals, there were also gifts. Many doctors had wanted to join the machinery company's hospital, but could not. The machinery company does not need them. The machinery company will hire newly graduated doctors from the universities, and the senior doctors in the hospital will guide them along. Priority will also be given to the offsprings of the factory's workers. There were no openings for the doctors outside. Even the health ministry chief's brother-in-law was rejected. Li Mingde now had a lot of authorities, and also if the health ministry were to create problems for the machinery company's hospital, they would not be able to leave the factory's compound in one piece. What? You are not happy? We are Bing City's top company and the company that was paying the most taxes. We are also a joint venture company with a Hong Kong businessman. You want to mess with a Hong Kong businessman? Brother-in-law, I will speak to Li Mingda later. The employees' hospital's equipment needs to be upgraded. You buy some advanced medical equipment which China does not have and use it to invest in this hospital. This hospital will be privatized. Li Shiqiang's jaws dropped. Hospital can also be a shareholding? Feng Yu confidently replied, of course. This hospital cannot be considered a government hospital. It belongs to the machinery company. Since this hospital belongs to a shareholding company, then it can also be converted a shareholding hospital. But after the conversion, not only our employees and their families can visit this hospital for treatments, it must also be open to the public. Of course, our company's employees will get subsidies like waiver of consultation fees or discounts on medications. Who will have the final say in this hospital? You. The machinery company's hospital is only worth about 800,000 to 1 million renminbi. You are buying 10 million renminbi worth of medical equipment and had hired a few professors for the hospital. Of course, you will be the managing director. Wait, I can spend the money on the equipment, but I can't recruit those professors. I can't even hire those senior doctors. Who asked you to poach doctors from other hospitals? Just go to the universities. There are many professors in the universities. Those universities also have their own hospitals. You have the world's most advanced medical equipment. You think they will not join you? Li Shiqiang brightens up. It seems that this problem was solved, and he can finally set up a hospital for his wife. During dinner, Li Shiqiang excitedly told his wife about what he was about to do. He does not need to worry about the issue of setting up the hospital. He only needs to purchase the most advanced medical equipment, which was not available in China. He also needs to hire some specialists and professors for the hospital. Feng Yu told Li Shiqiang that Fu Guangjing could help to purchase the medical equipment. The Fu family does not only have sales distribution channels. They also have avenues to get all sort of goods. Although the Fu family does not do medical equipment business, they could still contact the medical equipment companies in the US and Europe. It was a pity that the Soviet Union does not have any medical equipment companies, and Feng Yu could not take advantage of it. Now, the former Soviet Union countries, like Russia, were investing in their basic infrastructures like education, culture, and health. These countries no longer have cheap second-hand equipment for sales. Feng Yu discussed with Li Shiqiang and decided that they would buy the most advanced brain-related medical equipment. No matter who was it, as long as the illness concerns brains, they would be willing to spend a lot of money. This was especially so for those government officials and the wealthy people. Next, they will be getting the ultrasound machines. The hospital will be busy just by telling the parents about the sex of the unborn babies. Of course, in another 2 years, this would be banned. But every policy will have loopholes. At that time, when doing the checks for pregnant women, the doctor can tell the women, look, this is your baby's head, this is the hand, and this is the anus. The mother would know that the baby in her womb is a boy. If the doctor did not mention about the anus, that means the baby is a girl. In conclusion, they just need to buy costly and rare equipment for the hospital. They would not need other ordinary equipment, as other government hospitals were also equipped with that equipment. They cannot use this equipment as a selling point for their hospital. Also, there was the issue of selling medication. This was not those common medications. Bing City also have a huge pharmaceutical factory. The profits for the common medications were too low. Feng Yu wanted to sell those health supplements, medications, or health products. There were lots of profits in this industry. Those that were willing to buy these products or medicines were all wealthy people. Even if these products were slightly effective, these people were willing to buy. Of course, these were all that they planned. The most important thing was that the city government gave them approval to convert the machinery company's hospital into a private shareholding hospital. Private hospitals had already appeared since the reform started. But that private hospital was mostly located along the coastal regions. At first, there were private clinics. Then a few people decided to pool their money together to set up a private specialist hospital. After that, private general hospitals appeared. Just like the problems Li Shiqiang was facing, it was easy for doctors from the government hospitals to set up private clinics. But if they were to set up a specialist hospital with more than 10 beds, they would face strict restrictions. It was because government hospitals were not making money. In fact, these government hospitals still needed financial assistance from the government. If there were more private hospitals, then those government hospitals will face more losses and needed more financial aid from the government. Because of this reason, the health ministry made it hard for private hospitals to get approvals. This was also to protect the interest of the government hospitals. Some policies allow private hospitals. That means the machinery company's hospital can be converted into a shareholding private hospital. But when Feng Yu arrived at the city government to look for Zhang Ruiqiang's help in getting the approvals, he was rejected. That is the machinery company employees' hospital. How can you privatize it? Also, how can a hospital be converted into a shareholding and its purpose was to generate profits? Do you still have a conscience? Zhang Ruiqiang reprimanded. Why should I have a conscience? The doctors are using their expertise, and the hospital needs medications and must provide facilities like operating theaters, wards, etc. to treat patients. Why they should not get paid for the efforts they put in? Since the olden days, which clinic does not make money? Are you telling me that those doctors do not need to earn money for their families? Feng Yu retorted. You are unreasonable. To prevent those private hospitals who was out to earn money, the government set up government hospitals. The government even provide financial assistance to these hospitals. This was to make sure everyone can afford to see doctors. Now you are telling me that you want to make use of this to make money? Are you really that poor? Zhang Ruiqiang looked at Feng Yu in despise. Others might not know, but Zhang Ruiqiang was clear. The machinery company was worth more than 1 billion renminbi. He was not sure if Feng Yu was the wealthiest man in China, but he was sure that Feng Yu was the wealthiest person in Bing City and Longjiang Province. Other than the machinery company, Feng Yu still have the humidifiers and bladeless fan businesses. His family still owns pig farms and food processing factories. Which one of these businesses were not making high profits? Yet Feng Yu was thinking of making use of a hospital to earn money? This was too evil. Feng Yu was speechless. Why should I stop making money when I am not short of money? Furthermore, those government hospitals had terrible services. The quality of the doctors was not good. When the citizens fall sick, they also chose the hospitals for treatments. Even the government officials also decide to go to the best hospital in Bing City when they fall ill. The hospital I am setting up will charge the patients according to the regulations. It will also adhere to the health ministry's regulations. What's wrong with that? Furthermore, I will also be responsible for the machinery company's employees and their families. Those employees and their families, including those retired workers, will still enjoy subsidies when they visit the hospital. We will open the hospital to the public and earn some money from them. The money earned will help to subsidize the employees and their families and also make some profits for the hospitals. It will not be like those government hospitals where the doctors ask the patients' families for red packets before operations. In this era, doctors will give hints to the patient's family members for red packets. Last month, Bing City News also reported a series of incidents about this. Even though that doctor was fired from the hospital, but the government hospital's reputation among the citizens had fallen to the lowest point. Even the government was affected. Some people had said that red packets were a must if you are asking the government for assistance. One must also treat government officials for meals. This was the so-called give and take. I just don't get it. You said that you wanted a good reputation and had donated so much money to the schools. Why can't you do the same for this hospital? Zhang Ruiqiang asked. Feng Yu looked up to the ceiling. How can this be the same? I had donated so much to the schools in Bing City was to repay to my hometown. This was also for my parents. They can hold their heads up high proudly when they go out. Our country also emphasized a lot on education. I am also following the nation's calls. But our country did not say that private hospitals must benefit the citizens and give welfare to them. Furthermore, I had donated to the universities was for the future recruitment of my companies. When my companies need to do hiring, all I need to do is to mention that my companies had donated the school buildings in their universities. With the same offers, these people will choose to join my companies even when our competitors are the government agencies. Zhang Ruiqiang was at a loss of words. He had never thought that Feng Yu had donated to the school for this motive. All this while, he had full of respect for Feng Yu. But now, he realized that Feng Yu was a real businessman. Every cent that comes out of his pocket had a motive. Since it is like this, why are you asking me for help? Go to the Health Ministry or the Trade and Industry Bureau and get their approvals. Leader, stop joking. I am too embarrassed to mention the efficiency of those departments. 2 years ago, you had asked for new policies from the Committee for the Farmers to give up their farms. Bing City did not ask the government for a single cent and was still able to solve the farmers' income issue. But what happened in the end? The committee said that they were busy and asked you to come back last year. This hospital is the same. We are not considered a government hospital, and the government had never given us any financial aid. It was the machinery company that was funding the hospital. Zhang Ruiqiang was speechless. Who told you that the committee was inefficient? The officials from the provincial government was still discussing with the committee. I am back here to finish up my work. I will be going back to Beijing in a few days' time. The machinery company's employee hospital was not open to the public, and why should the city government give any financial aid? That's right. This hospital is not under the jurisdiction of the city government. What's wrong with us converting the hospital to a shareholding and make profits? The most important thing is that we will be investing 10 million renminbi to purchase the best and most advanced medical equipment for this hospital. Once we got the equipment, it will also benefit the whole city and province. How much are you investing? At least 10 million renminbi. My brother-in-law, the owner of Wind and Rain Logistics, had said it himself. Even if he cannot raise the money, I will ask Taihua Trading to make up the shortfall. If not, I can let the machinery company make this investment. Don't forget that the city has shares in the machinery company. That means the city will also need to take out money for this. However, this can only benefit the machinery company's employees. Stop trying to fool me. Just that small hospital needs so much investment? 10 million renminbi? What equipment are you purchasing? Brain scanning machines, abdominal scanning machines, chest scanning equipment. MRI, which is also called magnetic resonance imaging. An MRI machine costs at least 3 million renminbi. I think there is only one big hospital in Bing City that has a second-hand MRI machine. That is also an old model. We will be buying the newest and best MRI machine in the market. There will also be the CT scan machine. We will be getting the best Siemens spiral CT scanner. This will also cost at least 3 million renminbi. The direct digital radiography machine will also cost 2 million renminbi. There is also the angiography machine. It is about 2 million renminbi. There is also a PET scanner. This will allow the patients to detect cancer at an early stage. This also cost about 3 million renminbi. If we are getting these equipment and we do not think of ways to earn money, then we will suffer a few million losses each year from its maintenance. Do you want the machinery company to pay for these losses? These machines are so expensive. Zhang Ruiqiang did not expect medical equipment costs so much. Of course, these companies had invested a lot of money to develop these machines. These companies still need to make profits. Also, they need to constantly innovate and develop new machines to benefit mankind. These companies, like Siemens and Philips, were the best overseas companies in this industry. There was no way for the current China companies to produce these machines. Those foreigners had been using these types of advanced facilities to treat illness. Why can't we do the same? Now I had told you about this. Are you willing to let one of our government hospital purchase the cheapest equipment? Fengyu was talking rubbish. The PET CT scanner from Siemens was still under the research phase. There was no such thing in the market now. Now, only the double spiral CT scanner was available in the market. Fengyu had made up all these to scare Zhang Ruiqiang. Of course, Fengyu had decided to purchase the MRI and CT scanner for the hospital. These machines will be used to promote the hospital. The prices for using these machines will not be low too. After you had purchased these machines, can the other Bing City's residents use these machines for their checkups and treatments? Equip one of the government hospitals with this equipment? How can this be possible? Once a hospital was equipped with this machine, the rest of the hospitals will also want. If this hospital were fitted with a spiral CT scanner, the other hospital would demand an MRI machine. In the end, it will cost the city government at least tens of millions. The city does not have so many funds. Fengyu nodded. As long as they are willing to pay. These machines are costly and needed high maintenance. The charges will not be cheap. Also, our hospital will be introducing full-body checkups. We will be making use of these machines to check for any ailments during the checkups. Mayor Zhang, do you want to let the city government's official go for these body checkups? I can give you a discount if you are registering as a group. Stop trying to do business with the city government. Our government hospitals are giving out free body checkups for us. You don't need to worry about this. Zhang Ruiqiang rolled his eyes and continued. This means that your hospital will charge the patients very high rates. Are you not afraid that the residents will be turned off by the high charges and not go to your hospital for treatments. That is my job to worry about this. I dare to invest so much money. That means I am not afraid to make losses. Feng Yu replied like a real tycoon. Zhang Ruiqiang coldly sneered. Now 10 million renminbi is like loose change to you. How can this be possible? I am thinking that even if the hospital is making losses, the machinery company's employees will still benefit from this. I only need you to speak to the Health Ministry and the Trade and Industry Bureau. I need them to follow their procedures. Follow procedures? Zhang Ruiqiang stared at Feng Yu. You think I do not know how those departments operate? Once I speak to them, they will definitely expedite the processes and the approvals will be given even. Oh yes, our hospital will be hiring professors and specialists from the universities periodically. Our hospital will be a combination of Western and Eastern medicine hospital. Those professors had spent most of their time giving lectures and seldom see patients now. Our hospital will be helping the city to train new doctors. This can also be considered helping out city's residents. You think you can hire those professors? All their universities have their own hospitals. You think they will join your hospital? Zhang Ruiqiang does not believe Feng Yu. Unless Feng Yu uses his wealth to hire these professors. If not, there was no reason why those professors will join Feng Yu's hospital. Feng Yu's reply was really using high salaries to hire those professors. The advanced machines can let those professors teach their students once every semester. With the professors attending to the patients, the consultation fees will also be higher. Feng Yu would also be setting up a large Chinese traditional pharmacy for those Chinese physicians. Feng Yu had also asked Fu Guanjing to help him purchase those ancient medical books for the Chinese physicians to do research. Their consultation fees will not be low either. Feng Yu knew that one of the Chinese traditional medicine physicians was an expert in orthopedics. He was able to detect fractures just by touching the patients. It was also the same as using X-rays machines. He had lots of patients. There were also a few traditional Chinese remedies which were better than Western medicine. For example, ginseng. The Western countries had researched on ginseng and discovered that ginseng's nutritional values were about the same as a carrot. But ginseng could save lives in Chinese medicine. The hospital will make losses if these professors charge high consultation fees? How can this be possible? This was considered a specialist hospital. Those ordinary doctors charges 50 cents for consultations, and those specialists will charge more than 5 renminbi. Those famous specialists charge more than 10 renminbi for consultations. You think it was expensive? Then you can choose to look for other doctors. With those professors sitting in the consultation rooms, the patients will never look for ordinary doctors. Patients seeking treatments will choose the best doctors available. In Feng Yu's past life, those that wanted to seek treatments from the specialist would have to take a number and wait for weeks. This scenario will start from this hospital. This will be the best hospital in Bing City. Even after Feng Yu mentioned the many benefits of the restructuring of the hospital, Zhang Ruiqiang still did not agree to help him. Since you said that doing this was not against the regulations, then go to the Health Ministry and the Trade and Industry Bureau to seek approvals yourself. I am not familiar with this. Those departments will follow the procedures to grant approvals. If all your documents were in place, they have no reasons to delay the approvals. If there were some problems with your materials or procedures, then it was normal to hold back the approval. Stop bothering me. Based on Zhang Ruiqiang's understanding of Feng Yu should have bought the medical equipment. Even if in the end, the approvals were not granted, the equipment will still be shipped to Bing City. Feng Yu will still install the equipment in that hospital. When that happened, the city government can do its wonders secretly and allow that hospital to be open to the public and at the same time maintain the current charges. Feng Yu looked at Zhang Ruiqiang and smiled slyly. Leader, don't blame me if things are blown out of proportion. Zhang Ruiqiang felt his eyelid twitching. I am warning you. Do not do anything reckless. If not, even if your hospital met the requirements, I will still not grant the approvals. Feng Yu turned and left. He still has a trick up his sleeves. If he used this trick, it would affect all officials. Manager Feng, what did you say? Our employees' hospital will be restructured? How will it be restructured? Shareholding. The earnings of the hospital will be paid to the shareholders as dividends. Our employees will still be able to enjoy the same welfare benefits as before. Maybe their benefits would be even better. After the restructuring, we will be opening the hospital to the public. There are a few neighborhoods nearby, and I guaranteed that in the future, people from the city province, and even the nearby provinces will be coming to our hospital. Huh? How can it be possible? Although our hospital is not too old, it still cannot be compared to the other hospitals in the city. It would be impossible for people in the city to visit our hospital. How can the whole province be coming here for treatment? Li Mingda knew the hospital inside out. This employee's hospital was only a basic community hospital. There were only about 30 beds, and those bigger hospitals had at least a few hundred beds. It is because we will have the most advanced diagnostic equipment. We will have the most professional professor as our doctors. Our hospital will have the best environment and caring staffs. I will talk about the changes to the hospital briefly, and you can ask those employees for feedbacks. Ask them if they agree to the changes. When the labor union told the news to the workers' representative, the representative jumped up with joy. Which idiot will reject this proposal? Their hospital will have the latest and most advanced medical equipment, and the machinery company does not need to fork out a single cent. The workers' year-end bonus will not be affected too. If the workers fall sick, they will still be paying the same subsidized rates. If it were a serious illness, they would also be able to claim up to 80% of the total medical bill. It was the same for the workers' family members and those retired workers. They do not need to pay for the consultation fees, and the medication, operation, ward charges were heavily subsidized. Open the hospital to the public? No problem. Anyway, there were not many workers that fall sick. Opening to the public can increase the hospital's profits. This way, the machinery company does not need to fund the hospital. Those funds were from their year-end bonus. Whoever that reject this proposal must be an idiot. The worker representative still asked when will be the new equipment arriving? When will the professors start seeing patients? Some of the older workers with illness were looking forward to those specialists. But at this time, the workers were told that this was only a proposal and it might not be approved. The workers were furious. What's the meaning of this? Are you trying to fool us? You had told us so much, and now you are telling us that it might not be implemented? The people from the labor union explained that it was not that they do not want to implement this proposal. Manager Feng's brother-in-law had got the money ready, but the city government does not want to approve this proposal. There was nothing the machinery company could do. The city does not want to give the approval? Why are they not approving this proposal? We are also not asking the city government for money. The machinery company was the city's biggest company, and the workers had spent most of their lives working in this factory. The government had restructured the machinery company from a state-owned enterprise to a shareholding. The workers had been converted from being state-owned enterprise employees to private company employees. They did not make any complaints as their salaries had increased after the restructuring. But other state-owned enterprises did not do well after their conversion, and the city had spent lots of the taxes to help those enterprises. The machinery company's workers were the ones that had been contributing to the city government all this while. Why should the machinery company's workers only allowed to contribute to the city and not allowed to have more benefits? Just look at this hospital. When did the city give a single cent to help this hospital? Those leaders in the city government just do not want the machinery company's workers to have better treatments. What can these workers do? Protest in the city? Li Mingda was shocked. Stage a protest in the city? Things will be blown out of proportion. He was the general manager of the machinery company, but at the same time, he was also a government official. Even though Feng Yu had told him that even if he were removed from the government, he would still be employed by the company. But for Li Mingda, he would still prefer to keep both identities. If the workers were to create problems, then Li Mingda would be in trouble. Deputy Mayor Su, who had been looking after him, had got into trouble and no one in the city government could help him get out of this mess. Li Mingda immediately speaks to the workers' representative. He stared at the labor union's chief. He had wanted the union chief to ask for the workers' opinions and not ask the workers to create trouble. The labor union chief had an innocent look on his face. He did not suggest this. It was the workers that want to protest at the city government. He, himself, also did not know why the workers behaved this way. Among the crowd of workers, there were a group of people from the motorcycle branch factory gathering together. Earlier, these people were spread out in the crowd, and they were instigating the crowd to stage a protest and incite the wrath of the workers. Anyway, they knew that this proposal was for the benefit of the workers. Manager Feng had told them to do this. Manager Feng had said that all of them should group together and fight for themselves. Feng Yu suddenly appeared. Everybody, please quiet down. I know how all of you feel, but if all of you go and protest, What would happen to the factories? We have contributed to the nation for most of our lives. Do you want others to say that we are doing all these just for our own benefits? Manager Feng, what should we do then? Feng Yu looked at that worker. He was pleased with this worker's performance. Later he must remember to give this young man 10 renminbi more. Feng Yu took out a banner. Everybody, look at this. This is a petition signed by all the doctors, nurses, and cleaners in our hospital. We are asking for the city's support. We are not doing anything illegal. We just want to upgrade out hospital facilities and to provide better health care for everyone. Can we also write a petition? We will also sign on a petition. Manager Feng, Manager Li, this should not be a problem, right? Feng Yu smiled and replied, there is no problem. Look, there is a banner over there. Everyone can sign on that banner. Manager Li and I will convey all of your thoughts to the city leaders. Li Mingde felt the corner of his eyes twitching. This was like the olden days where the peasants wrote petitions to the emperor. Will there really be no problems? Petitions was actually a nicer name to force those officials to agree to you. It represents the attitude of the people. If you do not accede to our demands, then we will do something which you will regret. Since when did Manager Feng prepare these banners? How come I was not aware? Also, when did those people at the hospital sign on the banner? I had failed as the general manager of this company. I was not aware of all these things happening under my nose. Li Mingde did not know that Feng Yu had not only asked the workers to sign on the petition. At the same time, someone was asking the workers' families to sign a petition in support of this proposal. There might not be a lot of workers, but if you include the workers' family members and those retired workers, there would be at least 6,000 to 7,000 signatures. The city government cannot just ignore their demands. When Feng Yu carried a stack of banners down from his car, Zhang Ruiqiang, who was by the windows, became nervous. Nothing good will happen every time Feng Yu brought something with him to the city government. But since when did this kid start selling banners? Banners can be sold for high profits? Brother Lu, come and help me. I can't carry it all by myself. Feng Yu strolled towards Zhang Ruiqiang's office. The whole city government officials could see him carrying a lot of banners into Zhang Ruiqiang's office. But nobody would think this was bribery. No one would use banners to bribe someone else. Zhang Ruiqiang's new secretary immediately rushed over to help Feng Yu. He looked at Feng Yu helplessly and said, Manager Feng, before Brother Zhao left, he told me that you are not allowed to bring anything into Mayor Zhang's office. These are not gifts. These are petitions. Petitions? Secretary Lu was shocked. There were too many banners. All these banners were petitions? Zhang Ruiqiang could hear from inside his office. Before Feng Yu could enter his office, he went out. What are all these banners? These are petitions. These are all signed by the machinery company's employees and their family members. What is there to petition about? You think this is the olden society? Zhang Ruiqiang was furious. This must be Feng Yu's idea. No one else would do such things. What new society and old society? These banners reflect the thoughts of the people. They had wanted to come to the city government personally to express their thoughts. But I stopped them. Zhang Ruiqiang sneered. Then should I thank you? No need to thank me. I am just doing what I can. Feng Yu waved his hand as if it was a small matter. Zhang Ruiqiang's hands were shaking and took out a cigarette from the pack on Secretary Lu's desk. Secretary Lu immediately lit the cigarette for him. After 2 heavy puffs, Zhang Ruiqiang calms down a bit. Tell me, what is the meaning of all these petitions? Huh? This petition is for the city government to upgrade our hospital's equipment. It does not cost a lot. Only 10 million renminbi will do. This petition is to ask the city government to expand our hospital. 8 to 10 hectares of land should be enough. Also, this banner is for enough. Is there anything that is normal? Of course. This one. Look, it is well written. Support the restructuring of the hospital. This would benefit the employees and their families. This one too. Support the hospital hiring of specialists. Also, this one. Feng Yu happily unfold one banner after another. Zhang Ruiqiang waved his hand impatiently. Fine. I know this is all about the restructuring of your hospital, right? If someone's name was Fatty, then he might be skinny now. If someone was dressed poorly, he might be a millionaire. If someone looks like he needs a beating, then he must really be beaten up. Zhang Ruiqiang really wishes to beat Feng Yu to death now. Strangling him was fine too. Feng Yu could tell from Zhang Ruiqiang's tone that he was now seriously considering this matter. Yes. It is only this small matter. Sorry to trouble you. Small matter? If this was a small matter, why would you get thousands of people to sign petitions? Go back and wait. I will let you know the city government's decision tomorrow. Thank you, Mayor. How about having lunch together later? Get lost. Feng Yu left smiling. Huh, you don't want to help me? You want to follow by the rules? Rules were meant to be broken. Deputy Mayor Zhang, you called for an emergency meeting for this matter? The Deputy Mayor Li, who oversaw education and health, was not happy. This type of matter can be discussed privately. There was no need to address it in a meeting. We know that you are the executive deputy mayor, but there was no need to discuss the things under my jurisdiction in a meeting. Others will think that I am not doing my job. Deputy Mayor Li, this is quite urgent. Earlier today, someone from the machinery company had sent me a stack of petitions. Petitions? A stack? Deputy Mayor Li was surprised. Usually, one petition would be enough. He had never heard of a stack of petitions. Those banners are the petitions. I think all of you should know that each banner had the signatures of a few hundred workers and their families. There were even the signatures of the machinery company's hospital doctors, nurses, and even the janitors. If we do not give them an answer today, I am afraid that they will come to the city government tomorrow morning. Don't you think that we must settle this as soon as possible? Li Mingde dare to do such things? Deputy Mayor Li looked at Deputy Mayor Su. Li Mingde was groomed by him. Could Deputy Mayor Su be the one creating all this trouble at the back? Deputy Mayor Su was now trying to stay low. He had heard the news of his transfer after the Lunar New Year. He will be transferred to the back end. He would be demoted too. The higher-ups felt that there was a problem with his working attitude. He was backstabbing his colleagues to get promotions. He was not suitable to be sitting in his current position. Deputy Mayor Su was thinking of using all his connections in his remaining days to help his secretary get his promotion. After all, his secretary had been working for him for many years. He should at least help him with his career. As for other matters, he was not interested in getting involved. Li Mingde might not dare to do this, but those workers dare. I had explained the situation very clearly. The representatives from the Health Ministry and Trade and Industry Bureau, tell us your thoughts. Zhang Ruiqiang asked them directly. The leader from the Health Ministry saw the people from the Trade and Industry Bureau looking down and pretending to take notes. He was cursing in his heart. The leader had already finished talking, and you are still taking notes? Based on our country's regulations, the public can run private hospitals, and they are allowed to make profits from the hospitals. That means you support this proposal? Deputy Mayor Li stared coldly at the leader from the Health Ministry. This. I think we should hear from the Trade and Industry Bureau. Can the hospital be converted into a shareholding? The leader from the Trade and Industry Bureau was cursing the leader from the Health Ministry in his heart. You can't answer the question, and you pass the problem to me? Based on our country's laws, although there have not been any units that had done something like this, there are no regulations that state this is not allowed. After all, the machinery company is now a shareholding. This hospital is a unit under a shareholding company. If you looked at the hospital as a subsidiary under a shareholding company, then it is completely legal for the hospital to be converted into a shareholding. It was clear that Deputy Mayor Zhang was in favor of this restructuring and Deputy Mayor Li was not in support. Deputy Mayor Zhang was the executive deputy mayor, and Deputy Mayor Li was not in charge of the Trade and Industry Bureau. Of course, the leader from the Trade and Industry Bureau would choose to support Deputy Mayor Zhang. After those two had expressed their views, the rest of the deputy mayors start to express their thoughts on this matter. But most of them did not give a definite answer. They were all sitting on the fence and does not want to take sides. Deputy Mayor Li could not find any good reason to reject this proposal. But at this time, the mayor said, I think this is a serious problem. We might face similar problems in the future. We should try this out. If things do not work out, we can rectify it immediately. If things turn out nicely, then we will know what to do when we face with similar issues in the future. The city mayor supported this proposal, and what more can the rest say? They raised their hands to vote. Even Deputy Mayor Su raised his hand to support this proposal. Everyone in the meeting had expressed that they will support this restructuring. Thus, the restructuring of the hospital was finally approved. Zhang Ruiqiang told Feng Yu the news and also instructed the Health Ministry to give the approval before Lunar New Year. Once the equipment arrived after the New Year, the Trade and Industry Bureau will also expedite the procedures. Zhang Ruiqiang had thought that Feng Yu would be happy with this news. Feng Yu had created this mess was to get the approval, and Zhang Ruiqiang had helped him solve his problems within a day. He hopes Feng Yu would stop creating problems for him and focus on the automobile project. But at this time, Feng Yu had new conditions. Thank you for helping us solve this problem. But we still cannot start this conversion yet. What else do you want? Zhang Ruiqiang was furious. You are too much. Look, after we bought the new equipment, we can't install it into our current hospital. There is not enough space. That equipment must be installed in a specialized area. For example, X-ray machines. If we just haphazardly install the machine, the doctors will refuse to operate those machines. They could get cancer from the radiation. Just tell me what you want. Zhang Ruiqiang waved he had impatiently. We need the government to give us a plot of land to build a new hospital. A modern hospital. Impossible. There are still empty spaces in your machinery company. Why should we give you land? How big can a hospital be? Currently, we have only about 30 beds. There should be no problem if we tear down the wards and install the machine. But our machinery company's employees and their families' members add up to a few thousand. 30 beds will not be enough. Further, as the company expands, we will have more employees. We will not ask for more. Just a medium-sized hospital with about 100 beds should be enough. Zhang Ruiqiang frowned. This was indeed a problem. The machinery company was expanding very fast, and it was becoming bigger than the motor factory and aviation factory. A 30-beds hospital was really too small. But he thought for a while. Something was not right. Who would fall sick and be hospitalized all the time? Usually, patients will be on drip and be warded for a few days. Empty beds were a waste of resources. 100 beds hospital? How many of your machinery company's employees will be warded at the same time? This is a waste. How can it be a waste? Our hospital does not serve the machinery company only. We are opening the hospital to the public too. Just our Bing City alone has almost 10 million residents. Our hospital has the most advanced equipment and also have professors as consultation doctors. There will be many patients that will be hospitalized. The beds will not be empty. It might not even be enough. Fine. Is there any plot of land near to the machinery company? But we will not let you use the land for free. You must pay. This problem had been discussed during the meeting. Zhang Ruiqiang pretended that this was a difficult task. This was to prevent Feng Yu from wanting to use the land without paying. No problem. The machinery company will pay. This will also let the machinery company have a bigger stack in this hospital. We can also exchange the land where the present hospital was located at with the new plot of land. This will lower the cost of the new plot of land, right? Feng Yu said like it was a fair deal. Zhang Ruiqiang rolled his eyes. Return the original plot to the government? It was not so easy. The machinery company's hospital was located in the machinery company premises. You return the land to the government. And who can the property be sold to? The machinery company's main door had security guards, and it was not easy for outsiders to enter the premises. How can that plot of land be utilized? If I agreed to Feng Yu's suggestions, then that plot of land will be unsold. In the end, the machinery company will still be the one who would gain from this deal. You think I am stupid? You already have a plot of land in mind? Zhang Ruiqiang stared at Feng Yu from the corner of his eyes. This brat must have a target in mind. Since you mentioned this, then I think the government should let the machinery company use the land beside our premises. We do not need a big area. Just from the machinery company to the end of the street up north should be enough. Zhang Ruiqiang recalled the area and was furious. Should be enough? That plot of land was the size of 2 stadiums. How big was his hospital? Stop dreaming. Although that plot of land was all one-story buildings, the relocation fees will not be cheap too. Furthermore, that is a big plot of land. Isn't 2 hectares be more than enough for you to build your hospital? Our machinery company will settle the residents' relocation. I guarantee that the residents will get the right compensations. With a bigger area, we can build out machinery company's quarters. We have a lot of employees, and they need a place to stay. The machinery company's hostels were almost full. There were also employees that are getting married. They also need their own apartments. We have created so much taxes for the city, and now we are just asking the city for some help. We are also not asking the city to pay for all these. Why is it impossible? The machinery company will not give out houses to their employees for free, but the company can sell those houses to the employees at cost prices. The land and construction cost will only amount to a few hundred RMB per square meters. It was affordable for both working couples to own a two-bedroom apartment. The most important, the apartment was owned by the employees. Those employees will surely agree to this proposal. Zhang Ruiqiang looked at Feng Yu. He was too furious to say a thing. So, that plot of land was not only to build a hospital. It was also to build apartment buildings for your employees. The government agencies do not have enough apartments for their employees. Why should the government let the machinery company build new apartments? The relocation task must not be handed over to Feng Yu. If Feng Yu gave those residents high relocation compensation, then how will the city government relocate the residents in the future? The residents will demand the same compensation as the machinery company. Others might not do such things, but this Feng Yu would surely do it. At most, I can only approve half of the land what you wanted. It will also be after the city relocated the residents. It is winter now, and the Lunar New Year is around the corner. How can we relocate the residents? Also, the price of that plot of land will be based on the city district's last year valuation. Huh? That district is in the center of the city. Our machinery company is located on the outskirts. How can it be the same? Even if you price the land 50% of that district, it is also considered overpriced. Deal. Zhang Ruiqiang banged on the table. Feng Yu. What deal? Feng Yu sighed. He was tricked by Zhang Ruiqiang again. But you think that I will suffer loss? Impossible. I can accept this price. But we will build a high-rise building. The floor area ratio will be 5. What? Just a worker's apartment building, and you want to build a high-rise building? The floor area ratio is 5. Although Zhang Ruiqiang was not in charge of construction in the city, he knew about the floor area ratio. When he was at the Foreign Affairs Department, he had also overseen the development of their employees' hostel. Normally, floor area ratios were about 2. How high can a worker's quarters be? 7 stories should be considered high. He had never heard of a worker's quarters that is in a high-rise building. That's right. We have a lot of employees. This is something that will benefit our employees. We will also demolish those old buildings in the factory area. Those employees will be shifted over to this new building. If we are going to build a 3 to 5 stories building, it will not be enough. I had made some calculations. Other than the garden in the center, a 16 stories apartment building should be enough. The maximum will not be more than 18 stories. Feng Yu counted with his fingers. Don't even think about it. 18 stories building? Even a 10 stories building is not allowed. At most, you are only allowed to build a 7 stories building. This is just a worker's quarters. Why do you even need a garden in the center? Leader, we are doing this to promote Bing City. Think about this. If people knew that Bing City's machinery company's workers' quarters are all high-rise buildings, that means that our Bing City have been doing well. High-rise buildings are a must for a modern city. We are just following the trend. This is also a form of promotion. Morbi will be willing to invest and relocate to Bing City. What's wrong with that? Furthermore, that plot of land will not block anyone's view. Why can't I build a high-rise building? You go back first. I need to think about this. Zhang Ruiqiang waved his hand in frustration. Why did he felt that everything that Feng Yu does must be different from others? When we look back into the past, we should be grateful for our current achievements. We had worked hard to get to where we are today. We can look forward to a better future. Now, let's put your hands together to invite Manager Feng onto the stage. Li Mingda had said an encouraging speech, and all the staffs clapped and cheered. Feng Yu raised both his hands in the air to quiet the crowd. Thank you for your applause. We had achieved a lot in the past year. Since the day the machinery company was formed from the machinery factory, it was the best year. Of course, this would continue for many years to come. I do not want to waste time talking nonsenses. Simply put it, last year I had made money from my investments. This sum of money was due to everybody's hard work. That's why I will apply from the city government to purchase the plot of land north of our factory this coming year. We will use that plot of land to build a new apartment building for our employees. Wah wah wah. The applauses were louder than before. All the workers were excited. This matter directly affected them. How can they not be excited? Especially those younger workers. They had wanted new houses. They were still living with their parents in a 30 square meters small house. If they were to get married, it would be too crowded. Now, there are 2 options. First, we will build the new building like the current old hostels, and it will be shared among all the employees. The company will own the building. All of you can only live in these buildings. Once you leave the company or you are fired from the company, The company will take back your lodging. The other option is that we will collect the construction cost of the apartment building from you. But this apartment will be under your name. You can sell it in the future. Even if you had left the company, the apartment would still belong to you. Which option do all of you prefer? The second option. We want our own houses. Someone shouted. That's right. The second option. We want to own our own apartment. Welfare housing programs had started from the 1980s. Employees would just need to pay part of the construction fees, and the organization would pay the rest. The ownership of the apartment will belong to the employee. The benefit of this program was that the employees can buy and sell those apartments. These apartments were bigger than those ordinary apartments assigned to those workers. There were even 3-bedrooms apartments, which was suitable for a family of 3 generations. Okay, I know everybody's wishes. We shall be using the second option. For the welfare apartments, there are also 2 options, which is 2 bedrooms and 3 bedrooms apartments. 2 bedrooms apartment will be smaller and suitable for a family of 3. 3 bedrooms apartment will be slightly bigger and is suitable for a family of 3 generations. But at the same time, 3 bedrooms apartments will be more expensive. 2 bedrooms apartment. Build 3 bedrooms apartment. The workers were shouting at the top of their lungs. But their opinions were divided. Since there is demand for both type of apartments, then we will build both. When the building is ready, all of you can apply to purchase these apartments. Those that fit the criteria will have the right to purchase the apartment. The criteria will be announced later, and everyone can apply through your supervisor. Your applications will then be passed on to our labor union. There is still a problem. Do all of you want those old type of buildings, or do you all prefer those high-rise buildings like those in the city? There will be elevators in the building. Both types of buildings cost about the same. Those workers were elated. They can still choose to stay in a high-rise building. We were only ordinary workers, and we can stay in this type of apartments. High-rise buildings. The higher, the better. Low-level buildings are better. What if the elevator's cable snapped and the lift dropped down from above? Other people's elevators also do not have accidents. Why do you think that your elevators will have an accident? Don't you take elevators at work? It seems that the workers have different opinions on this too. But Feng Yu had a way to solve this. Okay, I know about everybody's wishes. Later we will tabulate everyone's opinions, and we will take it into considerations. We will try to let every employee stay in a comfortable apartment. Next, I want to share a piece of good news with all of you. Our hospital will be converted to a shareholding hospital. We will be purchasing the best and most advanced medical equipment, and we will be hiring professors and specialists. The city government had already given us the approvals. The workers start to cheer and clap excitedly again. This was something that benefits them, and how could they not be excited? They do not care whether if the hospital was converted or not. They would still be paying the same rates when they seek treatments at the hospital. But now, the quality of the doctors in the hospital will be better, and there were better facilities. This was something to cheer. Lastly, I need to mention this. Last year, although we had built new factories and our finances were tight, but we will still be giving all of you a 1-month bonus, just like the previous year. The crowd cheered louder than before. Some of the workers were shouting, "Long live Manager Feng," and "Long live Manager Li." Li Mingdo was overjoyed. Do everybody know why our meeting is held at the Cultural Palace this year? It is not that our company cannot fit all of you. There is an important reason. We have invited the provincial dance troupe to perform for all of you. Manager Li, help me carry this table down. We should not hold everybody back from with the performances. Feng Yu smiled. No problems. I am also looking forward to the performance. The workers laughed, and the performance started. That night, the workers returned home and discussed with their family on what was announced earlier the day. They got to decide which options to take. The next day, the workers saw the notifications issued from the head office. All of them were excited. Have you read the notifications? If you return the old hostels, you can get money. My family will definitely choose the 3 bedrooms apartments. My parents are going to retire, and I will be getting married. They can stay at home and help me look after my children. What a pity. I can only purchase 2 bedrooms apartment. Why didn't my parents work for the machinery factory in the past? At least you are better than some of us. Only those that worked in the machinery company for over 3 years can apply for these apartments. Some of us had only worked for less than 1 year. I wonder when they reach the criteria, will there still be apartments left? Look at this condition. Those that return the old hostel rooms can apply to stay at the singles hostel. Can we apply for this? Are you stupid? Those new apartments will be ready in autumn this year. You still want to stay in the singles hostels? Go and apply for a 3-bedrooms apartment. But I am not married yet. I do not qualify for the 3-bedrooms apartment. You and Lingling can get married now. Both of you are working here for more than 3 years. Both of you are qualified. Also, if both of you apply together can get more subsidies. The both of you only need to spend a little, and you can afford to buy the new apartment. This apartment building is a high-rise building with elevators. Only the city center have such buildings. Those provincial government officials also do not have such good apartments. That's right. If your parents return the old apartment to the company, you can also apply for the bigger 3-bedrooms apartment. This condition will benefit Uncle Lee's family. His son is working in the city government. He and his wife will fulfill this condition of those families whose children would not take over their positions. They can pay a bit more to purchase a 2-bedrooms apartment. With an elevator, it would be easier for them to move around. The conditions were very detailed, but none of the workers felt that it was unreasonable. The higher-ups had also promised them that they will construct the welfare apartments every year. All the workers will have the chance to apply for the flats. There was no need to rush. Although the old hostels can also be purchased, no one was interested. The new buildings will have elevators and will be more spacious. Who would be interested in those old hostels? All of the machinery company's employees were glad. There were no other units in the whole city and even the whole province that offers such good benefits. Li Ming decided. Manager Feng has his ways to let those workers pick the options he wanted them to pick. Mom, Dad, I am back. It is almost Lunar New Year, and you just come back. Zhang Muhua chided Feng Yu. Mom, look at his. I had bought a scarf from Moscow for you. Feng Yu took out the presents he prepared. It is only a scarf. You think I have never seen a scarf before? This is not an ordinary scarf. Russia president's wife have the same scarf. This is a limited edition. Only 10,000 scarves are produced. Zhang Muhua immediately stood up from the sofa and grabbed the scarf from Feng Yu. Really? Let me see. Zhang Muhua wore the scarf and looked at herself in the mirror. She happily asked, Old Feng, come and see. Do I look good with this scarf? Feng Xingtai replied without raising his head. It is only a scarf. Didn't you say that you want to teach him a lesson when he comes back? Since when did I say that? Who dares to bully my son? Son, are you hungry? I will go and cook now. What do you want to eat? I like whatever you cook. The perfect answer. Feng Yu gave himself full marks. Dad, this cigarette is from Moscow. I had also bought a pair of army boots. Only army officers can wear. Look, isn't it beautiful? You think I will wear boots? Feng Xingtai rolled his eyes, but he still accepts the gifts. Although he does not wear boots, he can always keep the boots at home for display. The cigarettes must still be smoked. Feng Yu happily walked over to his father and massaged his shoulders. Dad, are you tired this period of time? What's there to be tired of? That manager you hired had done all my work. Now, I have nothing to do. I can retire anytime. Feng Xingtai was not pleased. He felt useless in the company. Dad, I am worried that you will be tired. Why don't you manage the factory in the district yourself? If you got nothing to do, you could play some mahjong with your friends. HRMPH. I don't like to play mahjong. Feng Xingtai replied. At this time, Zhang Muhua stuck her head out from the kitchen and said, Last week, your dad played mahjong with 10-cent stakes, and he lost more than 100 renminbi. He is still feeling sore over this. Feng Yu, how can you lose over 100 renminbi with 10-cent stakes? Dad, then what do you want to play? Why not I bring both you and Mum overseas for a holiday after the New Year? Feng Yu suggested. It is boring. I want to take care of children. Then move over to Bing City. My little nephew is now fun to play with. Feng Yu was full of smiles when he thought about Li Ruxing. That kid's surname is Li, not Feng. Feng Xingtai stared at Feng Yu. Feng Yu took 2 steps back. Dad, what do you mean? Are you and Mum going to give me a younger brother? Get lost. I am talking about you. Feng Xingtai threw the book he was reading at Feng Yu. Me? Dad, stop joking. Feng Yu replied. What joking? I am talking to you seriously. Is that girl called Li Na? She is staying at the 2nd Street in the east? I think that girl is quite good. When are the both of you getting married? When will you all have kids? Feng Yu was going crazy. What marriage and kids? Dad, what are you talking about? I am still schooling, and I am only 20. What marriage and kids are you talking about? Zhang Muhua sticks her head out from the kitchen again. What your father says is right. I also like that girl. She is studying in teaching university and will be a teacher in the future. That's good. Mom, I am still schooling. Wait, did the both of you want to talk to her parents? Feng Yu's eyes open wide. No, but you should also know how big the district is. I had met her father a few times and had chatted for a while over some drinks. Feng Xingtai casually said, I think the both of you should get married first. Being married will also not affect your studies. Your primary school teacher, Mr. Su, also got married first before he started his university studies. The both of them were still happily married now. Zhang Muhua said while cooking at the same time. That's right. It is fine even if both of you have children. You can let your mom and I look after your child while both of you continue with your studies. If not, you can have kids after the both of you graduated. I am fine with both ways. Feng Yu covered his eyes with his hands. I am only 20 years old, and I am being rushed to get married? Who else in this world gets to face such a situation? Dad, Mom, this will affect our studies. Mr. Su, you mentioned happened more than a decade ago. Now, who gets married while studying at the university? The university will also not issue the recommendation letter. Feng Yu felt he was smart to think of such excuses. In this era, all marriages needed the recommendation letter from the unit. Without a group, one must apply for the message from the district office. How can there be no recommendation letter? Didn't your father say that you have donated a Taihua building to your university? We have donated so much money. Why would the school not issue the letter? Zhang Muhua angrily replied. Mom, Dad, even if my school issued the letter, her school will also not issue the letter. Furthermore, the government is not encouraging their officers getting married early. Their promotions will be affected if they got married young. If you do not believe me, you can ask Uncle Wen. Feng Yu thought of another excuse, and it was a valid excuse. Feng Yu knew that his parents still wish for him to enter the government and be an official. Being a businessman does not sound as prestigious as being a government official. It was better to be a government official. Furthermore, their family had enough money. Getting married early will affect the career progression? That's right. Just look at Mr. Su. How old is he now, and how many years had he worked in that school? Why was he not promoted? This. Old Feng, what should we do? Zhang Muhua looked at her husband. Mom, your food is getting burnt. Feng Yu shouted. He needs to change the topic fast. Feng Xingtai was rubbing his chin and deep in thoughts. It was a pity to not get such a good daughter-in-law like Lina now. But his son was so capable, and this future daughter-in-law should not be able to escape from him. Tell Dad the truth. Which stage have you and that girl reached? Dad, why are you asking this for? Feng Yu was at a loss of words. During lunch, Feng Yu ate very fast and said that he was going over to Wen Dongjuan's house. After Feng Yu left, Zhang Muhua moved closer to Feng Xingtai. Have you asked? Which stage is their relationship? He did not answer, but from the way he acts, he must have done everything with that girl. This daughter-in-law cannot escape from him. What if they are not careful and she got pregnant? Get married. This is even better. He will have no excuse to not get married, and we can also have our own grandchildren. That's right. Look at Lu Dazhuang's son. His son is only 1 year older than Feng Yu, and his child can call him grandpa already. Feng Yu looked up at the skies. Men will always have worries out from nowhere. Uncle Wen, you are at home? Feng Yu was curious. Today was not fun day, and why was Uncle Wen at home resting? He should be busy as the year was coming to an end. Xiao Yu, you are back. Have a seat. Uncle needs to discuss something with you. Wen Diguang smiled warily. Feng Yu was puzzled. Did something happen to the district? Could it be that Uncle Wen found out about Dongjun and Zhang Han? When Dongjun also walked out from his room and sat on the sofa, he kept signaling to Feng Yu with his eyes. Our district has been having problems with the electricity supply. For your father's factory to operate smoothly, our district will cut off the electricity supply during the daytime. I wanted to ask the higher-ups for more electricity, but the higher-ups refused. They said that they have difficulties too. However, they are willing to build a power plant at our district if we are willing to contribute part of the cost. This power plant will also be supplied to the nearby districts. Do you think we should adopt this solution? It regarded his work. Feng Yu and Wen Dongjun were relieved. Before Feng Yu could answer Wen Diguang, Wen Dongjun replied first, it is not worth it. This power plant will be built in our district. It will be using our district's land. It might even utilize our fields. We still have to pay for it. The electricity generated will still be distributed to the nearby districts. We are at the losing end. Feng Yu had thought that Wen Dongjun would say some constructive feedbacks, but his views were too stingy. When De Guang stared at his son, what losing end? This power plant will be built in our district, and our district will be the one that will get the priority to use the electricity. The extra electricity will then be distributed to the rest of the districts. Do you even understand what was going on? Also, the power plant will need workers. The people from our district will get the priority to work there. With enough electricity, or the district can do a lot of things. Last year, some foreign investors wanted to build a factory here, but they changed their minds when they found out that there was not enough power supply in our district. Feng Yu was also feeling helpless. He knew that Uncle Wen wanted this political credit. With enough electricity, a lot of problems could be solved, and this can be considered a considerable achievement. But Feng Yu felt that this was not worth it. Uncle Wen, can I ask what type of power plant will be built? Thermal power plant? Wind-powered or hydropower plant? It will be a thermal power plant. Our river cannot generate enough electricity. The currents are not strong enough. Although we do have winds here, the wind is not strong enough for wind-powered power plants. Furthermore, the wind-powered plant does not generate electricity as fast as a thermal power plant. If we are going to ship coals from the eastern provinces, it will also be very cheap. The electricity generated in one day is sufficient for a week's electrical usage in our district. With this electrical supply, our district can do a lot of things. When De Guang starts to imagine the district's future, not only the district's residents' lives will be better, and he could still attract more investors. If it were a thermal power plant, then it would be meaningless. In another 1 or 2 years' time, the nearby power plants will be expanding, and there will be enough power supply to all the districts. Furthermore, they could build more wind turbines now. The people now might not realize that China's electrical supplies would increase by several folds within a few years. In another 20 years, after the few major hydropower plants, like the Three Gorges Dam, were completed, China could not even fully utilize all the electricity generated. China could also sell their electricity to the nearby countries. Uncle Wen, do you know how much pollution a thermal power plant will cause? Our district's main source of revenue is from farming, and if we build a thermal power plant, that soot will be flying all over the place. Who would want to buy our farm produce? We are a farming district, and why should we follow those industrialized districts? But if we rely on farming alone, it would be hard for our district to grow. If it weren't for your family's food processing factory, our district's revenue would be the lowest among all the districts. Uncle Wen, we are rearing pigs. Why can't the others rear poultry or rabbits? Furthermore, our district is not far away from Bing City. It is only an hour drive. Why can't we focus on vegetable farming? Vegetable farming? Are you talking about those greenhouse vegetables? When De Guang brightens up, that's right. It was hard for people to eat fresh vegetables in the winter. Once in a while, there will be someone selling vegetables in the winter, but those were very expensive. Even their small district faced such a situation. That means the demand for fresh vegetables in the city will be higher. But no one in our district knows about greenhouses. Feng Yu smiled. No one in our district knows about the greenhouse, but the agriculture university knows. Did you forget that our Tianpeng pig farm have a professor from agriculture university as a consultant? Why can't you hire some specialists or professors in this field as your consultants? Many of those professors are still stuck in their theories, and our farms will be the best place for them to put their theories into practice. We can even set up an agriculture university experimental farm here in our district. Will this work? You have not even started, and how will you know that it will not work? Don't go to the branch office. Go straight to the city and look for the leaders there. Maybe you can even get some policies and funding from the city government. Get policies and funding from the city? Will they give? When De Guang looked at Feng Yu, why was Feng Yu so confident? When Dongjun said with his head bowed down, Dad, I also think what Feng Yu said made sense. If you don't try, how would you know that it will not work? If your proposal attracted the attention of the higher-ups, you might even be promoted. When De Guang looked at his son and then turned to Feng Yu, are the two of you hiding something from me? Feng Yu smiled and replied, Uncle Wen, don't you think that you have been promoted too fast? There must be some leader among the higher-ups that have noticed you. Am I right, Dongjun? Cough. I think so too. When Dongjun lowered his head guiltily, then we should start to build greenhouses before this winter. But the electricity issue in our district is still a problem. If this power plant is not built, there will not be enough power supply for our district. The greenhouses will also need electricity. Don't worry about this. This year, The power plants in the north will be expanding. There will be an increase in electrical supply. We will have enough electricity. Furthermore, you can suggest using the wind power electrical plant. This type of power plant is environmentally friendly and also save resources. I heard that the motor factory had developed a new type of wind generator. They are looking for places to test the effectiveness of this generator. I can introduce directly to you. How much does our district need to pay? Not much. We also need to pay for the electricity generated. The electricity is also not free. But building this generator will definitely be cheaper than building a thermal power plant. What do you think? When can we meet directly? Wen Deguang asked eagerly. Uncle Wen, I have just returned. I will help you call him. Can we meet him after the Lunar New Year? Feng Yu was speechless. The wind power plant's construction also cannot start now. The ground was still frozen. You are right. I am too anxious. The both of you can go out and play. I need to go back to work. I must discuss this with the others. Wen Deguang carried his briefcase and hurriedly went out. Feng Yu patted Wen Dongjun. Should you go and talk to Zhang Han for your father's future? Wen Dongjun was furious. What was the meaning of this? I am a man and will be the head of the family in the future. After Wen Dongjun's father left, and he saw that his mother had not entered the room, he whispered to Feng Yu. Did Uncle Feng and Auntie Zhang ask you about you, and Lina? Your mom and dad asked you? I have been very discreet about my relationships, but you must not let your parents speak to my parents. That night, Uncle Feng and Auntie Zhang had seen Zhang Han and me sitting together. When Dongjun said, "What's there to be afraid of? If your parents found out, you can tell him that you will be the son-in-law of a leader in the provincial government. Get lost. In the future, I will be higher ranked than her father." When Dongjun raised one hand in the air like he was swearing. Xiao Yu, Dongjun, why are the both of you hiding in the room? Come out and have some fruits. When Dongjun's attitude immediately changed and shouted, "Okay, Mom." When Dongjun turned around and saw Feng Yu looking at him in despise. There was not much entertainment in the district. Luckily, almost every school in the Northeast will have its own ice skating ring. It was a tradition in the Northeast region to have ice skating classes from secondary schools to universities. Feng Yu, Wen Dongjun, and Lu Kuan went to a nearby secondary school's ice skating ring. At the new ping pong hall's entrance, there was signage. Tai Hua Table Tennis Hall. Although it stated that this was a table tennis hall, there was not only table tennis inside. There were also gymnastic facilities and badminton courts. There was also a gym inside too. Most importantly, it stored all of the school's sports equipment. If there were an indoor sports hall in the schools, 80% would be table tennis hall. That was the reason why table tennis was China's national sports. Teacher Zhao, you are in charge of the sports hall now? Do you have skating shoes? We want to borrow 3 pairs. When Dongjun said loudly. Even before his father had become a leader in the district office, when Dongjun was more well known in the school than the top student Lu Kuan. He had created too much trouble. Those good students will never leave a deeper impression than those notorious students. Especially when Dongjun was good with sports, and the physical education teachers will notice him more. Xiaowen, you are back with the rest? We have skating shoes. 50 cents for 2 hours. The deposit is 10 renminbi. What size do you all need? 42, 42, and 44. When Dongjun took our 32 renminbi and placed it on the table. Here, you can try it and see if it fits. Teacher Zhao returned 50 cents change to Wen Dongjun. He was holding on to a small radio, listening to Deng's selected works. In the era, what was China's bestseller? First, it was Mao's selected works, and the second was Deng's selected works. Almost everybody has a copy of these books. There were even some that owned more than one copy. These books were selling better than any other classics. Maybe this record will be broken in a few years' time when it was published. Feng Yu could not help but grumble under his breath. Who was the one who did not want others to worship him? Fine. Feng Yu had also bought these books before and had worshipped these 2 great leaders. The trio tried on the skating shoes and walked towards the skating ring. The skating was the running tracks of the stadium. The school and poured water onto the tracks, forming a layer of ice. The football field in the center was also covered with ice. It was reserved for those ice sports. When Feng Yu and the rest arrived at the skating, it was already crowded. When Dongjun was the first to change into the skating shoes. He threw his shoes to the side and started skating. By the time Feng Yu finished changing his shoes, when Dongjun had already skated 1 round. He must admit that when Dongjun was really talented in all sports. Even when he does not skate often, he was still better than a lot of people. When Dongjun was skating happily, and he even spins a few times, attracting the attention of the people nearby, stopping beside Lu Kuan. Lu Kuan slowly stood up and skated slowly. But he lost his balance and held on to Wen Dongjun. When Dongjun was feeling proud. Look at this top student. This is his skills level in skating. I am better than him even when I was 10 years old. Those kids there are just learning to skate, and they are using those training chairs. So you need me to borrow one chair for you? When Dongjun purposely asked, Lu Kuan embarrassedly released his grip on Wen Dongjun's arm. Let me practice on my own for a while. You go and skate first. After Wen Dongjun left, Lu Kuan fell down. Among all the sports, this was his worst. He was solving math problems at home and was dragged here by these two guys. Feng Yu also skated 2 rounds along the tracks. Although his speed was slow, he still enjoyed himself. Just when he was enjoying, he felt someone zooming past him at high speed. He raised his head and saw Lu Kuan waving at him. Damn, I might be slower than Wen Dongjun, but how can I lose to you? You are too arrogant. Feng Yu started to speed up. But before he could catch up with Lu Kuan, he saw Lu Kuan falling into the snow pile by the side. Feng Yu, he was still thinking how come Lu Kuan became so good at skating. It seems that Lu Kuan still sucks at skating. Feng Yu stopped by Lu Kuan, and Lu Kuan was picking himself up. Why didn't you help me when I waved my hands at you? You were asking me to help you earlier? Damn, I thought since when did this Lu Kuan start to be so arrogant? He was actually asking me for help. If you are not good at skating, why did you skate so fast? Feng Yu helped Lu Kuan up. Dongjun had told me that it will be easier to skate if you are going fast. It will be easier to balance. Feng Yu rolled his eyes. How can you believe what that moron says? You are going too fast just now. It will be fine if you are moving slightly faster than your walking speed. Look at that young girl. Just follow what she does, and you will know how to skate in no time. Feng Yu pointed to a young girl around the age of 10. This Lu Kuan had indeed disgraced all the Northeasterners. He still does not know how to skate after so many years. Feng Yu saw Lu Kuan following that young girl. That young girl turned and looked at Lu Kuan panicky and immediately speed up, creating a distance between her and Lu Kuan. Lu Kuan was following that girl's speed, and when he saw that girl moving faster, he also speeds up. But that girl could change direction easily, and Lu Kuan fell into the snow pile by the side again. After an hour, Lu Kuan wanted to go home. He had fallen too many times. In the physical education classes in the past, he only needs to play around. Their test was also skating in a straight line. After changing to their own shoes, the 3 of them ran back to the table tennis hall. Teacher Zhao saw the 3 of them and noticed that Lu Kuan's clothes were all dirted. He knew that Lu Kuan must have fallen countless times. How old was he? How come he can't even skate? But if Teacher Zhao knew that Lu Kuan was a student at Huaqing University, he would look at him differently. It is still too early to go home now. How about we go and look for Xiao Jia? Lu Kuan hesitated for a while and nodded. The 3 of them went over to Xiao Jia's house. Xiao Jia was their classmate and was now studying at a university in Bing City. Xiao Jia, are you free? Do you want to play cards with us? When Dongjun smiled. Fine, let's go over to that room. Once they entered that room, when Dongjun saw something more interesting. Let's not play cards. Let's play this instead. This looks more interesting. Lu Kuan looked at Wen Dongjun. I do not know how to play. My parents also do not play mahjong. Feng Yu thought for a while and said, Lu Kuan, this is very simple. All you need to do is to change your tiles into NAAA plus MABC plus DD, and you have a winning hand. M and N can be considered 0. At the start, we will have 13 tiles each. You will take 1 tile from the stack and discard 1 tile. If you have a pair and one of the players throw out a tile that matches your pair, you can pawn. If you had 2 tiles of ABC and the player before you throw a tile that matches, you can chi. If 2 players pong and chi at the same tile, pong will get the tile. You understand? Lu Kuan nodded. This is so easy. I know how to play already. Wen Dongjun and Xiao Jia looked at Feng Yu as if he was speaking an alien language. Mahjong can be explained this way. Top student was indeed smart. After playing once, he knew all the rules and started winning game after game. When Dongjun was losing the most. They played until evenings, and when Dongjun was the biggest loser. He looked at Lu Kuan angrily. He swore that he would never play mahjong with Lu Kuan again. Time passes very fast. It was Lunar New Year. This year, the Feng family did not flaunt their wealth, but the district had spent a lot of money on fireworks. Feng Yu and Li Na had only met 2 times during this period. The both of them had purposely not met each other. The district was too small. Any small incident that happened will be known throughout the district within half a day, and it will be discussed among the residents for days. The Feng family was the district's wealthiest family. News and information about the Feng family had been circulating around the district. Li Na still does not want her family to know about her relationship with Feng Yu. The instructions from Bing City had arrived at the district. It was about the leasing of farmlands in Russia. Wen Deguang had known about this beforehand and had asked his men to spread the news. He wants to know how many farmers were willing to apply. He had wanted more people to go to Russia. The more people that went there, the lesser the farmers will be here in the district. This way, the district can let those remaining farmers farm more fields. They would be able to utilize farming machines and increase their efficiency. After the information was passed down to the district office, when Deguang asked the district's evening news to air an hour-long segment about the conditions and advantages of going to Russia to farm. The next day, there was a constant stream of people that went to the district office to apply. They were to leave for Russia in April and May and stay there for about 6 months. They will be able to return in October. They could also return home during the 6 months periods. The money they would earn was even more. Furthermore, this was organized by the city, and they heard that the provincial government was also involved. The government will even send people to talk to the Russian government. All they have to do was to take care of their farms. This was an attractive offer for those poor families. The district had only assigned a small plot of land to them. There were no wastelands for them to cultivate, and their family does not have tractors. They were the ones that were the most eager to farm in Russia. The higher-ups had said that the district will act as guarantors for they to take a bank loan. Even the tractors can be paid in installments. This was an opportunity for them to escape poverty. There were only about 10,000 people and about 3,000 families in the district. More than 1,000 people had applied, and some families had applied separately. For example, the father applied, the son applied, the husband applied, and the wife applied. There were also some people that came together to share the cost of purchasing a tractor and a harvester. They would share these machines, and they would save a lot. They would be able to lease 50 hectares to 100 hectares in Russia. At the district, each of them was only allowed to use 1 to 2 hectares of land. Even with 1 to 2 hectares of land in the district, these farmers were able to survive. With such a big plot of land, they would be able to make tens of thousand RMB in a year. In a few years' time, they would be able to become wealthy. Just the interest from their money was more than enough to survive. During the news, the district chief had said that the city will help the people from the districts first. Those that fulfilled the conditions can go to Russia to earn money. Next month, there will be a trip to Russia to look at the fields. Even if the farmers were not selected, they could also treat it as a holiday. They had lived most of their lives in Longjiang province and had never been overseas before. There was an opportunity for them. Many families were excited, but there were also families that had fought over this. Dad, why are we not applying? Our family can lease at least 100 hectares. Even if we lease 200 hectares of land, will also not be a problem. Think about how much we can earn in a year. Next year, we will have enough money for the youngest to get married. What do you know? The news mentioned that those that had cultivated wastelands must return the land to the government before they can go to Russia. They called this the returning farmlands to the wilderness policy. This wasteland was cultivated through the efforts of this father and his sons. Last year, there was flooding, and they had made losses. They knew that this year, there will be no more floods. This was the time for them to earn money. Why should they return their land to the government? Dad, we had only cultivated dozens of wastelands. It was still wetlands. If it rains heavier, our land will start ponding. Russia's land is all good lands. It will be safer for us to grow crops there. Didn't the district chief said that if we return those cultivated land to the government, we will get some compensations? What compensations? Even if they give you 100 renminbi, it is also considered compensations. There was a flood last year, and this year there should not be flooding. If we are able to grow our crops well on our farm, we will also have enough money for the youngest's wedding next year. Dad, then what about your grandson's high school's expenses? What about second brother's daughter's kindergarten expenses? The youngest will be getting married, and he also needs a house. His house will also need furniture and home appliances. Just look at Huanzi. He is poor and had gotten married. Both his wife and him had been quarreling over money every day. His wife has been blaming him for earning so little. The youngest son said, "Dad, I want to follow elder brother and second brother to go and farm in Russia. Both you and Mum have health issues. We should just return the land to the government and take the compensations. Your field in the district can be rented out to others. Just the rental alone will be sufficient for both you and Mum. We will go to Russia and farm there. There is so much land, and with the eldest brother and second brother's skills, we will not make losses." That Blackie Lee is also applying. Do you think that we are worse off than him? The father lowered his head and snubbed his cigarette. He lit another cigarette and looked at his two elder sons. "Does both your wives agree to let you farm there?" The both of them nodded. There were many people from the district applying to go over to Russia. They could take care of each other there. Furthermore, this was headed by the city government. They would be protected. This was an excellent opportunity for them. Then the three of them can go. But I will not return the cultivated land and your fields. I will farm by myself. When Deguang looked at the report in his hands, this report was compiled from all the villages. There were a total of 70+ households with cultivated land. The cultivated land amounted to over 900 hectares. This was not a small figure. When Wen Deguang was still a village head, he had also cultivated wastelands. He had no choice. He had bought a tractor, and he needs to earn more money. But when he was promoted to the deputy chief of the district office, he had given his cultivated land to two poor families in his village. Now, he needed to take back those land. It was too difficult for him to do so. Luckily, Feng Yu had given Wen Deguang some suggestions, and the higher-ups will also give some compensations for the farmers to return their lands. The few of you are from the third village. I also know what the few of you have in common. The cultivated land behind third village belongs to the few of you. Don't panic. I am not giving you fines. Now the higher-ups had issued a regulation stating that cultivating wastelands is against the law. The few of you should return those land to the government. Stop panicking. Let me finish first. I saw that the few of you had applied to go to Russia. Let me tell you something, but keep it to yourselves. In Russia, you are allowed to cultivate wastelands too. The rental for those wastelands is half of those fields. You do not need to pay anything during the first year and 50% rental for the second year. If the few of you agrees to return your land to the government, then the higher-ups will allow you all to cultivate wastelands in Russia. This will be more profitable than leasing those ready fields. Many people tried to interrupt Wen Deguang when he was talking, but he stopped them. He needs to finish what he had to say in one go. If not, this discussion will go on forever. We can also cultivate wastelands in Russia, and it was permitted by the government? Although we still need to rent those lands, the rental was much cheaper. The rental saved every year was a considerable amount. District Chief, if we return our cultivated land here, how much land are we allowed to cultivate in Russia? Someone asked. Double. Double? All of them were excited. If they were allowed to cultivate double the area of the land, then they would be able to earn much more, especially if they signed 8 years lease. After the first 2 years, those cultivated lands will be the same as those ordinary fields, and they only need to pay half the rent. It was a good deal. District Chief, we had discussed, and we agreed. But I had heard that there are compensations when we return those land. These people will not let go of any opportunity to get more money. The government will be compensating all of you 10 renminbi for every hectare. The city and district will compensate another 10 renminbi. You think it is too low? If you think the compensation is too low, then you can carry on farming there. In summer, when the new regulation takes effect, don't blame me for bringing people to confiscate those lands. Wen Deguang had finished using the soft approach, and now he was using the hard method. As for the compensation amount, he was the one who decided it. District Chief, what are you talking about? We had not mentioned anything about not returning those lands. If the rest agreed, we would also agree. Remember what all of you said today. If you change your minds later, don't blame me for taking actions against all of you. Wen Deguang looked at those people leaving his office, and he smiled. It was as what Feng Yu said. It was easy to get these people to return their lands. Fine. I know. Thanks, Brother Fu, for your help. Feng Yu hung up the phone. He was lost in his thoughts. China's logistics giant Shunfeng, from Feng Yu's previous life, had started their operations in Hong Kong. China and Hong Kong's trade had been increasing, and the government's ships cannot meet the demands. This Shunfeng was doing the shipping businesses between Hong Kong and southern Guangdong. Currently, this company had just started and had not even registered their company. This company does not even have their own fleet of vehicles, let alone cargo ships. But Xuanfeng's boss had an interesting idea. His slogan was, "The postal services require 1 day to depart from China and another day to reach Hong Kong. It will take at least 2 days for the postage to reach its destination. If someone needs something urgently, it will be too long." Xuanfeng's boss, Wang Wei, was in the printing business in the past. At this time, most factories in China were set up by Hong Kong businessmen. The labor, land, and material cost was cheaper, and it was not far from Hong Kong. The average salaries in Hong Kong at this time was over 1,500 Hong Kong dollars. It was more than 10 times compared to China. Wang Wei soon discovered that the product samples from the factories in China need at least 2 to 3 days to reach Hong Kong. It had delayed a lot of time. As such, he and a few friends started to help businessmen in China to carry their samples through hand-carried luggage back to Hong Kong. At the same time, he brought some Hong Kong products into China to sell at Foshan. Although Wang Wei and his friends were only a few people and do not even have a truck or ship, his business was good. Slowly, through word of mouth, more and more factories knew about them. They traveled to and fro between Hong Kong and Foshan every day. More and more people started to look for Wang Wei and his friends to ask them to carry things out of China. They do not only help to courier goods to Hong Kong. He even delivered the goods to specific locations. This became Xuanfeng's business model. It was worth mentioning that Wang Wei's father was someone with a small fortune. He had a small factory, but he was not pleased with what Wang Wei was doing. If Wang Wei wishes to do this business, he needs money to set up a company. He needs to pay the couriers both in China and Hong Kong. Feng Yu had wanted to look for Wang Wei, but since the last time Feng Yu spoke to Li Dafu, he had not given him any replies until now. This let Feng Yu understand one thing. If it were not the correct timing, these people's thinking would be different. This was the reason why Feng Yu did not look for Wang Wei in the past. He was waiting for the right time. This was the time when Wang Wei needed money, and Feng Yu asked Fu Guangjing to lend Wang Wei 100,000 Hong Kong dollars to help him set up Shunfeng Courier. Feng Yu did not charge interest for this 100,000 Hong Kong dollars. He just said that he admired these few youngsters and wished for their success. Wang Wei and his friends were shocked. They did not even need to have any collaterals and only required to sign a loan agreement. Wang Wei still thought that it was his father who had sent someone to help him. This was what Feng Yu wanted. The Shunfeng now was not worth investing. Wang Wei was not developed yet. He was still far from the mysterious boss of Shunfeng in the future years. In Feng Yu's previous life, Jack Ma had mentioned that the person he admired most was Wang Wei. It was because not everyone can manage a 150,000 employees company. This Wang Wei was similar to Feng Yu in the sense that both do not like to be interviewed. He does not even want to be photographed. He even rejected the top leader of China's postal service's invitation. Maybe the only news about him was that he bought a plot of land in Hong Kong and built a mansion. This was also not on the financial newspapers. It was on the tabloids. Wang Wei had started with a backpack, and then he recruited 5 of his friends to set up a company. Within 10 years, this company, which was started from 100,000 Hong Kong dollars, grew to a company that was worth hundreds of thousands. This showed how capable Wang Wei was. Shunfeng was only slightly behind China's logistics giant EMS. Shunfeng had held 20% of China's market share, but Shunfeng had never advertised or accepted any investments. It was not even listed. Wang Wei had said that the company was doing well, and they had almost 30% profits. He does not need any investors. The company had never faced any financial issues before. There was no need to raise funds by being listed. The company had enough funds to grow. There was also no need for any advertisements. Even when Shunfeng had collected the parcel at 6 in the evenings, the package will arrive at the client's place the next morning. Word of mouth was the best advertisements. But the future Shunfeng had a big problem, which had limited its growth to become China's #1 courier company. That was because Shunfeng had expanded from the south towards the north. Some provinces in the northeast and northwest were not covered. Their coverage was not as significant as EMS. In this life, no matter how Shunfeng developed, it will never reach the scale in Feng Yu's previous life. It was because of wind and rain logistics had already expanded from the northeast to Beijing region. although it had not reached the extent of reaching the destination in one day. In another 2 years, wind and rain logistics will expand even faster. At that time, it should have captured the central regions. Shunfeng should also have extended to the southeast. When that happens, it would be the time for wind and rain logistics to cooperate with Shunfeng. With the favor Fengyu had given to Wang Wei now, how could Wang Wei refuse to let Fengyu invest in his company? If both companies could cooperate or even merged, then there would be no problems overtaking EMS. Fu Guangjing hung up the phone and was puzzled why Fengyu had asked him to do this. It was evident that Fengyu does not know those people. Why Fengyu wanted to lend them money? Why did Fengyu ask him to monitor this person and borrow him money? He looked carefully at these few youngsters, but could not see anything special about them. This amount was not enough to do logistics business. Even if you do not have a cargo ship, then at least you must have a truck. These few people do not even own a motorcycle. They were delivering parcels via bicycles. Fu Guangjing mentioned that it would be faster to use motorcycles to do deliveries, and Wang Wei asked if he could borrow another 100,000 Hong Kong dollars to buy bikes. Wang Wei had really thought that Fu Guangjing was his father's friend. This was also the reason why he was not embarrassed to borrow money. Fu Guangjing hesitated for a while and remembered about the miracles Fengyu created in the past. He immediately nodded. He also gave Wang Wei a personal loan of 100,000 Hong Kong dollars for him to buy some motorcycles. Anyway, Fengyu had only asked him to lend Wang Wei 100,000 Hong Kong dollars. So, even if he lends Wang Wei another 100,000 Hong Kong dollars out from his own pocket, it should be fine. If Fengyu really wanted to help Wang Wei, then Fengyu would owe him a personal favor. Fu Guangjing would never have thought that Fengyu lent Wang Wei money was for his future cooperation. Fengyu was investing in Wang Wei. At this time, Wang Wei and his friends were not worth investing. Fu Guangjing could not see any potential in this small company. This company might not even earn 100,000 Hong Kong dollars in a year. However, Fu Guangjing was used to follow Fengyu's footsteps. Even if Fengyu had given Wang Wei 100,000 Hong Kong dollars for nothing, he was also fine doing the same. The money he had earned by following Fengyu was more than 100,000 Hong Kong dollars. After the Lunar New Year, Fengyu returned to Bing City. He needs to help with the district's developments. Together with him was the district chief, Wen Deguang. Director Li, you are a busy man now. It is hard to get to meet you. Fengyu joked. Manager Feng, stop kidding with me. I came here once I received your call. How come you have the time to treat me today? It is not easy to get a treat from you. Fengyu thought back. I had not treated Li Shiyu before. I really have not treated him to a meal before. I had eaten a few times at his motor factory canteen before. Although I had donated a lot of money the past few years, I am still being treated as a stingy person. That's why I am treating you today. I have prepared noodles. Fengyu replied without his face turning red. Since you are treating today, I will eat at least 3 bowls. Wen Deguang was looking at them in shock. This Fengyu could speak so casually with Director Li of the motor factory? Director Li was a high-ranked leader, and he managed a huge factory. He could still joke with Fengyu. Director Li, let me introduce. This is my district chief and also Secretary Wen Deguang. He had watched me grow up. Uncle Wen, this is Director Li of the motor factory. He is the person who can help us. Li Shiyu heard the way Fengyu addresses Wen Deguang, and he knew that they both were very close. He saw Wen Deguang stretching out 2 hands to shake hand with him, and he immediately shook his hands with both hands too. Let's talk while we eat. No problems, Li Shiyu replied. Director Li, how good is the technology on wind-powered generators at the motor factory? Fengyu asked. It's fine, I think. Although we are not the best in China, we are still one of the tops regarding technology. It is still all because of your help. If not, our technologies will not be improved so fast. Li Shiyu said. If Fengyu had not brought in so many related technologies from the Soviet Union, the motor factory only have hydro and thermal generators technologies that were considered advanced. The other types of generators were too ordinary. But now the motor factory was different. They even have the technologies for nuclear-powered generators. The factory had received many orders due to their improvement in their technologies. This was the time when the nation was developing their energy industry. How could the motor factory's business not do well? This was especially so after the motor factory had appeared on CCTV. The whole nation's generator factories knew that the motor factory had the most advanced technologies. If not, How could they win a national-level award? For the whole nation, getting an award on CCTV was equivalent to getting a national-level award. If it was only a small award, why would CCTV air it? How could there be an award ceremony for small awards? Li Shiyu was very grateful to Feng Yu. This was why when he heard that Feng Yu needed his help, he came over to meet him. Li Shiyu was clear that if he helped Feng Yu would undoubtedly remember him. In the future, if there were any good things, Feng Yu would not forget about him and the motor factory. But why was Feng Yu talking about wind power? What has it got to do with Feng Yu? Director Li, how are your wind-powered generators selling? When Feng Yu mentioned this, Li Shiyu shook his head. The sales are SOSO only. It is not as good as the hydro and thermal generators. SOSO was also better than before. In the past, no one had even asked them about their wind-powered generators. Now, at least he had some profits, and these profits was enough for them to research on improving their technologies. Director Li, do you know why your generators are not selling well? Why? Li Shiyu was curious. Feng Yu knew the reason? It is because you did not let the others see the results. What do you mean? When people want to buy hydropower generators, you will say that the Guizhou hydropower station is using your generators. If they wanted to buy thermal generators, you have countless examples. Even if those people have not been to those places, they would also have heard of them. They will know about the quality of your generators. But for wind-powered generators, what examples do you have? Feng Yu was slowly leading Li Shiyu's thoughts to where he wants it to be. Sai, it was really like what you said. Last year, we had sold some wind-powered generators to the Xinjiang there, and there were the inquiries about wind-powered generators increased. Are you trying to tell me to increase the marketing of the wind-powered generators there? Li Shiyu asked excitedly. Damn, the West had already started to build wind-powered power stations? Director Li, no, you are wrong. Feng Yu tried to change Li Shiyu's thinking. Think about this. If your buyers could see the real thing, do you think that it will be more effective? The real thing? Are you telling me to build a wind-powered power plant in Bing City? That's impossible. We do not have much wind here. Li Shiyu waved his hand. Constant winds were a must for wind-powered generators. There is a small mountain near my district. You can build a power station there. In future, if you have any potential clients, you can bring them there to look at the real thing. If your generators are able to generate electricity in places without many winds, that means the motor factory had more advanced technologies. Li Shiyu suddenly stared at Feng Yu and smiled. This is the reason why you have treated me for this meal? Are you thinking of asking me to build a wind-powered power plant for your district? Feng Yu smiled. It's an investment. After the power plant is built, you are able to earn on the electricity charges. I knew that you were not so generous to treat me. If you are me and you knew that there is not much wind in your district, will you still build a power plant there? Feng Yu carefully asked, will there be any losses? Maybe not. But there will not be any profits either. Our generators can be used for about 30 years, but we still need to lay cables, installations, maintenance, etc. You can calculate how much we need to invest in this project. Feng Yu brightened up. It is fine if there are no losses. This is advertising, which advertisements does not need money. Furthermore, you can let the state power or the local power to lay the cables. If you use their cables, they will be the ones that will do the maintenance, and you will still have some profits every year. This was a good deal. Your advertisement does not need to pay and could still make some profits. Stop trying to deceive me. Is this advertisement or charity? Our factory is now waiting for big news. If this goes through, our factory will have no worries for the next 10 years. Why would we still need advertisements? What order is this that will sustain your factory for 10 years? Three Gorges. There had been discussions about this long ago, but the National People's Congress might be approving this project this year. We are competing for 2 compressors. We have high hopes of winning this bid. If this project goes through, then we will become one of the top generator factories in the world. You think our orders will be less in the future? Li Shiyu said proudly. Huh. Three Gorges Dam will be using Bing City's motor factory? Feng Yu remembered in his previous life that the Three Gorges Dam was using generators from the US, Germany, and France in the first phase. It was only in the second phase when Bing City Motor Factory and other state-owned generator factories supplied the generators. Could it be that things had changed in this life? It seems that this was the year when the Three Gorges Dam Hydro Stations project was approved. As such, Feng Yu told Li Shiyu confidently, if I can be guaranteed that this project will be approved during this Congress, Can you invest in a small wind-powered power station in my district? Li Shiyu's eyes opened wide. Feng Yu could guarantee that this project will be approved? Are you gambling? It is fine if Director Li thinks that I am gambling. If this project is not approved, then I will help you think of a way to let your factory earn tens of millions each year. If the project is approved, then our power station. I will invest in that power station even if the Three Gorges Dam project is not approved. What idea do you have? This was tens of millions. It cost only a few millions to build a wind-powered power generator. Using a few million to exchange for a business that will make tens of millions profit. This was a good deal. Director Li, how is the research on the batteries going? We have paid quite a lot for this. Feng Yu suddenly asked. It is progressing quite well according to your requirements. The batteries should be ready next year. The nickel batteries and zinc batteries cost are higher than those traditional lead-acid batteries. Are you going to install those batteries in your motorcycles? Not only it will be installed in the motorcycles, the saloon cars and trucks produced by the machinery company will also need batteries. I can sign an agreement with the motor factory. If you can fulfill our demands, we will purchase the batteries from you. That means the motor factory will make quite a hefty sum every year. How many motorcycles and saloon cars are you going to produce each year? This year, we will produce at least 300,000 motorcycles and 20,000 saloon cars. This was mainly due to the factories are still under construction. The factories will be in operation at the end of this year. But from next year, I guaranteed that the production of motorcycles will exceed 600,000 units, and saloon cars will exceed 100,000 units. All these vehicles will be using your batteries. Really? All your branch factories will be using our batteries. Li Shiyu was overjoyed. If that's the case, then just batteries alone will create over 100 million renminbi of sales for the motor factory. As the production of the machinery company increases, their sales and profits will also increase. Maybe there will be over 100 million renminbi of profits. But were those batteries really suitable to be used in vehicles? That's right. But I will suggest you set up branch factories to manufacture these batteries. It would be best if you could set up multiple factories like what the machinery company did. Wait, you want us to set up branch factories? What's wrong? You are wealthy, and you can set up 10 branch factories at one go. But our motor factory does not have so many funds. We cannot even afford to set up one branch factory. Li Shiyu replied sourly. Then we can work together. I had said that the rights for this battery technologies belonged to me when I asked your factory to research on it. So, I will not use this technology to invest. How about I will provide you with the factories, funds, and equipment, and you will supply the factories with manpower, like engineers and workers. We can set up a joint partnership company. Feng Yu had said his real motive. The future battery industry will be huge due to the developments of electric scooters and the automobile industry. How could Feng Yu miss out this opportunity to make money? Even if he could not monopolize the market, but it should not be a problem for him to be the market leader. Just the batteries for the electric scooters will bring at least a few billions of sales each year. The profits from this will not be a small amount. Cooperate. Li Shiyu was wary when he heard of this word. He knew that every time he cooperates with Feng Yu, the motor factory will not suffer any losses. But most of the money will be earned by Feng Yu. We can talk about this later. Chief Wen, why are you keeping quiet? Li Shiyu decided to go back and consider about this cooperation carefully. He needs to think over this before he could choose whether to work with Feng Yu and the details of this cooperation. Wen Deguang raises his wine glass. Director Li, let's have a toast first. Let me thank you for helping our district. Wen Deguang was thinking in his heart. What can he say? The both of them had not given him the chance to open his mouth. He does not even have the opportunity to speak when they were talking about the power station, let alone when they were discussing business. Feng Yu suddenly remembered that Uncle Wen was sitting beside him. I will not drink any alcohol. I am driving. Damn, these two people could drink baijiu like fishes. Feng Yu does not want to drink with them. Wen Deguang starts to drink and talk to Li Shiyu about the power station. Feng Yu added some of his views occasionally. He wanted the most for his district. In the end, Feng Yu represented Tai Hua Food Processing Factory to invest 1 million renminbi in the power station. In the future, the factory will have a 30% discount on the electricity charges and could still get a share of the profits from the power station. This type of investment was common in some areas. Since there were already precedents, it was not a problem if the district and the motor factory pushes for it. The state power will also not reject, as they would be able to get 10% profits if they allow the power station to use their power lines. After the meal, Wen Deguang went to the city's farm department to report on this matter. The issue of the farmers returning their cultivated lands had been settled, but Wen Deguang does not want to just return those lands to the wilderness. Since the instructions from the top had not been finalized, he intends to lease those land to other farmers. The rents collected will go into the district's finances, and when the instructions came down from the top, he would then return the land. Li Shiyu returned to the motor factory and immediately called the person in charge of the battery's development and the other sales team chiefs to his office. He needs to ask if this battery project can be used to cooperate with Fengyu. If they were to collaborate with Fengyu, what would be the details? How many shares should they request? Directory, I shall be honest with you. I do not think that this battery project will do well. The cost for this nickel batteries is too high. Who would want to buy it? Lead-acid batteries are more than enough for cars. Anyway, it is only used to start the engines and on the lights. Lead-acid batteries are much cheaper. Other than some equipment that requires special requirements for electricity, I cannot think of other uses for nickel batteries. The deputy chief engineer said, I think we can cooperate with Fengyu. Didn't he say that he will provide the location, funds, and also the equipment? We only need to provide the manpower and engineers. We do not need to invest much. If this succeeded, the profits would not be low. Also, Fengyu promised that the machinery company's cars will use our batteries in the future, but some of their factories are located in the south. Could they ship the batteries from Bing City there? When he said to purchase the batteries from us, I think he meant purchasing the batteries from the joint venture factories. If we do not cooperate with him, then this deal will be gone. Even if we are producing lead-acid batteries, there will still be profits. The sales chief said, the technicians and workers will have to leave their homes to work in another province. We have to give them additional allowances. Their salaries will be higher. Can Fengyu accept this? This should not be a problem. The machinery company's workers are getting more salaries than us. I heard that this was suggested by Fengyu. Also, Taihua trading staffs were getting increments every year. I heard that their salaries are more than 170 renminbi a month. This Fengyu is generous to his staffs. The motor factory's finance chief said. Li Shiyu shook his head. I think all of you had misunderstood me. I am telling all of you about this is not to ask if we should work with Fengyu. I can confirm that we must work with him. I just want to ask if we should invest a sum of money to increase our stake in the company. What? Director, if we are able to receive the order from the Three Gorges project, then we must focus on it. Where will we get the money to invest in new factories? Furthermore, we might not have enough engineers and technicians for those new factories. From what I understand, Fengyu does not intend to set up one branch factory. Li Shiyu was hesitating. From what he knew, Fengyu had never made any losses from his investments. But where will he sell these batteries? Use those nickel batteries in the cars? This would increase the cost of the vehicle. He had so many people with him, but there were no conclusions. Li Shiyu decided to look for Fengyu tomorrow again to find out more. He must not miss this opportunity. Fengyu wanted to collaborate with the motor factory to develop batteries was not because batteries will have lots of profits in the future. It was also because China's giants in the batteries industry will be controlled by foreign MNC due to a series of takeovers and investments in the future. Now, future China's battery giant, Nanfu, aka Excel Batteries, was still starting. They had just successfully developed NIMH batteries, and this company had reached world-class standards. Maybe Nanfu thought that they have no other competitors in China, but this technology was also developed successfully by the motor factory. Fengyu had gotten some information on this technology and had asked the motor factory to research on it. Even the motor factory did not know that this technology was the most advanced in China. The motor factory had thought that they were only one of the best in China. They could not see the potential in this technology. Just the batteries used in remote controls and touch lights were a huge market in the future. The home appliances now started to use remote controls. There were also some toys in the market that needs batteries. Also, the touch lights and wall clocks, which was a necessity in every home, uses batteries. Fengyu clearly remembers that in another 2 years, battery-powered toy cars will be selling like hotcakes. The high-performance batteries used in these toy cars were sold for more than 10 renminbi. Some batteries were selling more than the toy cars. But what was the cost of those batteries? The battery was selling from a few RMB to over 10 renminbi apiece. The highest profits were over 300%. Also, the sales for pagers were increasing, and domestic-produced pagers started to appear. In the following few years, pagers will be a huge industry, and a battery can only last a pager for 1 month. It uses batteries faster than remote controls. In Fengyu's previous life, Nanfu was successful because they just happened to meet this phase. Furthermore, it will need about 1 year to set up a battery factory. It will take long periods just to settle the wastewater drainage systems. This was also because the equipment needed for the treatment of the wastewater got to be imported from overseas. Those machines used for wastewater treatment produced in China were only polluting the environment more. If they start to build the factories now, then it should be ready for operation next year. At that time, VCD should be in the market, and the saloon cars should be produced. The timing was right for these new products to use the newly produced batteries. If they set up the factories next year, the small batteries will be taken over by Nanfu batteries. Furthermore, Fengyu does not only want to produce small batteries. He also wants to produce batteries for automobiles. He would be able to train a group of specialists in this field now, and he would not face a shortage of staffs when the new factories were set up. Also, Fengyu wants to get these batteries experts trained by the motor factory to the new factories was because he wants control over them. There can only be profits when they have the leading technology. Once these experts join the new factories, Fengyu would never let them return back to the motor factory. Fengyu, yesterday we talked about setting up a branch factory together to manufacture batteries. Can we talk about the details? Li Shiyu had asked Fengyu to come to the motor factory. He wanted to make use of the advantage of having more people to negotiate with him. He needs to make sure that the motor factory will not be at a disadvantage. Director Li, yesterday I did not say about setting up a factory. I want to set up 5 branch factories. It will be the same as my automobile factories. It will be located all over China. This will be a huge investment. I intend to invest 200 million renminbi. Oh, how much can the motor factory invest? Fengyu purposely asked. From the way Li Shiyu set up this meeting, he knew Li Shiyu's intentions. Li Shiyu will surely want to invest, but he does not want to take out any money. Fengyu also knew that if the Three Gorges project starts, even if the motor factory got the backup generator job, it will not be a small project. The factory will have to focus on that, and the factory will not have sufficient funds to invest in something else. Li Shiyu wanted a more significant share in these new factories. But Fengyu kept mentioning about money. No money. Then stop thinking of owning more shares. Fengyu also did not intend to invest in 5 branch factories at once. 1 factory in Jinling will be sufficient for the market now. He could set up a few production lines to manufacture batteries in the machinery company's factory here. He was not worried about the production of automobile batteries, as the motor factory already had the production lines. The people at the motor factory were sitting up straight, but when money was mentioned, all of them shrank. The motor factory does have the funds, but they cannot use it. Manager Feng, why do you need to set up so many branch factories at once? Our factory can also manufacture batteries. Our factory can produce those small batteries that are used in touch lights and those batteries used by motorcycles and automobiles. If you think that the number of batteries produces is not enough, then with 1 more branch factory, it should be able to meet your demand. How many cars and motorcycles can your factories produce in a year? Can your factory produce 1 million cars and motorcycles in a year? There is no need for so many branch factories. The deputy factory director who was in charge of production said /. Furthermore, you do not have experts in this field. We also cannot supply too many people in this field. If these people were to work in other regions, we still have to compensate them. We need to increase their salaries, and we will be taking on a bigger job soon. We will not be able to supply too many people. The one in charge of the battery development said, if you invest so much money at once, it will also be a strain on your finance. What if the sales for this product does not do well? Manager Feng, I think 1 branch factory should be enough. The people at the motor factory took turns to persuade Fengyu, but Fengyu was not convinced. He acted like he insisted on his original plans. This gave the people from the motor factory a big headache. Based on Fengyu's plan, how much shares could they get? Even 5% was considered a lot. What sort of joint venture was this? It was like the motor factory working for Fengyu. Why can this be possible? Manager Feng, we have a lot of battery factories in China. Although our battery technologies are better, our cost is higher too. The spending power in our country cannot be compared to other countries. When people buy batteries, they will choose the cheapest ones. Furthermore, all batteries look the same. Unless the amount of electricity in your battery is higher, there is almost no difference between the rest of the batteries. We do not have any significant advantages over the competitors. Li Shiyu persuaded. Feng Yu showed a troubled expression and said, "Fine. Then we will build one branch factory. How much are you going to invest?" Manager Feng, didn't you said that we will only supply manpower? Why are you asking us to invest? Li Shiyu showed a surprised expression. Feng Yu rolled his eyes. All of you only wanted to supply some people and then get a share of the profits. But I'm also targeting these people too. Just like this deputy chief engineer who was in charge of developing the battery technologies. Fine. I will provide all the funds, and your deputy chief engineer Li will lead the team of experts and technicians. There should not be less than 30 people on the team, and there should be at least 100 experienced workers. I will give you 7% shares. Manager Feng, we are the ones that are in charge of the battery technologies, and we still need to supply so many workers. How come we are only getting 7% shares? Li Shiyu replied loudly. Technology? I am the one who had given you the original technology. I am also the one paying for the R&D funds. The results from your research also belong to me. I still have the contract with me. Furthermore, am I not the one paying them? These people's salaries will be paid by the new factory. The machinery company will not be responsible for them. Those that retired after 1 year of working at the factory will be taken care of by us. You think 7% is too little? I am going to invest 40 million renminbi. Why not your side also invest some money, and I can let you have more shares? If it was only one branch factory, then the motor factory will not suffer any losses even if they just relied on the automobiles and motorcycles. With this new factory, the machinery company will not order any batteries from the motor factory, and the motor factory would lose out a lot of profits. We will invest 10 million renminbi, and you only need to invest 30 million. We want 35% shares. Li Shiyu gritted his teeth and said, Director Li, is your math not good? 30% is my baseline. You can get those engineers from other places. Anyway, I have the technologies. Li Shiyu looked at the rest and nodded. Fine, 30% shares. But we can only take out the money in the second half of this year. Feng Yu smiled. No problems. You have no problems investing 10 million renminbi now. But can you still increase your investment if I continue to invest next year? After finalizing the details of the agreement, Feng Yu called Fu Guangjing to ask him to look for a location near to the Jinling branch factory to build a battery factory. As usual, Fu Guangjing invested some money for a 10% stake in the battery factory. He also arranged for the management staffs, and Taihua Trading will hire the staffs for the finance department. Feng Yu made a call to Kirilenko and ordered a few battery production lines. He does not care whether if the production lines were used or brand new, as long as they were cheaper than the ones from Europe and US. China still does not have such advanced production lines. Overall, China's industrial level was still below average compared to the rest of the world. It was almost the end of February, and Feng Yu returned to Beijing. Li Na and the rest will return to Beijing a few days later. Feng Yu went to Zhongguancun to buy a computer. Although there was still no good operating system now, the VCD will be launched soon. Feng Yu's target was to use CD-ROM to replace floppy disk. He needs to look at the current computers had reached what standards and if it could use CD-ROM. At a small shop, Feng Yu saw a few CRT monitors and some computer parts on display. A dirty-looking man saw Feng Yu and warmly greeted him. Brother, what are you looking for? We have the most advanced 486 computers with internal storage of 8 M, 3.5 inches floppy disk driver, most advanced video card, for 20 M hard disk, 14-inch CRT monitor, DOS system. You will not regret buying it. What? Feng Yu was shocked. Luckily, he was here to look around first. If he wasn't here, he still does not know how backward the computers were in this era. This was considered the most advanced. The CPU, internal storage, etc. could not even compare to a handphone in the future years. Hard disk space of 420 M? Can it even store an HD movie? The shop owner had recommended this computer proudly. Were these specs really the best? Boss, do you have anything that's better? These are the best specs available. The government had also bought these computers. Which unit are you from and how many do you need? If you are buying a lot, I can give you some 3.5 inches floppy disk drive as free gifts. The shop owner had thought that Feng Yu was purchasing computers for his unit. Buying a personal computer? Stop kidding. Why would anyone buy a computer? Computers were too expensive, and other than units. Who would spend money to buy? Also, how many people know how to use computers? In this era, all the elites in China who had received a higher education were mostly working in the government agencies or state-owned enterprises units. There was only a handful that started their own business. Maybe there might be more in the coastal regions, but not a lot in Beijing. How much did one 486 computers cost? 12,000 renminbi. The current average annual salary was not even 1,600 renminbi. Who would buy such an expensive item for personal use? It must be purchased for the units. Even if it was purchasing for the units, it was different from the future years, where the shop owners will ask how many dozens or hundreds of computers. If one unit could afford 2 or more computers, it will be considered a big unit. Many units do not even have one computer. The units in this era were only equipped with phone lines, fax, photocopier machines, and typewriters. Even scanners were rare. In this era, the computers were still pre-assembled monoblock computers. There was no such thing as self-assembled computers. The CPU was still placed horizontally below the monitor. Brother, are you buying? Which unit are you from, and how many do you need? Come on, speak up. The shop owner was getting anxious. There were not a lot of shops selling computers, and the shop owner must cherish every customer. The money he earned from selling one computer would be more than working for 1 year. The series of questions from the shop owner woke Feng Yu from his daydream. What brands do you have? We have IBM, Dell, Lenovo. Wait, you have Lenovo computers? Feng Yu heard Lenovo and immediately interrupted the shop owner. Feng Yu remembered that Lenovo was set up in the 1980s and started from manufacturing Chinese language card. It was in the 1990s when they ventured into the personal computers industry. He did not know that Lenovo had its own computers now. Feng Yu rubbed his chin. He thought if he could recruit Lu Chuanji and the rest from Lenovo. Lenovo had not undergone restructuring and was still a subsidiary of a research facility. Lu Chuanji and the rest should still be getting salaries. They should have other thoughts when the company was making so much money, and they do not have a share. But if Feng Yu were to poach them over, he will have to set up a research facility for them. This would be a considerable investment. Brother, do you want to buy a Lenovo computer? The shop owner pointed to a computer and asked, how much is this computer? Feng Yu pointed to the Lenovo computer and asked, are you buying 1 unit? 1 unit is enough. The shop owner was slightly disappointed. I will give you a discount. 11,800 renminbi. Do you need a receipt? Feng Yu smiled and said, 10,000 renminbi. The shop owner jumped. 10,000 renminbi? Impossible. This is the latest model. You can ask around in Zhongwankan. No shops are selling this cheap. The lowest I can go is 11,500 renminbi. Feng Yu, 10,000 renminbi. Are you a serious buyer? This is a computer and not a game console. This is not the way to bargain. I had already offered you a discount, and you should not insist on the price. I only have 10,000 renminbi, and I am not buying for any unit. I am buying on behalf of my boss. How about 11,000 renminbi? I can write you a 12,000 renminbi receipt. You can bring the receipt back and claim from your boss. The shop owner moved closer and said softly. He does not believe that Feng Yu only had 10,000 with him. He thinks that Feng Yu had said this to bargain with him. Feng Yu looked at the shop owner speechlessly. Nowadays shop could write receipts this way. It was a pity that he was buying the computer for himself. No matter what amount was written on the receipt, he still has to pay 10,000 renminbi. Not a single cent more. If you are not selling, I will go to other shops. You had said that you are not the only one selling this computer in Zhongwankan. If you do not want to sell, other shops will be willing. Brother, don't go. Let's discuss. How about 10,800 renminbi? This is an auspicious number. The shop owner pulled Feng Yu back. Feng Yu looked at the shop owner without any expression. 10,000 renminbi. The shop owner was going crazy. This was the type of customer he was afraid of. Only insist on a specific price and refuse to bargain. Could it be that this kid knew what his cost price was? Domestic-produced computers were much cheaper than imported ones. If he sells this unit for 10,000 renminbi, he would still make a few hundred RMB of profits. But his shop rarely has any customers. Sometimes, he might be able to sell 1 or 2 computers in a month. His rent was high and had invested a lot in these computers. He had even sold his house to set up this shop. Feng Yu was clear that imported computers would cost about 12,000 renminbi, but local computers should be much cheaper. It does not need to pay so much taxes. Lenovo had only bought some parts and assembled it together, making it its own product. Other than the outer casing and the Chinese language card inside, the rest were not manufactured by them. That was the reason why Feng Yu thinks that 10,000 renminbi was a reasonable price. The shop owner would still be able to make some profits. Fine. I am scared of you. 10,000 renminbi, and the receipt will also be 10,000 renminbi. Okay, write the receipt. Feng Yu bought a computer, and at the same time, he got the contact number to Lenovo which was printed on the packaging. Feng Yu went to the post office in his neighborhood, and after giving a red packet, 2 technicians followed him home to install internet line. In this era, there were no broadband or fiber optics cables. He only installed a modem with a phone line. Although the internet was still in the initial phase, he could send emails. In the future, Feng Yu could manage his companies from remote locations. This would be more convenient than going to shops to send and receive faxes. The computer started running, dialing, and Feng Yu frowned. The noise from the computer was deafening. He had never used computers in his previous life. When he used a computer, it was already 586 and comes with the Win95 operating system. He was unsure if it was the computers in this era that were noisy or it was because Lenovo computers do not have the technology. After about a minute, the internet was connected. Feng Yu shook his head. The speed was too slow. Feng Yu opened the web browser and entered the internet address given to him by the shop owner. There were not many domains at this time. The shop owner told Feng Yu that there were more than 1 million computers globally, and this figure will increase further. It will increase by 200,000 to 3,000 computers every year. But Feng Yu knew what the shop owner said was too conservative. The growth of computers in the future was much faster than what everyone expected. By the end of the millennium, there were more than 10 million computers that were connected to the internet. The computers that were not connected to the internet were countless. The internet was developing at an astonishing speed. The internet speed will increase from a few M to a few G. The internet users also increase from about 1 million users now to a few hundred million in a few years' time. Feng Yu was frustrated over the time taken to load a web page. When the web page was loaded, Feng Yu wanted to bang his head on the wall. FCK? Why was the web page all in text? Feng Yu had expected all sort of old-school scenarios, but he had never expected this. This was too backward. This was the first time in his life to see a text version web page. He was not used to this type of web page. It was too uncomfortable to look at it. Seems like this computer was not suitable for web surfing, play games, send, or receive emails. At most, one could only type a few words on this computer. Feng Yu was regretting. This was not worth 10,000 renminbi. Ordinary workers got to save every single cent for 6 years before they could afford this computer. What sort of stupid functions was there on this computer? Feng Yu does not know that under this circumstance, could he teach Wu Ji Gang and the rest to learn how to send and receive emails? Maybe they would have difficulties learning how to type. After registering an email account, Feng Yu sent an email to Fu Guangjing. Fu Guangjing's company had started using computers last year to send and receive emails. Hong Kong was still more advanced than China. After disconnecting from the internet, Feng Yu started to check the software on the computer. The internet now was charged according to usage, and the charges were exorbitantly high. Although Feng Yu was wealthy, he does not like to waste his money. Taking out a floppy disk, he inserts it into the floppy disk drive. The computer made even louder noises. After about 3 minutes, the reading of the disk was finally over, and Feng Yu moved the ball mouse to open a file. His mood became slightly better. This was an adventure game. It was also the mainstream type of games in the era. The developer for this game was Softstar from Taiwan. This was the company that made the game series. It was because the success of adventure games, Softstar developed game, and it immediately became a classic. In Feng Yu's previous life, Softstar made lots of profits just from the merchandises of this game. Feng Yu wondered if he could get a stake in Softstar before the launch of the game. But Taiwanese does not really like the Chinese businessmen now. Some of them even look down on businessmen from China. Taiwan's economy was much better than China, and only Taiwanese would come to China to invest. There were no China businessmen who had went to Taiwan to invest yet. It would be difficult for Feng Yu to invest in Taiwanese companies. But Feng Yu have a company in Hong Kong. Maybe he could make use of it. It would be best if he were successful. It does not matter even if he failed. At least he could still try to get the distribution rights of the game in China. With Master Lu's help, which other company would dare to vie the distribution rights with him? Feng Yu played the game for about 2 hours until his pager beeped. It was Fu Guangjing paging him. He had received Feng Yu's email. Feng Yu looked up at the ceiling and hoped that Fu Guangjing had just seen the email, and not this email took 2 hours to reach his mailbox. The computers now were too slow, and Feng Yu changed his mind about equipping Taihua trading with computers. Let's wait for a few years after Win95 was introduced. By that time, the internet should be faster and easier to operate. Wu Jigang and the rest should be able to pick up the skills to use the internet. Although there was a Chinese language card installed in this computer, many of the commands for the DOS system was still in English. Wu Jigang and the rest of his staffs should go crazy if they had to learn English. But the battery factory and the machinery company should have some computers. The engineers there need to do research, and computers should be about to help them in some ways. What worried Feng Yu the most was that those engineers do not know how to use computers. They might still use calculators or even paper to do their calculations. Their efficiency was too low. After switching off the computer, Feng Yu looked at Lenovo's contact number on the box. He wants to contact Lenovo. Lenovo company at this time was split into two. One was Hong Kong Lenovo, and the other was Beijing Lenovo. Of course, the people in charge was Lu Chuanji and his men. Needless to say, the people who had made it big in this era were not simple, especially those in the technology sector. All of them have strong backings. In this era, those without strong backings could not enter the technology sector. Even if they were able to enter, they could only be a researcher or engineer. They can never be a leader. Lu Chuanji's father was a famous engineer in China and was one of the pioneers in setting up the patent law in China. At that time, Lu Chuanji's father was attacked by many for having the concept of patents. People felt that this was backward thinking. One should contribute the results of their research to the nation without any reward. The country will give you recognition. Benefits? What benefits are you talking about? Are you a capitalist? We should be talking about contributing to the nation. As more inventions were stolen by foreigners and patented by them, China suffered heavy losses. These voices disappeared, and China started to emphasize patents. Lu Chuanji's father was assigned by the government to register a company in Hong Kong. His company was to register international patents on behalf of China. He was also a leader in China's patent office and also the chairman of Patent Protection Association of China. It was not easy to be the chairman of a national-level association. This was the reason why Lu Chuanji was able to be the general manager of Lenovo. It was also because of his father. Lu Chuanji was so familiar with the global developments in technology. Feng Yu only hoped that Lu Chuanji's values were not about contributing to the nation. Hello, this is Beijing Lenovo. How can I help you? Wow, how come this telephone operator's voice sounds so sweet? Must hire some telephone operators with sweet voices for Taihua Trading and the machinery company. This voice was enough to attract people to work with them. Hi, I would like to speak to Mr. Lu Chuanji. Lu Chuanji was now the CEO of Beijing Lenovo and also the chairman of Hong Kong Lenovo. May I know who I am speaking to? And what's the purpose of you looking for Mr. Lu? I want to speak to him about collaboration. I can't tell you the details. Just connect me to Mr. Lu. Feng Yu was not interested in chatting with this operator, even though she sounded lovely. Okay, please hold on to the line. 1 minute later, it was still the operator who spoke. I am sorry, sir. Mr. Lu is now in Hong Kong and cannot be contacted. Do you want to leave your contact details, and I will inform Mr. Lu when he returns? Feng Yu was disappointed. Lu Chuanji was a big boss, and he does not have a mobile phone. Feng Yu could only leave his pager number with the operator. Feng Yu had not bought a mobile phone. It was because the mobile phones at this time could only last 30 minutes for a full charge. It was only late last year when new mobile phones were launched. The new models just weigh 250 grams. It was much lighter than those phones which weighs more than 800 grams. The signal was also better. Feng Yu had decided to buy two for himself. It was more convenient than pagers. But the mobile phones could only last for 1 hour. Just charging the phone could drive him nuts. It would be best if it were the GSM mobile phones, which was also known as 2G mobile phones. The signals would be crystal clear, and currently, Motorola, Ericsson, and Nokia were still developing their phones. It would only be later this year when Nokia would start to produce 1011. This model could only be considered a real mobile phone. But in China, 2G network was only available in late 1995. That means the few years before 1995, people in China could only use analog signal mobile phones. Pagers were still the norm before mobile phones became common. Feng Yu suddenly remembered that around this time in his previous life, China's telecommunication equipment giant, Ningbo Bird, was set up. Feng Yu immediately looked through the contacts of Taihua Trading's distributors and called the distributor in Jiangsu and Zhejiang region. "Hello, who are you looking for?" "Huh." This voice was even sweeter. "Taihua Trading must hire a telephone operator immediately. I am Taihua Trading's general manager Feng Yu. I want to speak to your director Sunday." Feng Yu was not so courteous when he called his distributors. "Please hold the line, Manager Feng. I will get Director Sun on the line." Feng Yu could hear the sound of chairs dragging and someone running in high heels. "Hello, Manager Feng. I am Xiao Sunday." Someone spoke over the phone. This Xiao Sun was already over 30 years old. But in front of Feng Yu, he called himself Xiao Sunday. He was not pleased when Feng Yu called him Old Sun. "Director Sun, I need to trouble you with some matters." "Manager Feng's matters are my matters. There is no trouble at all. I promise you that I will do my best." All the distributors who had worked with Taihua Trading made tons of money. They knew that if it weren't for Taihua Trading, they would not be so wealthy. Just the Songjiang motorcycles alone had helped them make lots of profits. This group of distributors was the top companies in their respective regions. This was all Taihua Trading's credit. Now Feng Yu was asking him for help, and this was an opportunity to build better relationships with Feng Yu. In the future, if there were excellent opportunities, Feng Yu would not forget him. "Director Sun, are you familiar with Ningbo Fenghua District?" "Of course. It is my hometown. My parents are still staying there." Feng Yu was overjoyed. "Then can trouble you to help me ask around if there is a company called Ningbo Bird? It is a company that research on electronic products. I am interested in this company." "Rest assured, Manager Feng. Leave this to me. I will call you back later in the evenings." "How about 8 p.m.? "Okay. Thank you, Director Sunday." In Feng Yu's previous life, Ningbo Bird was set up this year by a few technicians and was funded by the government. The technicians used their expertise to get 49% of the shares. Needless to say, the local government was being very generous. It gave these technicians 49% of shares to these technicians without them investing a single RMB. Although these technicians were not involved in the management of the company, the government also do not interfere with their research. These technicians were also incredible. They used the government's funds to set up a small research facility and successfully develop their own pagers. At about this time next year, Ningbo Bird would introduce their pagers to the market. At that time, they realized that even after they had successfully come up with a product, they had no money to manufacture in big scale and had no money for marketing. The local government had not much confidence in their pagers. Just happened, that was the time when China was attracting foreign investors. Ningbo Bird was invested by foreigners and became a joint venture. But because of the differences in management concepts, the foreign investors soon retracted their investment. It was because the foreigner investor wanted to shift the office to Guangdong because of the convenience in traffic and exportation. Furthermore, there were more workers there, and Guangdong's industrial developments were faster. The policies there were also better. But Fenghua's government refused. If the factory was shifted, how would they collect the taxes? What would happen to their workers? Without the investors' funds, the company's growth was affected. In the later years, when the company went into the development of mobile phones, it became a joint venture again with foreign investors. Regardless of pagers or mobile phones, Ningbo Bird was the leader in China's telecommunications industry. The research team behind the company should be formed by now. With this team, Feng Yu's investment and his knowledge of the future trends, this company should be the industry leader earlier. It might even venture overseas earlier. In the future, the leader in the mobile phone market might not be Nokia, Motorola, Samsung, or Apple. It will be Wind and Rain brand or Aiwa brand. After Feng Yu's investment, he will not let them use the brand Ningbo Bird. Wind and Rain or Aiwa brand would be more suitable. After all, these two brands were well known in the local and overseas market. It will also increase brand value. But Feng Yu was not sure if things were the same as history. Were there any changes? Was he in time to make this investment? Or the local government will allow him to invest? Feng Yu does not mind spending more money to get the decision-making rights of the company. They can have management rights. Feng Yu was too lazy to manage the company. But the company's direction and crucial decisions must follow his wishes. This way, Feng Yu could guarantee that this company would take over the local and overseas telecommunication industry. At 8 p.m., Feng Yu was waiting for Director Sun's call on his sofa. The phone rang, and Feng Yu immediately picked it up. Hello? Is this Director Sun? Manager Feng, it's me. I got the information you wanted. There is indeed a company named Ningbo Bird in Fenghua District. It is a partnership between a small research facility and a local government. But the startup capital for the company is only 1,000 RMB. Huh. Startup capital was only 100,000 renminbi? So little? Feng Yu's interest in these few technicians increased. A company with a startup capital of 100,000 renminbi will become the leader in China's telecommunications equipment industry in the future. One must admit that these few people were indeed capable. With so little funds, they were able to develop the pager, and their technologies were the most advanced in China. Director Sun, can I trouble you to sound them out? I am thinking of buying over this company. Help me ask if they are interested. If buying over the company is not possible, investing in the company is also fine. Director Sun was surprised. Was Manager Feng joking with him? When Feng Yu told him that he was interested in this company, he thought that this was a big company. But after investigating, it was only a small company in a town. He thought that this company was small, and Feng Yu would not be interested. But now he wants to buy over this company? What's the use of acquiring such a small company? All the distributors had heard about Feng Yu buying over a small design company when he started Songjiang Motorcycles. At that time, everybody thought that Feng Yu had made a failed investment. But now, that small company with only a handful of employees had grown to the #1 design company in Shanghai. The annual profits were more than 1 million. Feng Yu had just invested a few hundred thousand initially. This time, Feng Yu had set his sights on this small company. Could it be that this small company had something that was worth investing? Director Sun could also afford 100,000 renminbi, but he would never invest in this company. It was because he could not see how the company could make profits. But he was the one helping Feng Yu with this matter. Feng Yu should not reject him if he wants to buy a stake in this company. He could invest 30,000 to 50,000 renminbi for some shares. Even if this company failed, he could also accept the loss. But if this company was like that design company, he could get back his capital within 2 years. Manager Feng, leave this to me. I will depart for Fenghua tonight, and tomorrow I will speak to the company. I will get back to you latest by tomorrow evening. Sure. Director Sun, if I am able to buy over this company successfully, I will not forget you. Ha. Thank you. Feng Yu start to play computer games again after he hangs up the phone. He remembered that Nintendo games on computers. He must make a trip back to Zhongguancun to look for it. This computer can only be used as a game console now. After hanging up the phone, Director Sun immediately drove to Fenghua in his Volkswagen Santana. This was the best opportunity to get close to Manager Feng, and he does not want to miss it. If he could foster good relationships with Tai Hua Trading like Fatty Huang, then his company's future prospects will not be worse off than Fatty Huang. Fatty Huang was successful because he was located in the coastal region. Our Zhejiang region will not lose to Guangdong. Our city was also one of the pilot testing city for opening up. 2.5 hours later, Director Sun arrived at his parents' place in Fenghua. Why are you back at this time? Did something happen? Director Sun's mother asked worriedly. Nothing happened. Mom, go back to sleep. Tomorrow I need to go to Deqiao there for business. Did you quarrel with daughter-in-law? No. Mom, go back and rest. It is really for business. I am afraid that I will be late if I depart tomorrow. Leave these things at the corner. You and Dad must remember to eat before this stuff turns bad. Although Director Sun had made a lot of money in the past 2 years, he had also spent a lot. He had bought a new house in Hangzhou and a car. But his home was too small, and he also has kids. He could not fetch his parents over to stay with him. If this time, he could earn some money by following Feng Yu to invest in this company, then next year he would shift to a bigger house or buy over the house next door for his parents. The next morning, Director Sun went out immediately after breakfast. He wants to settle this as soon as possible. He needs to leave a good impression with Feng Yu. He knew that Feng Yu prefers efficient and capable people. Hi. Is this Fenghua Ningbo Bird Company? Director Sun had finally found Ningbo Bird's office after asking around. That's right. Who are you looking for? I am looking for your manager. Our manager is busy in the research facility. I am the only one in the company now. How can I help? Director Sun looked at the small company. How can this place be called an office? It was apparently a living quarter. It was a one-story apartment, and it was also very dim. There was not even proper furniture in here. Was this company really worth acquiring by Manager Feng? I have a friend that is interested in this company, and he wishes to buy over it. Can you call your manager over? Director Sun did not enter the messy office. He would rather wait in his car. What? Buy over our company? Su Shiguang looked at Director Sun and saw the Volkswagen Santana parked outside. He knew that this person must be a big boss. Please wait a while. I will go and call them. Su Shiguang locked the office's door and pushed a bicycle out from the back of the building. Director Sun was going crazy. What company was this? It does not even have phone lines. One still needs to ride a bicycle to call others? How long will it take for you to come back? Never mind. Get into the car. You will give me the directions, and we will look for your manager together. Su Shiguang did not reject the offer and boarded the car. He looked at the vehicle enviously. He wanted to touch everything in the car, but was afraid of damaging it. After driving for about 20 minutes, they reached a place with a sign Ningbo Bird Research Center. Director Sun was glad that he had driven over to this place. If he had waited for this person to ride his bicycle, it would take at least 2 hours. What company was this? The office was an old and rundown one-story house, and the research center was so far away. Director Sun did not know that the one-story house was given to them by the local government. There were no places near the research center for them to use as an office. They also could not afford the rents. After entering the research facility, Director Sun felt better. At least he got high-tech equipment lying around. This was at least worth buying over. A bespectacled man, with messy hair and dirty overalls, walked over and offered a handshake to Director Sun. Hi. I am Ningbo Bird's manager, Su Lihua. Director Sun looked at Su Lihua's dirty hand, but he still shook his hand. When he started doing business, he was also not better than this Su Lihua. Manager Su, how do you do? I am Sun Lijia. I am the owner of Hangzhou's Lijia Trading Company. Su Lihua looked at Sun Lijia with a blank look. Lijia Trading Company? Never heard of this company before. It is fine if you have not heard of my company. I am the sole distributor of Songjiang motorcycles in our province. I have a friend who wants to buy over your Ningbo Bird Company. When Su Lihua heard Songjiang motorcycles, he was in shock. This was indeed a big boss. What? His friend wants to buy over our company. I'd love to hear from you. Thanks so much for watching. Did you enjoy this video? If you did, make sure to hit that notification bell so you never miss an update. And don't forget to subscribe and give this video a big thumbs up. Your support means the world to me, and I can't wait to see you in the next one. Thank you.